everybody to another edition of the C3 Friday Free for All, the show for Panther fans by Panther fans. If you would like to be a part of the show, I have pinned the link to join the Streamyard in the description. It is also pinned to the top of the YouTube chat room and to the top of the Facebook chat room. We appreciate y'all for being a part of another edition of the show for Panther fans by Panther fans. You already know. Interact, get in here. And, bro, there's always something to talk about, man. Whenever you think there's nothing to talk about for the Carolina Panthers, just know you're wrong. And we're going to show you how wrong you are. First up, let me introduce the crew. My usual, my Friday free-for-all faithful in the building. First up, you know them, you love them. It's Panther Pickle. Pickle, what up?
What's up, ladies and germs? Happy Father's Day to those who are fathers.
Yes, sir.
Keep pounding.
Pounding.
If you don't want to keep pounding, then shut the hell up.
And you know, Pickle, I'll do the opposite of what you did on Mother's Day. To all of those single mothers out there, happy Father's Day to you as well. You know, happy, hey, it's a family weekend, you know, so happy to whoever needs to be happy from the C3 Nation. Next up, hey, man, this man is boldly waving that C3 flag wherever he goes. It's the brand ambassador, Diesel Skills. Deez, what up, bro?
What is up, Cody? Glad to be here with my C3 brethren once again. All of our friends and family getting ramped up for the holiday here, of course, Father's Day weekend. Shout out to the Professor Tony. He's a father. Shout out to CK, another great father. Shout out to Strats. Shout out to Chuck. A lot of fathers. Greg also. Don't even forget Greg. Greg came back Tuesday. So let me just say shout out to all those fathers in the C3 family. There's more of them. And if you're down there in the chat and you're a father, shout out to you in the chat. You know, I was struggling on thinking about what I wanted to talk about for my opener today, but I wanted to touch on the post you made earlier about how coming together with some friends can make you feel better throughout your day. And I've told Panther Pickle before. I've told him, I said, Pickle, you always want to speak out to people because you never know how what you say might touch someone in a special way because you don't know what other people are going through, especially on holidays, right? Holidays are hard for people. You don't know what people have been through in their life, and certain things you say can affect them. And it can be a massive effect. And like I was saying on here, all I want, you know, here at C3 in this community to have a place that you can go and you can have some buddies and kind of rub elbows and talk about football and get your mind off of all these other things that kind of bring you down in life. It's a wonderful thing. It really is. It's a good thing to have. And everybody can use some more friends, and everybody just wants to feel a little bit accepted. Now, I want everyone to know that you're accepted here. Even Atlanta Falcons fans like Red Swarm, he's still a friend of the show. And there's nothing wrong with that camaraderie and being together. And that's what C3 is all about. So I'll shut up about the community, but it is important. It's important what we say to people because you never know. It may have a profound effect on their day on this holiday weekend. Thank you, Kevin.
Absolutely. And I will never shut you up from uplifting C3 Nation, brother. You can rock until you're blue in the face. I will always let you do that. This is the post in question, by the way. I saw this online and I'm like, man, if that's not true for my C3 boys, I don't know what is. He says, when you realize the hangout with your boys is kind of healing you. Hey, man, we're doing some big time healing over here, boys. Get in on the convo. We're in this together. And you're certainly right, man. Everybody's going through something, even whether or not they're presenting that to you. You might never know. So just always be mindful of how you can impact and uplift other people, man. And we appreciate y'all for joining and spending your Fridays with us, man. This is a weekend. Y'all can be spending your Fridays doing anything else. The fact that you're here with us, we love y'all for it, man. Next up, it's my boy, the man who is the master of all things stats and strats for the Carolina Panthers. It's my boy, C3 Strats. What up, dude?
Hey, what up? Hey, I appreciate being a part of it. Like always, just excited to get in some new topics and hear some opinions and maybe change my mind here and there.
Yes, sir, man. Hey, we always relish an opportunity to change our mind if such an opportunity exists, man. And we're going to let y'all do that here if if it's possible, you know. Next up, my man, I believe this is like his 4th or 5th free for all in a row. Bro, we love having him, and he pulls up early, so he knows how to get his spot before anyone else. It's my Clemson brother, Trigger Smith. Trigger, what up, man?
What up, fam? Y'all all right?
Doing good, man. I don't think anyone's doing as good as Trevor Lawrence, but you know, we're doing all right.
Sunshine. Hey, man. Before we get started, man, I got to give a shout out to my high school football alma mater. Just got invited to the University of Tennessee for a 707 showcase with teams from all over the country, and we walked away champions, man. We walked away champions. We won the whole tournament, man. Home of Stephen Davis. So, yeah, man. Happy Father's Day to all the fathers out there providing structure and protection and discipline in the household. Something that we need a lot more of. So. Hey, man, let's get on this Panther football train, man. Keep pounding.
Let's do it. Keep pounding, man. Hey, what was the name of your high school?
Spartanburg High School, man.
Nice, man. Spartanburg. Did y'all ever have to play Vance back in the day? See, man, there's like a million different high schools that are different names than they even were like 10 years ago.
Nah,
and that sounds real familiar to me, man.
Yeah, we've been in high school for a long time, man. A lot of Clemson greats came from our school. Stephen Davis came from our school. So we've been Spartanburg since like the 70s, man, that I know of at least. Steve Fuller came from our school, Stephen Davis, Anthony Simmons, you know, Clemson greats, man, Tavian Feaster. So, yeah, man.
Man.
Clemson recruited a lot of our guys, so you probably not heard it. But nah, we up here in upstate South Carolina, man. We play a lot of the Gaffney and Burns and a lot of these upstate teams.
Okay. Well, hey, man, shout out to Spartanburg, doing it big. And once again, man, we appreciate each and every single person that's spending your Friday with us. So I appreciate y'all. Let's jump into it. Listen, so shout out to my boys on Spaces. They've been sort of talking about this lately. Ikem Ekwonu is back in the news, and not in a way that you want him to be. Ikem Ekwonu, the Panthers put out a clip, which I will find it here in a minute, of Bryce Young throwing the ball to Deontay Johnson. Everybody's happy about that, right? But to the right, you see Ikem Ekwonu just absolutely getting worked at the left tackle position by a corner, no Tay Davis. Who just this up? Are y'all worried about Ikem Ekwonu's ability to hold up playing left tackle in 2024?
Not at all, man.
So, by the way, Pickle, you're muted. I know that you don't even know because you're just sitting there yapping and ain't no volume coming from your microphone.
Damn it.
I know it.
It's what you get when you get old and ugly. Well, old anyway. Always been ugly. But anyway, we talked about this yesterday. I like Ickey, and Ickey's going to be great in a run game, but it's a pass game. Now, I did watch some footage of him in the his rookie year. He looked a lot better. He looked serviceable at times, but he always had help at the tight end position. But Ickey has to play by himself without help in the pass protection. If he can't, I believe this 100%, and it's no disrespect to him at all. But if he can't do that, I'm going to say by week 6 or 7, he'll be benched for a backup.
I mean, look, hey, for those of y'all who don't believe me or see what we're talking about, this is the play in question. This is Tay Davis, and Ikem Ekwonu is turned all the way around. You can read his name on the back of his jersey. Now, as Pickle pointed out, is this an OTA? Oh, absolutely. Absolutely it is. And, you know, it's nothing to go crazy over. But what I think is added on top of that is that we saw a whole lot of this last year, Pickle. A whole lot of Ikem Ekwonu,
and, you know,
as
I
a
did.
turnstile. I know that you were a part of those film rooms with me, and it wasn't looking good. And I think that's also what's causing people to really freak out about this. And before you answer, Panther Gal with the $5 says, happy birthday to her firstborn son, or firstborn Madison.
Happy birthday.
Happy birthday, Madison.
Happy
Oh.
birthday, Madison. Keep pounding.
Yeah, I know I called you and Anthony. I said you overreacted the other day. And I did, and I meant that. But what I mean by overreacting, I don't mean that in a bad way. It's just, to me, I don't expect Ickey to turn things around drastically in one off season. I really don't. I look for him to go from last year back to his rookie year and then slowly get better if he gets better. I mean, he's not going to, he's never going to be a Jordan Gross, or at least not yet. And, and now he turn it around and go and end up in the Hall of Fame? I'm sure if he wanted to, or he could, or whatever, but the potential's there. But sometimes it just don't work out that way,
Yeah. And the thing that I'm scared of, and then I'll let someone else jump in on this, is, okay, so now at the guard position, we went out and got Gabriel Lewis at left guard. We went out and put Robert Hunt at right guard. So now when it comes to Ickey, it's left tackle or nothing at all. And the reason why that worries me, and for those who are longtime fans of the pod, they know that I've been one of the loudest endorsers of moving Ikem Ekwonu to guard, just because I feel like his skill set is better served in that position. I don't believe that he has the footwork necessary to play left tackle. But now that he is essentially left tackle or nothing at all, it really makes me wonder and worry that he could be hung out to dry this year if he's not able to hold up on his own on those third and long down and distances when, Bryce is going to have to drop back. He's going to need more than the preferred 2.7 seconds that Dave Canales is wanting this offense to run under. So I'm just really concerned about it. I had concerns about it before. I had concerns when he was coming out of North Carolina State, and those concerns are still present for me, and nothing has really happened to make those concerns go away, especially after last season. What say y'all?
Hey, Cody.
Go ahead, Josh.
Oh, Pickle, if you want to go first, you're more than welcome.
No, I just wanted to add real quick. I heard the other day, yesterday on NFL XM radio, one of the coaches, I'm not sure which one it was even, talking on, and he said on XM radio, he said on Sears XM radio, he said that the Panthers, not all their plays is going to have Bryce getting out of the ball. Was Dave Canales? I heard a clip anyway. He said not all their plays are going to. Not all. There are plays that have him having to hold on to the ball for 4 or 5. That's just how it is. And in those plays, the offensive line has to hold up. And to be honest with you, that's why we have depth at offensive line this year. That's why they went out and had added a bunch of depth.
Oh, absolutely.
I have a question.
Well, let me also real quick shout out to Anonymous Ellis. There's nothing better after our hard work than watching the free for all. Love y'all, boys. Appreciate you, Anonymous. Go ahead, Strats.
Thanks, Cody. I realize how ironic it is that I'm the data person asking this question. And believe me, if there is not an answer, I will go find it. But I'm wondering, the 2.7 seconds sounds like under average, like more like the average is like maybe 3 or something like that. Do we know what the typical average is that the coaches that across the league coaches aim for? And that 2.7 is in fact, faster than average for getting the ball out?
That's a
I
great
think
question.
You're on the right track. I think you're on the right track, Strats. It's right around that 3 second mark.
It is. It
so
is.
To me, if it's around that 3 second mark, then 2.7 probably means they wanted out just a shade earlier. Like, right. I mean, again, I don't know that number off the top of my head, but I would imagine that it's maybe even just a little bit earlier. Because I think they want to build this offense like how the Miami Dolphins have built their offense. I really think that's what they want to do. You see Deontay Johnson making this big time play right here. Oh, by the way, shout out to Bat Daddy in the chat room. What's up, Greg? Hey, come through if you want to, brother. We still got room for you. He says 2.78 is the average for the amount of drop back time that a quarterback has.
If I may add in real quick, the Dave Canales changed Russell Wilson and Baker Mayfield's average to 2.7, and that's what helped them play a lot better.
Geno Smith too,
and Geno Smith. Yes, you're right, 100% right.
Shout out to Bad Daddy, who also says only 3 quarterbacks in the NFL average less than 2.5 seconds before they throw. Trigger, what do you think, man? I mean, how are you feeling about left tackle specifically? And do you think that Ickey is going to be able to hold up in that position this year?
I feel like I saw Ickey his first game. I was at the game against the Browns, and it was a big Baker versus Brown, and he looked good against Garrett his first game. So I'm with Pickle. The potential is there. I really like this offensive line coach. Am I saying he's gonna be elite? No. But if we can give him maybe 5 sacks or less for the year, I think that's possible. I'm not too worried about it. I'm not too confident about it. I'm like 50-50. Because we drafted him knowing he was a run mauler, and we drafted him knowing that, hey, it was going to take a little time for the pass blocking to develop.
Right.
So we saw flashes the rookie year. We saw a huge step back last year, which I think was more so on the staff. You know what I'm saying? Because anytime you regress from rookie year to your second year, it's usually like a technique standpoint. So I'm not too worried about Ickey, especially knowing that, hey, Bryce gonna get that ball out quick. You know what I'm saying? And I feel like a lot of the issues last year were like communication issues. It wasn't even like, it was communication and technique, but it was a lot of communication issues, like where he goes the wrong way or he picks up the wrong guy. So like if we can get the football right, like Dave Canales talks about, then I feel like we still see an improvement. I don't know if that'd be great play, but I don't think it'd be god awful like it was last year. As long as it's not god awful last year, I'm cool.
Okay. I hear that. I mean, I like that optimism too. And I do think that the system that we're trying to implement, that Dave Canales is running, it's way more beneficial to what Ickey's good at. And, running the football, being physical, being downhill, just being stronger than everybody else. I think his left to right agility is left wanting a little. And then I want to bring up something else related to Ickey, but let me introduce some more people first. First up, I got my man Jake the Snake back in the building for the free for all. Jake, what up, dude?
The Steak.
Man, ever since Jake got to saying y'all, man, I hate that shit now.
Jake, hold up. When is your headphones coming in, bro?
I got them.
Already acting up.
Are you serious?
All right, we got some Star Wars quotes we got to have you say tonight. Are you ready for them?
No, hold up, man. It has to be. I wonder if it's something maybe. Hold on, Jake, are you on your phone or are you on like a laptop?
Phone.
It's the microphone input jack. It's the aux point when the cord's been bent enough and it's severed.
No, I use Bluetooth.
Oh, your phone updated?
I didn't see that coming.
Is your phone updated?
Dang, I don't know why you're doing that, man. I hate that, bro.
Do you use the same thing on Spaces?
Jay, did you use the same audio? Well, he's going to try and come back in. We're going to figure out a way to get Jake in here, man. I know he's been trying to get in here. Yeah, I know. That is weird, man. But shout out, Jake. We'll get you figured out, brother. You know we got your back. Let me welcome my man Kyle to the Friday Free for All. Kyle, what's up, dude?
Shit, man, chilling. Another Friday.
Yes,
See you,
sir.
Kyle.
Here for it. Yes, good to see y'all. Another Friday
Happy to have
show.
you,
I'm ready. Let's get it.
Heck yeah. Appreciate
Where we
having you, man. Yeah, I'm gonna pass it to you in a second. Let me introduce. We got Ro in the building. Ro, what's up? Can you hear me, man? Row your boat gently down the stream. You there?
Merrily, 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 life is but a dream.
All right, I don't know who Ro is, so I'm gonna wait until he gives me some sort of confirmation. All right, let me go to Kyle. Kyle, we sort of talked about this yesterday in the spaces, but just in general, give me your overview of how confident you are in Ickey going into 2024.
I'm about confident enough to say that he is the one that needs to improve the most of the starting five. He's the one that I think is the least polished. Having said that, he does have, we did pick him number 6. He does have, the intangibles, the projections, all of that, but at the same time, this is year 3, so usually people that stud out, they stud out in year 1 and year 2, and you already know year 3 is going to be awesome. So I can tell you I'm not concerned with the guard position, but
okay.
But tackle, I don't know. If Moten has a good year, and maybe they bump Ian Thomas over there next to Ickey, I could see him doing a little bit better. But I'm still a little worried about what he's going to do.
Yeah, and this is something I said yesterday in the spaces. By the way, if you haven't done so already, follow at Panther Pickle and at These Ill Skills on Twitter. Follow all my guys here, but those are going to be the guys that will update you and let you know every single time that they go live on Twitter or on X, whatever you call it. I still call that shit Twitter. And yeah, man, get in these spaces, and we sort of take some of the conversation points from there and do them here, and then from here and do them there. There's only so many Panther topics to talk about, y'all understand. But one of the things that I did say yesterday, and I wanted to get y'all's sort of opinion on this, right? Like, we had Brian Burns the year before, and he came out and gave an interview where he pretty much said something that a lot of Panther fans held against him. That, hey, I was sort of hurt and I didn't want to go too much. I didn't want to hurt my body or put myself in harm's way. Basically saying that I didn't give everything that I had. But now you have Ikem Ekwonu coming out and basically saying, well, I sort of took my second year for granted. I was coasting on, maybe my rookie year. And it's like, why is that type of mentality so prevalent in this locker room? Like, am I weird for seeing that? Or is there something to that? Like, where is this coming from?
Because we're not winning.
The last 5 years of coaching has not been disciplined.
I think it goes with the lack of a quality leader in the locker room. No disrespect to Shaq or any of the rest of them, but let's pull our pants up and let's be real. If Cam Newton was there in that locker room, would they have felt that way? If Luke Kuechly was standing behind Brian Burns, would Luke Kuechly tolerate that? Would Thomas Davis tolerate that? Hell no. They would say, keep pounding, get off your ass and play football, or go back to the locker room.
Tell them.
But we don't got nobody on this team that's willing to do that, except for maybe Derek Brown, but they're young and they're learning. And I'm hoping if anybody cocks this attitude, Derek Brown takes them to the locker room exactly the way he tried to take that Saint bastard.
Hold them to task.
Thank you, Pickle. Thank you. There is no leadership, man. I'm hoping that someone is able to step into that role. Whether it be Derek Brown or Taylor Moton or Bryce Young himself, man. We need people that hold these players accountable. To a Panthers standard. And that standard has clearly not been met in recent years. Let me welcome in my boy, my bro, Cody in the building. What's up, dude?
What's going on, brothers? Happy Free for All Friday to y'all, per usual, man. These things come around fast every week, and I look forward to them every time, man.
What a beautiful
Always.
shirt.
And look, what better timing too, man? We're
Let's
talking about your fellow.
I know. I was hoping I
Olympian,
didn't come in
man.
here to any icky slander, for God's sakes.
I mean, and no slander, man. We're just
no,
trying
not
to
yet.
keep
You're
this
being
up.
nice. I appreciate
Yeah,
it.
man. So tell me how. You tell me your perspective. How do you feel about Ickey going into 2024? Are you worried about his ability to be able to pass protect? And just in general, what do you think of his prospects this year?
I'm going to give you a broken record. I'm going to tell you the exact same thing I told you yesterday on the Spaces. The best way to get Ickey involved and going is to run behind his big ass. Get him to the second level, get into the linebackers, get into the safety. And then you asked me yesterday, well, how does he hold up in pass protection? I said, that shit won't matter. If you get him going in the run game, he's going to wear that end out. And then when we get into the third and fourth quarter, he'll be so tired that he can't pass pro, and people won't just run right by him. But you have to get him involved in the offense. Excuse me, more schematically with running the ball behind him. It's the best way to get him going, and they'll start lighting people up. I've seen it happen too many times.
Hey, yo, can I push back on it a little bit?
Go ahead.
You can do whatever you want. Absolutely.
We got a 5'10", 205-pound quarterback. His pass protection is definitely going to be important.
It is.
Despite how good he's run blocking. Like, what's going on in that video that he posted, that can't come on. That can't happen. I shouldn't see the back of your jersey. I shouldn't be able to spell your last name. Ever. Especially, ever. No, we can't have that.
But do you sort of agree with the notion that maybe we might be able to mitigate some of what he lacks in pass protection just by the sheer number of run plays that we intend to be running?
Yes.
Almost like, okay, we know he has some issues in pass protection. Let's just do everything to make sure that the amount of pure pass protection snaps are held to a minimum, maybe.
Mm-hmm.
I think.
What's the magic number, Cody? What did Canales say? 2.7? What was that shit?
Yeah, 2. That's what we've been talking about. Like 2.7.
You got to get. If that's what it is, and he holds them up for 2.7, there's no excuse not to get the ball out. That's what you asked for. And Ickey needs to do that, and Bryce needs to get the ball out. It's on both of them.
What were you going to say, Trey? Go ahead.
I was going to say, yeah, but this is a 6th-round pick, right? I mean, the 6th overall pick. So we're going to have to develop that pass blocking. Like, we got to turn that. He's one of the few guys on this roster that we just got to turn his weakness into. It don't even have to be a strength, but it has to be a serviceable need. Like, he cannot be a liability in pass protection. If we want to go where we want to go and do what we need to be, he can't be he got to go from a liability to at least serviceable. So no matter how much we run the ball, we can't change that. You know what I'm saying? We can't hide them. We can't protect them. We gotta coach that up. We gotta at least get them serviceable on that left end, because you gotta know, like, man, that's where them dogs is at, bro. Like, that blind side is important. Like,
yes. And you know what's even more frustrating about it, Trey? The fact that before Ickey, we hadn't had a franchise left tackle literally since Jordan Gross. Yeah. And when you draft a player number 6 overall, you're like, okay, this is our remedy to that. We're going to get our franchise left tackle in this draft. And the fact that now we have our quarterback of the future, the quarterback that we're all believing in, the one that we traded up for, and yet we're still worried about left tackle, man. It sucks, man. It's so bittersweet that we're still worrying about the same position. It's like a real bugaboo for the Panthers. You can't get this off of our shoulders, man. It doesn't go away.
Yeah, I feel you. But one thing I do know, we did add somebody that's gonna bring some fire to the locker room. Deontay Johnson to fight that man. If he's causing him to not get the ball, he's messing up his contract year. That's somebody that'll hold his butt accountable in that locker room. If nobody on offense does, I know he will. So, I mean, but we definitely lack leadership. That's without question. But Dan Morgan's calling them shots now. So that lack of a dog mentality ain't gonna fly.
Yeah.
A lot of that is who you draft. It really is, and a lot of the issue related to the left tackle position recently is the fact that you had multiple different offensive coordinators with multiple different offensive systems with multiple different and what you do, you go out and draft a run blocking offensive lineman, a run blocking left tackle, somebody who wasn't good in pass protection to start with.
Yeah,
And
that's
half the
stupid.
team are taking left tackles that were in college that were built to be a left tackle and kicking them to the right side. So you're eliminating that issue right there in a nutshell. But Ickey, I believe Ickey has the physical ability to fix this. I believe he has a desire to fix this, but the fix ain't going to come overnight. It's going to happen anyway, but I'm not going to myself. I don't want to read too much into a 2-second clip that wasn't even concentrated on the offensive line. This was put out by the head coach to celebrate OTAs as a whole that turned out successful. If Ickey shows up for preseason and then 5 or 6 games into the regular season doesn't show a lot of improvement, then it's time to move on. As far as starter left tackle. Now, that being said, I myself want to shout out to a tight end that I've often disrespected. While looking on Ickey's rookie year and a few games last year, but mostly his rookie year, I wanted to find out, did Ickey have his problem his rookie year? He really didn't. He just looked like a regular rookie his rookie year, but he did have somebody next to him a lot, and that tight end was named Ian Thomas, who looked really good blocking everybody coming and going.
Mhm.
And shout out to I don't know if you got those pictures, Cody, but you have Tommy Trimble. That man been in the weight room, yo.
Oh yeah, and Tommy Trimble is strong out here, dude. I love
man.
reminding people
He's buff.
of Tommy Trimble straight up jumping over fools last season, hurdling dudes, lowering the shoulder, put the boom on them. And Van, quit being so emotional, bro. Ain't no one writing off anyone. No one's writing off Bryce. No one's coddling Ickey. Bro, we're keeping it real. These are 2 players that were not good last year and need a market improvement in 2024 if they're going to keep the haters off their back. Like, I guarantee you no one's trying to be a hater. Everybody wants this team to fucking act right and play good. But the fact of the matter is they don't, and they haven't. And there's a lot of shit that we worry about that I would like to see fixed before we say, oh, okay, this is no longer an issue. That's all I'm saying. Hey, let me get my man Strats and D's in on this conversation. D's, jump in on this, bro. What how you feeling about Ickey going into 2024, man?
Well, y'all said a lot of really good points. Okay, and the one that you said, Cody, probably hit me the strongest, and it's just the simple fact that it sucks. It really sucks. Yeah. We look to a team like the Detroit Lions, who drafted Aiden Hutchinson 2nd overall. Yeah. And he's a hometown guy. And he's a damn hero up in Detroit. Yeah. And they're cheering him on. And then here we are with number 6. We thought, right, the best tackle in the draft, at least our front office at the time, said, hey, this is the best tackle in the draft, left tackle. We're going to replace Jordan Gross. This guy is going to be our new Jordan Gross, Ikem Ekwonu at NC State. And everybody was fired up. We got Steve Wilkes in there after we got Matt Rule up out of the house, and he was mauling people. He was the pancake man. Panthers social media is putting out Ickey's grandma cheering on the pancake guy. You know what I mean? And Panthers fans are just loving it and eating it up. And he's a hometown guy from Charlotte. He's celebrating his Nigerian heritage. And then here comes last season, 2-15. One of the worst tackles in the league, giving up sacks left and right. He didn't even look like he knew what he was doing. We had guys rushing off the edge. He didn't know if he needed to go inside or outside. He didn't even know what the blocking scheme was. And then now we get a short clip from practice, and it's the same thing. He's chasing some guy down. He already got beat to the outside. And we're on the Panthers podcast, the C3 Panthers podcast, talking about Ickey can't get outside quick enough. He don't have good hand placement. He don't have good footwork. But doesn't it seem like that maybe these guys just need a little bit of confidence? A little bit of confidence in the guys that are coaching them. A little bit of confidence in the scheme that we're running. A little bit of confidence in winning some football games, or at least, what was it Dave said? Being good at football. You know what Dave Connell said? He just wants the Carolina Panthers to be good at football. And I think Ikem Ekwonu can get there. When he talks about taking a physical approach, getting Ikem and the offensive line, getting their hands on the guy in front of them, pushing them downfield. And then that way, when they come in on the pass rush, they're ready to have good hand placement and get their hands engaged on that pass rusher and be physical and push that guy around Bryce Young. Yeah. So I think we'll get there. I think the confidence goes a long way. I think a little bit of winning or a little bit of success would go a long way. I think the positivity of Dave Canales will help as well. And the belief of the GM and Dan Morgan as picking him to come back and be our left tackle starting again this year. That had to give him some kind of confidence right there. The fact that the GM believes in him and believes he's a dog. Now, does Ikem go out here and prove it? I don't know, guys. I really hope that he does. The Carolina Panthers need him to work out because we drafted him 6th overall so high. We put a lot into him, so we needed to get a lot out of him. And hopefully he has a chance to get on the field and prove it this year. And unfortunately, if he doesn't, the Panthers do have a contingency plan in a guy called Josh Nyman.
Yeah, and you know what, dude, you're so perfect at this, brother. You're so perfect because that was literally about to be my next question. The next thing I was about to bring up. To bring up that who do we have behind Ikem Ekwonu if things do go south? And I said this yesterday. I feel like there's a lot of hope in this guy, Najimi. What's his first name again? Is it Robert?
Yoshi.
Yoshi. I don't know where Robert from, but this guy, Yoshi Najimi.
Yeah.
How much do you guys know about him? And how confident are you in this guy's ability to come in and play left tackle if he's not able to do so?
May I
go ahead,
may I add some 2 cents?
Ms. Jackson, yeah, go ahead, man.
I do feel like the confidence is important in any player, like, you know, and obviously wins is going to get you some more confidence too. But I know for a while now, you've all been, a few of you have been screaming at the top of your lungs to move him out of left tackle, move him somewhere else. So do you still feel the same way about that?
No.
I did, Strats. I mean, me personally, I did. But now that we have Lewis and Hunt, to me, that's not even an option anymore. You know what I mean?
So, there's so many dumbasses in the chat.
Let's say confidence out. Let's say confidence aside. I mean, what else could really be going on with? I just find it hard to believe. I mean, my eyes are deceiving me. I've watched this player perform phenomenally his first year in the league.
Yeah.
And then since then, last year, nothing, right? And then this year, listen, we only have to go off of like a few bits of like data over the summer here. So we really need to wait to watch them actually perform. But if he at all performs anywhere similar to he was last year, I'm wondering what other things are happening to cause that to be the outcome. I just don't get it. Right. It doesn't make sense to me.
Yeah, it doesn't really make sense to me either. I don't, there's a lot of things I don't understand about this team. But like the insistence on fitting a square peg into a round hole, at least that's what it feels like. It feels like that's the situation with Ickey. But again, man, it's hard for me to really be able to say. I don't know. I'm a big believer in Brady Christensen. Everybody knows this. I'm a very vocal supporter of Brady. I think he should have been given a legit opportunity to be the left tackle. Very early in his career, I would have given him that opportunity. But that hadn't happened. So I don't know. Like, to me, I'm more comfortable with the devil that I know rather than the devil that I don't. And I know more about Brady Christensen, and I've seen him play left tackle, at least in some capacity, shape, or form. Now, I've also heard that the Nyman guy was sort of like a rotational left tackle, and he basically wasn't David Bakhtiari, and that's why they let him go. But still, I just don't know if that guy is someone who is serviceable enough to hold up the backup spot at that position.
Well, I wish you would pull up that picture that the Panthers put out.
Yeah, I'm trying to find
Nyman standing right beside Ickey. I mean, he towers over Ickey. I don't know how tall that guy is, but he is freaking huge.
Yeah, he's a big. I think he's like 6'8" or something like that.
And I don't follow the Packers.
6'7", 314 pounds.
Damn. Yeah, so that tells you all you need to know. I mean, homie he's a big dude. I'm trying to find this picture of him. Here we go.
The Panthers put it out, I think, 2 days ago.
I got it. So this is him all the way to the right. I mean, he's bigger than Taylor Moton. He's bigger than Ickey. Dude, he's even wider than Ickey. Like, this dude is a monster.
Even Ickey's got sleeves on here, but dude has got some arms. My Lord.
So from the combine, he went undrafted in 2019. He was listed at 324 pounds. He did 27 reps at 225. His broad jump was 114 inches. Shuttle was 4.5. The 20-yard shuttle time was 4.5. And the 3-cone drill time was 8.07.
This is for Ickey?
No, this is for Nijman. 77.
Right.
Big boy on the right.
Hey,
So,
Strats, if you need to jump out, Strats, that's cool. Would you need to go?
Yeah. I was going to do it nonchalantly, but yes, I was going to hop off. I appreciate all.
We
the
make
time
sure
and
everybody gets their gets their flowers, man. Appreciate having you, bro.
Hey,
What are your final words for the show?
Hey, keep doing what you guys are doing. I love it. You know.
Love it, man. We appreciate you, Strats.
Hey, I appreciate you guys. All right, have a good one.
Have a happy Father's Day, brother.
Thank you, Cody. Thank you, Cody. And I wish the same to all fathers out there too.
Yeah, man, absolutely.
We watching all on YouTube.
Yep.
He's also 28 years old, and he's played in 67 games over 4 years.
Okay. Now, do you have? If you don't, it's okay. Do you have access to, like, I don't know, maybe like a PFF number? Or like
I'm looking for one right now.
Okay.
He's got let's see, 4 holding penalties in 2022.
That's not terrible. It's not great. It's not
offsides 4 times.
So hey, he's not heavily penalized. So that's
no, he's got 9 penalties over his career in 67 games. He's started 22 of them.
Wow.
When did he come into the NFL? What year?
He went undrafted in 2019.
Okay, so this is his 5th year. Yeah, 5th year in the NFL. Yeah, I mean, again, I think he's serviceable. Like, finding a backup left tackle, that's the type of guy that you get. You know?
Here we go. So we've got 2023 stats on PFF say that he played 230 offensive snaps, 2 penalties, 2 sacks allowed. His grade was overall a 61.7.
What was Ickey's last year?
Probably a 20.
It was what?
Nah, I'm bullshitting. I said a 20.
Okay.
I have no idea.
So, Bat Daddy wanted me to show the picture with Bryce. With Bryce, like showing his throwing lanes. But me and CK sort of got into a fight. Not a fight, but like wondered how accurate this really is of, you know, a representation of the actual throwing window.
Well, yeah, because
depth
is also a metric that's not measured in the picture.
Right,
you know, like the farther away you are,
turned sideways for
more
crying
your
out loud.
windows.
Yeah. But I mean, I do think that there is like a little bit of truth to it. Like when you have monsters in front of you and they all have you by like 5 inches, then yeah, man, it's hard to be able to, But I do think that being under center, which I do think that they're going to try and do more with Bryce this year, being under center is something that I think could drastically help Bryce this year in that department. But yeah, I don't know, man. Oh, absolutely. Did anyone else want to jump in on this conversation?
Only thing about being under center is, man, if your left tackle is shaky, that's scary because it's less distance to the quarterback.
Yeah.
So if you get beat initially, that's dangerous if your left tackle can't hold up and pass protection.
So Ickey's numbers don't look good from last year. His 2023 stats, he was tied for 5th in the league with 1,148 offensive snaps played. So he was tied for 5th in the league on the amount of plays he took. He was tied for 3rd with 12 penalties, and he holds 3rd as in sacks allowed at 11. And his overall grade is 67.4. So that's a full 6.4 points over Nijman.
Ickey had a better pass grade than Eastman did.
An overall PFF grade. His was better than Nijman. Just by what PFF says, that doesn't look good.
Yeah, I kind of wish you didn't tell me that.
Well, Deontay Brown kind of.
Oh man, dude, that's rough. But look, this goes back to what I was saying, though. I'm so tired of the way Brady Christensen is so disrespected at the left tackle position. Just let the dude have a shot at it. Come on, man. It's so annoying to me. I mean, I know I'm the only one dying on this hill at this point. And Brady might end up playing center at some point for us this season if Corbett can't stay healthy. So Brady's not, he's an X factor. He's still out there. But I just wish that they'd give him an opportunity to show what he could do. Like if Ickey goes out there and stinks up the joint, bro, give him some snaps, man. At least try.
So this coaching staff has a focus on the offensive line, Cody. I mean, surely they're going to make changes if changes are needed to be made. And I'm straight stealing this from Panther Pickle, so I'm going to give him his flowers. He was saying that Ickey could be benched as early as week 6 with this guy behind him if he's not performing well. I mean, I don't think Dave Canales and Dan Morgan are going to let it slide if he's really not playing up to par, if they really can't coach him up, if they seriously can't get him back into the groove of being a good left tackle. I think, we bring this other guy in and he's somewhat serviceable until we find our real solution. That's not what we want as Panthers fans, though. Like I was saying, we definitely want Ickey to work out. We want Ickey to be a hometown hero. That's what the Panthers really need because of us drafting him 6th overall. But I don't think that this coaching staff is just going to let him trot out there each and every week like we did last year and give up as many sacks and as many false starts and as many penalties as he had. I just don't think that's going to be the case this year. I think that there's competition at every position, just like Dave Canales has continued to say all through this mini camp. And I think that's going to ring true. If you're not performing, you're probably going to come off the field because I don't think Dave Canales is going to let you go out there and underperform in this offensive scheme.
I don't think he wants to see Bryce get hit anymore. I think he really has an issue with how many times he was sacked last year.
Everybody should have an issue with that. It was a record for the
really.
It was the worst we've ever done. Well, tied for the worst.
Yeah, so I think it's going to be cleaned up this year. I don't think he's going to put up with any. He's going to put the best 5 on the field regardless.
I hope so.
You can't spend that kind of money. You can't spend that kind of money on the offensive line. Have the most expensive offensive line in the league, and I hadn't even brought it up. And one of the reasons why we're the most expensive offensive lines in the league is because we're paying Taylor Moton $30 million a season. We've discussed it before on this podcast, on this show, but maybe you missed that episode. Taylor Moton gets $30 million this year and $30 million next year, and the Panthers didn't do anything to his contract. That tells you a lot right there. Either, number one, they completely believe in Taylor Moton and want to go ahead and pay him for all his service, never missing a game for the Carolina Panthers. Or number two, they want to go ahead and get him up out of the way and move on and do something different because they've already selected the guards that they want to have on this team. And we don't know the next offseason they don't go get a center and 2 tackles. We don't know that. We really don't. We don't know the long-term plan. But for right now, the plan is to keep Taylor Moton, and Ickey is going to be the starting left tackle. But he's got a pretty decent guy behind him. Maybe not, some all-star guy that's, is shaking things up in the league, but he looks like a pretty serviceable left tackle and swing tackle, much better than Cam Erving.
Yeah, and just to give you guys a list real quick, and then I'll let you go, Trey, of the pass rushers that Ickey Ekwonu is going to have to face in the first 5 weeks. You've got Joey Bosa and Khalil Mack. You have Montez Sweat. You have Trey Hendrickson. You have Granderson. I forget his first name. Carl Granderson. There you go, Carl Granderson. And Max Crosby in the first 5 weeks for Ickey. So just to add some context to that. Go ahead, Trey.
I was gonna say, I think we already restructured Taylor, so we couldn't get rid of him without losing a lot of dead money. So, and then the fact that we factor in he's our best offensive lineman, I just don't think like we were in a position to get rid of him. So I kind of think like another Scott Fitterer put us in a bad situation to where like there's nothing we can really do. If we cut him, it's gonna penalize us. If we get rid of him, we're getting rid of our best offensive lineman on arguably the worst O-line. So it's kind of like, what can you really do?
Yeah, go ahead, bro. My bad, bro. I didn't mean to jump in.
No, you good.
Let me get off.
Go ahead, Al. Hey, welcome Al the Sailor to the show. Al, what's up, buddy?
No, like you're gonna cut, or whatever you're gonna do. You're gonna get rid of Taylor Moton, who's been the most consistent offensive lineman we had in like the last 7 years, bro. Like we can't do that.
We got him in 2017.
We can't do that, bro. Well, I don't know. Well, I'm from Florida, bro. Mathematics is not my strong point. The fuck?
Hey, me neither, bro. Me neither, bro.
But yeah, man, we can't cut Taylor Moton, bro. No, he can't go nowhere. I mean, we can use him for like another year or two, and then we can get rid of him. We just got to draft properly.
At $30 million a year, it's all right. Just keep him $30 million a year. Let's be real. How much per year does Patrick Mahomes make per year?
Like 45.
So Taylor Moton almost makes
50
as much
a year.
as Patrick Mahomes. Is Taylor Moton the best right tackle in all the NFL? No.
Is he the worst? Is he the worst?
He ain't worth $30 million. I'll give you damn that right now.
Yeah,
now listen, in my opinion,
this is one of the problems right here.
You can have your opinion all you want to. I can have mine. Cody can have his. Cole can have his.
Yeah, I mean that's your opinion, bro. I mean, I know I'm not.
But if the GM say, listen, there's a reason why they haven't redone that contract already. And if you think they haven't done it because they want to be fair and let him have his money, then you don't know nothing about football.
I'm saying
they have a plan already installed. Now, either Taylor Moton's camp has refused to go down on the deal, or the Panthers have outright have a plan that they don't want to extend the deal because they want to get rid of him for his cap. One of them, in my opinion, will happen.
All right. Well, go ahead, Trey.
My thing is, how much dead money do we pay him by cutting him? I think it's like a big load because, like I say, we've already restructured him. So I think they just figured it makes more sense to keep him as opposed to cut him and still end up paying him a big ton of money.
We do save a lot, Trey, if we cut him next year.
If we cut him next year, we save.
Yeah. If we cut him next year, we'll save a bunch.
That's what I was thinking.
He'll survive this year.
$30 million this year. If they just deal with the $30 million this year, and then next year they get rid of him and save him a bunch of money, and contrary to people's popular opinions, if you go and you look up available cap for 2025, it's not a lot. You people are dreaming if you think it's a lot. Look, if you think Panther Pickle's a jackass, fine. Go to overthecap.com and look it up for yourself. Then you type in and tell me how right I am.
So, but what are our options? What are our options now then? So if it's not tradable,
we got to draft.
We pull a Houston Texans.
You add it.
We pull a
Texans
Texans and we jump in and we get the best right and the best left.
You add if you move on from Taylor because of his contract, then Brady Christensen is a free agent after this year. Austin Corbin is a free agent after this year.
He's gone. Fuck him. He's gone. He's trash.
Who's trash?
Unless he plays good at center, and then he's going to stay.
Austin Corbin sucks. Dude.
I'm just saying, if he plays good at center, he's going to stay. They're going to have.
I got you, but let Pickle finish. Let Pickle finish because I was investing in that. Let Pickle finish. Go ahead, Pickle.
I mean, I Austin Corbin don't suck. You don't know how he plays at center because you ain't never seen him play at center. I mean, I can tell you that I personally believe.
Why do you think he never played at center? If he was good at center, they would have played him at center.
Right, but that still means that
he's
you've
played
never
center before. If you would shut your mouth and you
but
would
he also
he has played center before. And he's been the emergency center on every damn team he's been on. That's what he reported to XM radio. That's what he's told to coaches. That's what he told to beat reporters.
But did he actually did he play a whole game at center though, or was he like because I heard that
not in the NFL, no.
But but I think that's the point though. It's like NFL center. I mean, listen, I hear you.
Real. In the NFL, we don't know that any of these rookies are worth a shit.
He's already making
we don't know that we have any rookies worth a shit.
The jump between left tackle and guard to me is a greater jump than having to go from guard to center. So again, I disagree with Al in that I'm not gonna say they can't do it. I have no reason not to believe in. I'm not going to say that he can't do it just because we haven't seen him do it a lot. And like I said, even still, if he can't do it, I want to see what Brady Christensen can do.
Well,
at center. No, I want to see Christensen at left tackle or left guard. No, I don't want to see that center, bro.
Yeah, but that's not even going to happen at this point. Whereas they've already given Brady snaps at center when Austin Corbin or when Corbett wasn't playing.
Might be doing that, bro. I mean, I want to see my left guard.
Your mic's breaking up, Al.
Yeah, your microphone is breaking up real bad, Al.
All right.
I don't know if it's where you're at or.
The Corbett at center is about pass protections. Somebody's going to call pass protections for this team. And we tried to put it on our rookie quarterback last year, and that didn't work out. But the 6 or 8 games that Corbett played, you can see him out there calling the pass protections, and we look a lot better with him out there doing it. Now, we don't know that either one of these high-paid guards that we brought in call pass pro, but we know that Corbett does. And that Gabe Jackson guy, he called pass pro when he was in the game. Go back and watch the film. You can see it. He's pointing out the players that are coming in against the offensive line and telling guys where to go. And Corbett did it every snap. It's almost like this mannerism or this rotation he has each and every play where he's pointing his finger. It says he's got his left hand down and his right hand is pointing out these people before in the pre-snap while Bryce is calling it out. You can see it, and they did better while he was in there. It's a night and day difference. So the Corbett at center makes a lot of sense because he's going to be at center and he's going to call pass pro for these big stud guards that we paid big money to come in here to Carolina. Now, how that affects
So D just saying he was calling the pass pros before Bozeman is what you're saying?
Yeah, Bozeman never called pass pros. Yeah, Bozeman can't do it.
If it was Corbett, then okay, that's wrong. But let's try it. If it was Corbett, let's try it. I mean, if he was calling pass pros before Bozeman, who's the center? Let's try it. I mean,
according to I can't remember his name.
Did he finish his point?
Rich McKay on XM Radio was talking to Austin Corbett the other day, and he asked him about playing center under this offense, Dave Canales. He said David Canales' offensive blocking schemes are almost identical to what he ran when he was with the Rams. He said it's the same zones concept scheme. And he said, I was in practice for the Rams was always under center. He said I would do a few snaps at guard and a few snaps at center. He said they just didn't have anybody healthy, and they didn't have anybody get hurt, and they would often and I mean it makes sense. So it's kind of like Carolina. If you train Corbett to be your center, if your center goes down and you don't have a guy to replace him at guard, why are you going to pull him at guard, right? You're not. Mm-hmm. So it's common. To me, it's common sense. But I mean,
yeah. I also wanted to make sure that Dees was able to finish his point.
Yeah, I finished okay. Up, and it was just stupid because the Panthers, even the Panthers social media team, made a big deal about Bryce coming in and calling his own pass pro and teaching a class on it early in training camp because Bozeman wasn't able to do it. And that was just a dumbass plan to begin the season with. You're going to have your rookie quarterback with all these different coaches in his ear telling him different things, and he's going to call pass pro. Man, you can tell that was a recipe for disaster. And then we ended up bringing in Gabe Jackson later on in the season when Corbett went back down or however it played out because we needed a veteran in there that could call those pass protections for the Panthers. I think that just having Corbett in there and calling his pass pros is going to be a big difference all by itself. Now, if you want to go and delve into the stuff that Cole's talked about, what if Corbett goes down? What the hell? I don't know. I don't know if Brady is going to call pass pro for the Panthers or not, but that could be a straight up recipe for disaster. If Hunt and Lewis, they don't do that. They don't call it for Bryce. Somebody needs to help him out and give Bryce a little less to think about. He's got enough to handle right now, learning another offensive scheme and his third or fourth play caller or whatever it is for the Panthers. We don't need to put any more on our young quarterback. We need to let these offensive linemen that we paid big bucks to come in and perform. That's exactly what they need to do. They need to perform for the Panthers. And as far as pass pro, we need Corbett healthy as far as I know. I don't know that there's another guy that we have at guard because how many different guard combinations did we start last year, Cody? Wasn't it 11 out of 17 games? That's some Matt Rule shit. Matt Rule did, what was it, 15 different combinations on the offensive line through the 17-game season? You can't keep doing that type of stuff. We have to have some consistency there on the offensive line, or we're just not going to be successful. It deteriorates the entire offense without that. Everything is hinged to this offensive line. And I know we've spent a lot of time on it, but if we can't block, we can't run offense. We can't score touchdowns here in Carolina.
Yeah.
Hey, Cody, I'm gonna pop out. I just got home from work or whatever. I'm gonna go take me a shower real quick. I might not hop back in, but I'll be listening though, bro. I appreciate you putting me on this show, man. I appreciate everybody's fucking show. You know that, right?
Yeah, man. We appreciate you, Al. Come back in if you want to, brother.
All right, peace and love, bro. If I may say real quick, the worst thing that could have happened to Bryce Young last year is Scott Fitterer coached this team. I didn't say that wrong. Don't think I said that wrong. Scott Fitterer had more hands involved in coaching this quarterback than he should have. The head coach, Frank Wright, didn't have the intestinal fortitude to be a head coach. He wanted to be everybody's buddy, everybody's friend. Then he got wimpy-eyed because he didn't want to do his job. So, and the offensive coordinator, Thomas Brown, I'm sure he's a really nice guy that you could sit down, have a beer with, and chat with. But in reality, as far as coach, no. He was probably the worst offensive coordinator this team has hired since its inception.
That's saying a lot coming from like the likes of Ben McAdoo and shit.
Ben McAdoo called a better offense than Frank Wright or Thomas Brown did.
That's a grim reality. that Ben McAdoo was literally a better offensive coordinator. That's a very grim reality for Panthers fans.
Yeah.
Very grim. A lot of our reality has been very grim. And I wanted to talk about this as well. Well, first, is there any more O-line takes or any more or on or around this topic that you would like to speak on before we move on? It's a free for all, boys. Yeah.
If Ickey fails, it's a reset on the offensive line.
I tell you what.
Okay, that's a great point.
Right. Yeah. I'm going to give you real quick a guy I think is going to get cut. At the end of this training camp, I think he's going to get cut. I think Chandler Zavala will not make the 53-man roster.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised at that either.
How they say it, Cody? Nut up or shut up. Let's hear it.
Yeah.
Most teams only keep 8 guys on the O-line. So we already know our 5. I think the backup tackle makes 7.
I think Christensen will make the roster, definitely. I think they've got plans for him to be the top. You know, they always go in a regular game with activations. I was trying to remember this other. I think they always keep 9 offensive linemen, and they generally make one of them 9 inactive on a regular basis.
Yeah,
unless an injury, you know. So, and I was trying to think the other day of which 3 would be active on a regular basis. I would imagine Brady and Newman, whatever his name is. But I couldn't think of the other one. It may be a guy that throws me off kilter. Y'all paid a lot of attention, and maybe I'm the moron that does. They've been using that Lee dude a lot for various for various plays. The other day in practice, or one of the practices, I think it was I'm not sure it was Bryce or Andy. One of them threw a touchdown. It was the punter threw a touchdown, a fake punt to a touchdown to him, and they use him in several different formations and little plays. And I can't help but wonder that he may have more of his roster spot might be safer than I thought it was.
Yeah, it'll be interesting.
I last year, I know he was on the field a little bit, but I didn't see anything that made me go, wow. Not even look at him. I mean, nothing. But I mean, it could just be some things that they do, and they'll figure out somebody to do it later.
All right, so are y'all ready to get to the the most pressing matter in all the Panthers fans?
Eddie P's back.
Don't you talk about that fat ass kicker right now, Cody.
Don't tell me not to talk about my fat ass kicker, Cole. I'll do it if I want to, damn it. But you know what? We're not going to talk directly about Mevis.
No spam in the chat.
We're going to talk. We're going to talk about the dude that he is sure to be replacing. So this is
look at that goofy motherfucker.
I know this is Eddie Pinheiro when he was asked about Harrison Mevis. And tell me if you hear a lot of confidence in the voice of this man.
Yeah, you're just very minimal, just hi and bye. I haven't really had a chance to sit and talk with him. I was catching up with a bunch of other guys that I haven't seen. But yeah.
He's faking the shit out of this, Cody.
Yeah, 100%.
That did not feel real at all.
And then his first day of OTAs and team period, he had 2 misses. Like, not even dunks or misses. So it's like, bro.
I said in the chat, in the group chat, when this came out, and I still believe this. I don't think he realizes how far or how close he is to being cut. I don't think I don't think he mentally comprehends that.
I mean, confidence is good in the kicker, but his confidence is just overwhelmingly delusional at this point.
There's no reason for him to be that confident.
I mean, and the thing that really shocked me is like they asked him had he talked to the new kicker, and he was like, "Nah, I just spent a lot of time, catching up with the other guys I haven't really
Yeah.
seen." I'm like, "Yo, bro, I transferred 1 year in high school, and the first thing I did was like, we had an all-state guy, and I went straight to him. We played the same position. I'm like, bro, I'm coming for you, bro. Like, you go talk to the people that play the same position as you, and especially if it's competition. So, where's that confidence on the field, bro? Like, you ain't even talk to the guy that's been killing it while you've been gone.
No,
Like,
he missed those 2 kicks, and Harrison went over and was like, "See, bro, I'm not worried. Keep my name out your mouth."
Yeah,
He went up there and had this conversation, like, "Oh yeah, we don't talk. Tripping over his words and shit."
Yeah, man, I got 100,000 on a 60-yarder. I'm out here drilling 60-yarders. Can you do that? Yeah.
Yeah. Like,
He's
it's
like,
so
"Man, fuck."
And hey, by the way, we got a Niners fan, or a Niners podcaster actually in the chat. Hey man, this is a free for all. We have the link pinned. You're welcome to join the show and talk
Got
with us.
4 spots open.
I grew up with
you come in and tell us how good Christian McCaffrey is. We get a Bears fan come on Twitter, on Spaces all the time, and tell us how great DJ Moore's doing.
Hey, so real quick, let me see if I got my man Locks. Locks, man, are you in the free for all? What's up, brother?
Yo, what's up? You?
Yes.
Yeah, I can hear you loud and
Sounds
clear.
good, Locks.
Yeah.
Hey, long time no talk to you, brother. How you been, man?
Hey, I've been all right, man. I don't know what's wrong with the stream, y'all, but like it'll let me come in, but sometimes like it'll like cut me off or some shit. I don't know what's going on with it. But yeah, I'm in here though.
Yes, sir. Happy to have you, man. Jump in on some of this convo. Anything that we've been talking about, either about Ikem Ekwonu and how confident you are in him. We're also talking about the kicker battle. Anything you want, man. What you got for the show, Locks?
I think Ickey will be all right. I mean, he going into his 3rd year. His first year, he was pretty good. Second year had a sophomore slump. His 3rd year, I think he learned a lot. So I think he'll be a lot better than he was last year. And as far as Eddie Pinero, he's been pretty accurate his first 2 years here. Like as far as the other kicker, the Mevis dude,
yeah,
he's a rookie. I think all rookie kickers really struggle their first year. But like as far as I don't know what's going on with Eddie Pinero, they said something about his contract, a contract dispute or something like that. But as far as the kickers, I mean, I'm not as confident in the what they call them, the dicker kicker. I'm not as confident in them right now.
Okay.
But they said like they have like a new kickoff rule or something like that where you have to be accurate or something like I don't know about. That's what I heard, something about the new rule. But as far as the kickers, I'm gonna just wait to training camp and see what happens. I really don't have an opinion on the kickers right now because it's still early, but that's pretty much it.
And yeah, I'm wanting to see what these kickers do in preseason football. Because as of right now, like the excitement around Harrison Mevis, the thicker kicker, bro, it's real. Like he's hit a couple 60-yarders. He has pretty much in every team period. He's been 5 for 5. It's like the dude hasn't missed. I think he has a bigger leg than Eddie Pinero. I think it's more possible for him to hit from further out. And look, me and Tony sort of talked about this on the Tuesday show. Bro, the Panthers had a kicker named Harrison who went on to be an all-pro for another team after we let him go in order to retain the more safer, quote-unquote, kicker in Graham Gano. This is the way to lift that curse. It's time to do right by a kicker named Harrison, and it's time to cut Eddie Pinero or send him on down the road in a trade or whatever. Get something for him, and let's go with the younger guy with the bigger leg and the more power. That's what I would like to do. But you're right, though. We do need to see them in competition, and I would like to see if Harrison Mavis can actually replicate that success in a live ball game. You know?
Yeah, I mean the good thing about it, guys, is like a kicker competition isn't really hard to evaluate. Who kicks deeper? Who kicks more consistently? You know what I'm saying? And so far, it's been Mevis. It's not even close. So if I got a guy that's hitting 57, 58, 60 yarders consistently, like all I need to do is see it in the game. And teams typically gonna go with the younger guy anyway. So yeah, ADP is not looking good for you, bro.
Is certainly not looking good. Hey, let me welcome in a very special friend of the C3 Panthers podcast from all the way over in the UK. My man, Alex Britt Panther. Alex, what's up, Alex?
Good evening, boys. You all right?
Doing good, man. Doing good. How are you on this lovely
I'm
evening?
not bad, lads. I'm not bad. One of you is going to have to show me how to not be absolute garbage on Madden. Like, I'm stinking up the place. Totally stinking up the place. I was just a bit bored, to be honest. Life's good. Was watching, you probably don't know that's even happening, but there's a soccer competition called the European Championships going on at the minute, and I've just watched Scotland get beat 5-1, so couldn't get better.
Nice. Hey, the squad is up, so it's always good when the squad is up, you know.
Yeah.
But, hey, man, we appreciate having you. I know you've been listening. I've been seeing you in the chat. So, what would you like to add to the show today, man, on any of the topics that we have discussed so far?
Nothing really. To be honest, I've been watching a few videos on the Ickey Ekwonu, and I can't wait to see him play for us. Like, I think Eddie Pinheiro's massively overrated. I don't particularly rate him. He's my least favorite player when I'm playing Madden as well. I just think, why have we got this guy? Surely there's better. So I'm quite looking forward to seeing what this new lad's got. But my question for you is really, I put it in the chat before, but I think it just got glossed over a little bit. Obviously, being English, I was quite interested in what your opinions are on Efe Obada when he was playing for the Panthers. Because he's obviously 2016, 17, or somewhere around that time.
Yeah.
It's a little bit before me. So I was
that time
interested in what
frame.
you thought of him.
Dude, he was a fan favorite because he made a couple plays and he got some sacks in where we really liked him. And he was a serviceable, like a down and distance edge player for the Panthers. And he was good. He's a big, strong guy. Like, that's a physical edge. But again, man, and y'all are gonna have to help me remember, Pickle. Was that in the last years of Rivera? When was that Obada here?
Yeah, he was here for the Super Bowl run, I think. He was good. They often used him on passing.
No,
down
I think he was. I don't think
inside.
he was here for the Super Bowl. I think
he was definitely with Ron. Definitely with Ron.
2017 and 18 are the years I thought that he was.
I've just been watching the Amazon documentary, and I'm pretty sure he was there in the season when we went 11. We were 11-1 or something early in the season.
Okay. That was it. So no, that was 2018 that they did the Amazon All or Nothing on us. So yeah, 2018.
I think it was that season.
Yeah. Okay.
But yeah, that was the only question. Obviously, I had a little bit of an interest because obviously, when we have the Super Bowl coverage over here, he's always wheeled out as like, you know, the UK, the British guy who played in the NFL, the one of very few. So just when I realized that he played for the Panthers, obviously I was interested in how he.
I'm trying to find. Okay, I got a different idea. I know he played for. He followed Ron to Washington.
He what? Sorry.
He followed Ron to Washington.
Is he still over there? Is he still in the league?
No. He's a free agent now.
He was at the Commanders.
I think he's a free agent.
And to Niners Sickness, you are very welcome for Christian McCaffrey. Thank you for treating him right. And we're not at all upset, dude. Not at all. Not at all.
He was with Carolina on May
17.
He was signed by the Panthers. and he played with the Panthers till 2020.
Okay, yeah. So that's sort of
Right.
around the time I thought. What team
went
is he
to the
playing?
Bills for a year.
What team
and-
is he playing for now?
No, he ain't playing for anybody right now.
Really? I thought he was playing for.
He was playing for Washington. No. On March, here it is, March the 14th of this year, he re-signed with the Commanders on a 1-year deal. So technically,
Yeah, I think when we had the
still-
coverage,
Good for him.
They said he was still at the
Good
Commanders.
for him.
So yeah. But I mean, and he had 15 sacks so far in his career. He's a good guy to play on the inside, but and he would also bounce a little bit to the outside. But he had more power than he had speed, and his long arms made that power. But he wasn't big enough to be a full-time defensive tackle. But he was really good at. He was the quick. He was like a poor man's. I want to say YGM, but that's disrespectful. But he.
I mean, they really are the same type of.
You know what I'm saying?
Player. Yeah.
Yeah, that's probably not disrespectful because a guy with YGM probably would have played better under, I would assume, Ron, because Ron liked to use those guys on the inside like he did F.A. Obata on passing downs, where their long arms could get to the ball quicker. Because more frequently, even if he didn't get a sack, Obata would force the quarterback outside the pocket.
Oh, yeah.
And, that happened a lot.
I remember F.A. Obata always putting his arms up.
Right. That's it, and even beyond F. Obata, even when we had Charles Johnson and Hardy, they would often put one of them on the inside on a major passing downs, and it would destroy the inside of the pocket. And the quarterback would have to go to the outside, and then he would get sacked. So that's some of the Panthers' best defenses we've had. That's how they always did their defensive line. They always essentially had 3 good ends and 1 or 2 good tackles. And that's how they used all of them.
Yep. And I tell you what, I wouldn't mind having F.A. Obata back right now. It's just to have that body. I mean, especially since we've been so injured.
He's 32. Lately. I did not realize he was 32.
He's almost as old as me.
Yeah. 6'6", 265 pounds.
Dang.
Great story F. Obata had, though, my friend. Great story. He started out from homeless. He went through some sex trafficking issues as a victim when he was young. I mean, you know what I'm saying?
I remember he had to
great story there.
I remember he had to get smuggled into the UK from wherever he was coming from. Yeah, he did have a wild story.
Nigeria.
He made his way to the Netherlands first, I think, if I remember. He went
I know that's also there's an MMA fighter named Francis Ngannou, and I know that he also had a similar story. So yeah, man. Again, shout out to FA. But all right, my next topic for tonight that I have on the docket, and again, shout out to the boys in Spaces, D specifically for bringing this question to our attention, and it won't be controversial at all. My question to each and every one of you: does Bryce Young have the potential to be a top 15 quarterback in 2024? I'm going to let y'all just go. Whoever wants to go and tell me if yes, why, and same for if no. If no, tell me why. Is Bryce going to be a top 15 quarterback in 2024? Jump on it, boys. It's a free-for-all.
No. That's too high.
He won't. He won't because the team is still too young, and he's essentially going out like similar to a rookie year. I just don't believe the talent this team has is going to help him be a top 15.
Okay, so just the talent around him.
Hey, I'm gonna go ahead and get on this right quick because I don't know when this Streamyard I don't know what's
Hey,
wrong with that.
but Locks, jump in and out. Your audio is already messing up on you, bro. You sound like a robot.
Jake did that.
Yeah, but hey, Lux, come in and come out, or go out then come in, and I'll get you in here.
I would say 15 to 20 would be more reasonable.
15 to 20, okay. And remember, give me some reasoning. Like, what is it specifically? Like,
mostly just because there's so many other good quarterbacks. Like there's 31 other quarterbacks that are decent. Like it's not that he's going to stand out against guys like Jalen Hurts or some of these like mid quarterbacks.
So basically, the top of the mountain is crowded.
Right. There's a lot. Yeah. There's a lot of names up there, and to crack the top 15, you're going to have real close to 4,000 yards and over 20 touchdowns, and that's asking a lot for Bryce with a brand new offense. So I mean, I don't think he's going to crack that. That's why I say 15 to 20, somewhere in that range.
Okay, Locks, man, let me try you again. Go ahead, bro.
Yeah.
Yeah, we can hear you. It's still sort of the same, but we can hear you good enough. Go ahead and tell me what you think, man.
Okay. And what was the question? You said, do we think Bryce Young can be a top 10 quarterback?
Yeah, can he be a top 15 quarterback in 2024?
That's a tough question. I think if we can run the ball effectively, and the offensive line can block the way they getting paid to block, I think he can be a top 15 guy. Now, as far as completion percentage, touchdown and interception ratio, I think he'll be a lot better. I think put it like this. Date DeLong's first year. I think if he can put up Jake DeLong's stats this year, what Jake DeLong did in his first year, like at least 20 touchdowns, maybe 11 interceptions, complete at least 64% of his passes.
Okay.
I think this team can win at least 67 games. Now, as far as being a top 15 quarterback, that's yet to be seen. But
yeah,
I think he'll be improved this year. I think he'll be a whole lot better than he was last
year. Yeah, I do too, man. I'm gonna mute your microphone a little bit because you got some background noise. But no, we heard you, and that was a great point. If we're able to get into that win-loss range of about 6 to 7 wins, if he's able to get around 20 touchdowns, that's a good benchmark for success. And again, last year was so bad that Bryce doesn't have to be spectacular for it to be a marked increase than what we saw from him last year. Hey, Kobe, you're muted if you've been trying to talk. I don't know if you're trying to talk or not.
Not a lot, but I have been. I thought I was on live. I think Bryce needs to be somewhere around that range. He probably won't be right there at it, Cody. And I hope that could be a good thing because we're running the ball and we don't ask him to do a whole lot of crazy shit, which is probably what he needs all year long at least. So, but eventually I think he could consistently be that. And by the end of his career, he definitely needs to be that and maybe top 10 to validate us doing what we did for him. So I need to see it.
Yeah. I wanted to shout out Brandon Perna from That's Good Sports. I don't know if y'all follow him. He has a YouTube page. He's a Broncos content creator, but he has a really big channel now, and his videos are about way more than just Broncos stuff. But he put out a video today talking about Bryce Young and how the title of the video was what bust players could turn it around this year and sort of change expectations. Paraphrasing here, obviously, but and then he mentioned how Bryce Young is in that realm. That last year was so bad that this year he could really rejuvenate his career and show some signs of life. But we just need to see some of those signs of life because we didn't necessarily see them last year. And yes, the team was bad, but he also didn't really do a lot of cool shit either. Not a lot of deep balls, a lot of underthrown balls, and then there was some overthrows. There was a little bit of everything. So now we're hoping that we can get the best out of him and put around him the pieces to be successful. And it's funny that there's a Niners podcast in the chat room, because to me, Brock Purdy is my comparison for Bryce. Like, that's who we want Bryce to be able to play like, to be able to run that offense ultra efficiently. He doesn't have to be the man, but he also doesn't get in the way either. Get the ball to your talent and let them do the rest. Very Brock Purdy, like very Tua Tagovailoa. If Bryce can start to move in that direction, it'll be successful. But I also want to see him answer some questions about consistent footwork, about him being more aggressive throwing the football downfield, just going through his progressions better, being comfortable with his protection, which it has to be good enough to protect him. But we just need to see an all-around improvement from Bryce this year before Panther fans at large are going to be like, oh, but yeah, this is our guy of the future, you know? It's going to take a lot from this year. Go ahead, dude.
Christian Hunt, you know, he comes on the show pretty often. He's in the C3 Legion chat. And he was bringing these types of things up. Him and Strats were talking about the amount of deep balls that Bryce threw last year. And I watched some things that were very interesting about this. You know, Bryce Young had footwork issues back in college. And Dave Tepper really got on and was kind of getting on Frank Reich's case about the fact that these footwork issues hadn't been addressed. And the footwork issues address the deep ball more than any other, because that's where you need your power. That's where you need to rotate your hips and open up your hips and lead into the throw and plant your feet, especially your back foot, on making these throws downfield. And the bad mechanics that he came into the league with that we never bothered to address, or at least the Frank Reich coaching staff never bothered to address, was a big reason why he got fired by Dave Tepper, first of all. And then number two, why we didn't see Bryce Young connecting on any deep passes, because they had one of the fastest burners in the league. Just ask any fan of the Detroit Lions. That Jameson Williams, that he smokes. He gets downfield quick, and he can catch the deep ball. And Bryce Young was the one that was able to deliver that ball to him. But yet, here for the Panthers, with the poor pass blocking and lack of a guy that can really create any kind of separation other than Adam Thielen, he wasn't getting those balls downfield. He was overthrowing him, trying to do all arm and not using good footwork in the process of getting those balls downfield. And I think the Panthers staff and their lack of ability to address that is one of the reasons why we didn't see him able to throw the deep ball in the NFL. Now, Dave Canales has already started in on that. He's already started in on 2.7 seconds. It's an expiration date on each and every pass play. You got to get the ball out, number one. And then number two, if we're going to throw the ball, we got to throw it with good mechanics. And Andy Dalton in his presser, like the first day of minicamp, even talked about doing some of the basics and fundamentals in practice, because it is important. It's important on getting power on those throws. A lot of fans don't believe in Bryce Young's arm, and I get that. He doesn't have a lot of power to give up. He's not Josh Allen. He's not going to sling the ball down the field like Josh Allen does. He's just absolutely not. He's not that type of quarterback. He's a different type of quarterback. He's not a Cam Newton. I talked about this last night. And Panthers fans just have to accept the fact that Bryce Young is not Cam Newton. He doesn't have that type of arm. But he's got a good enough arm to be serviceable and connect on deep pass plays. We know that he can do it. He's done it with one of the faster players that's in the NFL now. Jameson is very fast. Extremely fast, and he can hit that guy on the deep ball. It can be done, but he's got to have good mechanics behind it. Now, the other thing about this question of can he be top 15 in a different kind of angle that we haven't talked about is what the heck does the defense do? Are the Panthers in the third and fourth quarter? Are we down 3 touchdowns and we're slinging the ball down the field trying to catch up like we were last year? Because if that's the case and we're not sticking to the running game, well, then, yeah, there's a better case if the defense is really screwing up and not doing a good job and not being effective. Then, yeah, there's more of a case for Bryce Young to actually be a top 15 quarterback statistic as far as the stats are concerned. Yeah, he might be able to get more yards and more touchdowns and garbage time than what we could have, than rather a winning football team. But to me, Cody, it feels like Dave is trying to build a team with this a run-first type team, at least for now. And if that's the case and we are this run-first team, we're controlling the clock. We're controlling the scoreboard as well, because maybe it's a close game, or maybe, hopefully, or maybe we're even up, which would be fantastic. Then there's no need for us to throw the football up and down the field like we did last year. A lot of the reasons why we were throwing the ball 40 or more times a game is because we were always down. We were losing because we were ineffective at stopping the run. The other team controlled the clock. And they could run the ball on third down and get 7 yards for a first down. And hopefully that's not the case this year. If the defense is effective, we can control the clock and manage the game. I think we're falling a little short, just like Kyle said. I think that was a good take. I mean, I think we can be close. Can we be number 17, number 18, top quarterback in the NFL? I hope so. Because you look at where Bryce Young has been ranked by like someone like Chris Sims, who says 34th in the NFL as far as quarterbacks, starting quarterbacks. And as a Panthers fan, with my wagon is hitched to Bryce Young because that's what the Panthers did. You know, we're all in on Bryce Young because that's where we are. We don't want to see the type of situation where he's bottom of the NFL, 28th, 29th. I think like his numbers last year were like, it was somewhere around there, somewhere between 28th and 31st is where he finished as far as stats. And then one of the other really bad metrics I picked up on from Brandon Herter, like you were talking about, the old block 10. What did he say? He said it was the worst first season by a number one overall draft pick since 2007.
Yeah.
Video. And that's a hurtful and shameful stat for the Panthers. But I have to believe that a lot of fans that know this team and study the Carolina Panthers and talk about them all the time like we do here on C3, they knew that team last year was better than 2 wins, Cody. That team simply was. That was a team that gave up on the coaching staff. That was a team that gave up on the scheme. That was a team that gave up on each other. And I feel like just the injection of Dan Morgan and Dave Canales is worth probably 4 wins. And that's why you keep hearing Panthers fans say, yeah, we can win 6, which is tripling our outcome of last season. So is Bryce Young going to be a top 15 quarterback next year, Cody? He may not be. And the simple fact is he may not be, but it may be a good thing for the Carolina Panthers because we're effective at running the football. We're effective at stopping the run. And we're not putting Bryce in a situation like we did each and every game last year where we're like, Bryce, go out and win the game for us when the game was close.
Yeah. Yeah. Great points all the way around. And, I even think
that's my man.
When you were talking about the long ball thing, the deep ball, how he's not Cam Newton, he's not Josh Allen, but at the same time, a lot of, I think, his reticence to throw the ball downfield was, connected to the talent that he had around him. So that's probably my biggest hope is that he can just feel confident enough to be more aggressive this year and actually take those shots that maybe he didn't feel as confident throwing last year. And hey, here's another thing. Does he even need to be a top 15 player to quarterback a really good football team?
Nope. That's why I said no. I won't worried about saying no to that answer because there's still a chance of having a really good football team. Like I said, I think others have said as well, you run the ball, just keep it slow with him and win games. That's fine.
Yeah, absolutely. Let me go to Alex, and then I'll go Panther Pickle. Alex, you still with me?
I am, yes. I will be honest, I wasn't entirely listening because
No, you're cool. I'll refresh you. Do you think Bryce Young could be a top 15 quarterback in the NFL this year?
Nah, to be honest, I don't. I think he'll be better than he was last year. But I think that's hard to. Sorry, it's very easy to be better than last year.
Yeah.
I do have a lot of hope that we're going to see. Maybe he's not top 15, but top 20, maybe.
Okay.
At the end of the day, like, it's difficult because every other quarterback is in the position they're in because they're also good players, in theory. I think somebody else said that earlier on, actually, that there's 32 other good quarterbacks in the league. And I think that's true. So I think, to be honest, as long as he's better than last year, then that's progress, isn't it, at the end of the day?
Yeah. Yeah, and I think progress is what I'm hearing people want to see the most, Hey, how about this? And y'all don't have to, you can elaborate as much as you want. Do any of you think Bryce can't be a top 15 quarterback?
Like ever or right now?
Well, yeah, I guess I should specify. Like, right, okay, yeah, no, let's do right now. So just on the off chance that he does just blow away our expectations and ball the fuck out this year, if, how likely do you think that is right now? Like, is it as crazy as it sounds to think that Bryce could shatter a bunch of expectations and come out guns blazing? And maybe even be up for a comeback player of the year at the end of the year.
It's not crazy.
I really don't believe this either. Go ahead, my fault.
I don't think it's crazy to think that with Canales as the coach and his track record with quarterbacks.
True.
I said this before. I'm like, Bryce could easily have a Teddy Bridgewater type year where he throws for over 3,700 yards, 20 touchdowns. We have 2,000-yard receivers. Like, if we doing that, then I think we all feeling good about where we're at.
Yeah, we'd definitely be feeling good. And that was something I had thought about too, Trigger. And I was thinking, Mingo was probably Adam Thielen was probably the best wide receiver that Bryce Young has ever played with in his career. And I want you to think about that. 32-year-old or 33-year-old Adam Thielen was the best wide receiver that Bryce Young had ever played with in his career. And what happened with Adam? Adam had a great season. Adam had his best years in 6 or 7 years with Bryce Young. Yeah. And now you add a Deontay Johnson into the fold, a guy that consistently gains 800 or more yards each and every season. If you've watched any of his Route God footage that Route God posted on YouTube, you can see Deontay Johnson putting in the work. This guy's fast. This guy's quick. This guy's agile. Yeah. This guy can make cuts. This guy knows when to get open and how to get open and when to make his cuts and how to run the route tree. I think you pair that guy with Adam Thielen and Bryce Young, and we're going to be considerably better. Considerably better. Does it
what it is, right? Thinking about it, I'm trying to think of Bryce Young in comparison to other quarterbacks. Thinking about it, if he's going to become top 15 quarterback or even higher than that, I don't think he's going to do it replicating what other people are doing. I think he's going to do it his own way. And what I mean by that is that he's got his own skill set. He's shown previously, from at least what I've seen on the tape and in highlights of him in college and whatnot, the one thing he's brilliant at doing is improvising, and he seems to be pretty good at getting himself out of the pocket and scrambling and, like I say, picking improvisation plays that get you further up the field. I think part of the trouble that we had last year is just simply that you're putting that kind of pressure on somebody to do it every play, which is just not realistic. If you've got somebody who can reliably, make consistent passes to a reasonable level, say for the most part he's a 20 to 25, quarterback, but he can get creative in, say, 1 in 5 plays or however often it's going to be. He doesn't have to do it all the time, but you can use his skill set to get a little bit creative. I think that's where you're going to start seeing him be the real talent that we're hoping to be. We haven't given him opportunity to flourish in that sense last season because he was getting sacked left, right, and centre. if you give him that opportunity, I think we'll start seeing a better quarterback. But I think if you're wanting him to replicate what other quarterbacks are doing in the league or what other people have done in the past, if you want him to be Cam Newton, he's just not going to be Cam Newton.
Yeah.
About it. If you want him to be Bryce Young, who, you know, does it in his own way, I think he will. At the end of the day, he's never going to be that 6'4" beast who can see the entire field. He's never going to be that guy with the big arm. He's going to do it sneaky Bryce Young. That's what he's going to do.
And, you know, I think that's why a lot of folks, you know, like when Pickle was saying earlier, like, no matter what happens, there's always going to be people that sort of hate on Bryce. And I feel like that's also maybe because, again, and I've been victim of this too. And it's not even that I'm victim of it. I have felt this way and still do sort of feel this way. Again, doesn't mean that you can't be successful. But if you have a quarterback who's limited in certain aspects of arm talent or this and that, well, then typically that's not the type of talent that you're trading up to number one for. Granted, what's in the past is in the past. And as has been noted many times, you don't need to have a top-tier arm to be successful in the NFL. You don't need to be 6'5". You don't need to be 245. You just need to have that level of consistency that, again, I think quarterbacks that I've compared him to have shown, like a Tua Tagovailoa, like Brock Purdy, offenses that are specifically built to get the ball into the hands of your yards after the catch playmakers and run the football savagely. That's what I think the plan is, and that's what I think that we can do. But yeah, Pickle's right, though. There's always going to be a contingent of people that are going to hate on him. Just like after Cam took us to the Super Bowl that 2015 year, we had a bunch of fans that were still shitting on him and hating him. So it's like that'll come with the territory.
I think you're also
success heals everything.
Never going to forget the fact that we probably should have won that year. You know,
oh, absolutely.
We should be sitting here with Super Bowl rings on certain players. You know, like
multiple.
Yeah, potentially multiple, but certainly at least the one that we in 2015. Like,
yeah,
I think
that's going to be something that people are going to still have in the back of their mind. They're going to be thinking, you know, Cam got us there. We should have won one.
Yeah.
You know, we want Bryce to do that same thing. We want us to get back there and actually finish the job. Like,
oh, 100%.
Yeah, I mean,
I
think that 2003 ring hurts worse. We were way closer then than
I agree, dude.
Like,
I agree, Trig, 100%.
Yeah, like,
but at least that Super Bowl was a good Super Bowl. It was competitive, you know. We were not competitive.
I'm biased. I haven't seen a better one since then. That's just me.
Yeah, I mean, when in 3 we were on the cups of it. One kick
away, literally.
John Fox insisting on going for 2 instead of kicking extra point. All these things throw in together, and
yeah, that one stings more. But I like with Bryce. I think everybody says he has everything it takes. He can make every throw. I think with Canales being a receiver guru and a quarterback guru, the timing, the arm strength, all of that will come in time. But what I really like is the fact that he can place the ball wherever it needs to be, and he throws with anticipation. So my whole thing is, when you take a guy number 1, when he's year 4, year 5, are we talking about a top 10 quarterback? I think Bryce has that potential. I definitely think he has that potential. I think he actually has a higher ceiling than Purdy and Tua. Just my personal opinion. If he has a Jalen Waddle and a Odell Beckham and a Tyreek Hill, I definitely think he's doing way more than what Tua is doing.
Leave that comment up, Cody, if you will.
Okay.
I'm sorry to interrupt you, Trig.
2015 was not a far more dominant team. I'm going to disagree.
I agree. I do agree with you. It's
I
not.
don't know. I
I
might
mean,
disagree.
if
I might disagree with both of y'all. I mean, again,
Y'all
I
about
know
to
that
start some shit with this one.
I know that my fandom starts a little bit later, but I'm saying when you look at the record and just how dominant that team was early, and it's not saying that 2003 wasn't dominant. I'm not saying that, but I'm saying, dude, when the Panthers were steamrolling in 2015, bro, we were shitting on these fools over here, man.
See, there's a difference, and I know people get tired of it. Me saying this, and Trig, you might probably agree with me. In 03, there wasn't an 03 team got there by running the football.
Mm-hmm.
And there wasn't all this wide receiver can get a free 5 yards every time he snaps the ball. He can't be touched going downfield. None of that shit. But in 03, they beat you up all the way down there. And the rule was changed after that Super Bowl because it was changed after that year because everybody cried about it. Because some highlight qualifiers cried about it, namely Peyton Manning, a few other guys.
Because we were clamping shit. Let's just be really honest.
Exactly. And I mean that year, yeah, we won a lot of games with the kick with John Casey's leg, but that's because we didn't go for it on fourth down. If you take away all the fourth downs that Ron Rivera went for it in 15, we wouldn't have won that many games. But he went for it on fourth downs. And there's, like I said, the game was different between 15 and 03. Some of the rules were different.
Oh, absolutely. They're different generations of football. I will
Right.
say before Drake goes, I do agree with what Girth Brooks C3 says that that Super Bowl 50 team, we just hit a wall at the wrong time, man. Like we really did. Like, you know, I even think that if you go back to the game that we lost against Atlanta and Cam, you know, had the strip sack at the very end of the game, it was almost like prophetic. You know, like the things that we were doing earlier in the year started to kind of slow down a little bit later in the year. Like I remember the Giants almost came back and beat us. The Seahawks almost came back and beat us in the playoffs. You know,
I don't think we spent
we really
time
lost
behind on points, so did we?
Y'all been way too nice to yourself.
Until
Cam
the-
Newton admitted on his 4th and 1 podcast that he was not prepared to play in the Super Bowl. He admitted it himself, exact those words. I was not prepared to play in the Super Bowl. I should have jumped on that ball. It was all me. Now
but he should say that though.
But yeah, he did. And I'm not saying, I'm just saying you hit a wall, yeah. But the wall was the Broncos. That's the wall you hit. Now,
Yeah, that D line.
you know, and I mean,
Does that 2003 team offensive line get dominated like that by those Broncos?
yeah, and in 2015,
I don't know.
in 2015, you lost the Super Bowl because you also got outcoached.
Easily.
Oh yeah.
I think that 2003 team, like, you give Cam that O line, you give Cam, Moose, and Smitty, and Pro, along with the defense they had. I think we win that Super Bowl easily. You know what I'm saying? As opposed to, like, you put that 2003 team versus that Bronco team. I think it's a more competitive game. I think
Yeah, this little comment, it was different because of Cam. Yeah, but you're not going back to what I was saying. In 03, if they would have went for it on all the fourth downs, they could have won more games or not. But that's not how they played the ball game. The Cam Newton you saw in 15 would have never played in 03. the concept of having a quarterback big like that running around
Right.
was
Yeah,
not
that's
acceptable.
it was still the age of the pocket passer.
Yeah, Michael Vick was forced by many offensive coordinators to stay in the pocket and throw the football. And
But
several head coaches said, if you run, I will bench you.
But I do think that even though it's different NFLs, Cam's 2015 was more impressive than Jake Delhomme's 2003.
No, I don't think so. And I say that for a reason.
Jake
Delhomme came out of nowhere, was a nobody till 03. Cam Newton was a former first round pick who people expected.
Yeah, but what does that matter? What does that matter to who had the better season though? Like one of them was expected and one of them wasn't.
Yeah, because Jake wasn't there to be the bell cow. Jake was there to be the good little game manager quarterback.
Right, but I'm saying if you're just judging those two seasons side by side and what they did and how they played and what they accomplished, not taking anything away from Jake, it was the type of performance that brought a team to a Super Bowl. But Cam Newton was the unquestioned MVP of that year, and
but that's like comparing Peyton Manning to Tony Pike. I mean, of course, Peyton Manning's better, but that was a very bad example.
Holy shit, Pickle! You went right there, right then.
I got stuck on quarterback names. I mean, of course, Cam Newton is physically more gifted than Jake Delhomme by any stretch of the imagination. But what I'm trying to say is Cam Newton was a different quarterback than Jake was.
They're all different quarterbacks, Pickle. Every one of them. Who's saying something different? Every quarterback is different. Everyone wants to go ahead and say this stuff about how, oh, he looks like a blah, blah, blah. Oh, he seems like he's going to be blah, blah, blah. It's not the reality of the situation. We're all different people.
Let him finish, Pickle. Let him get his point out, and then you can respond.
I wasn't trying to argue with you. I was just saying we're all different people. We might have similarities among us sometimes, but that doesn't mean that we are that same person.
Oh, sure. I mean, I also just think that it's a good conversation to be had. I mean, since we're having it, it's a Friday free for all. It's a Panthers podcast. Talking about who was better between Jake and Cam Newton. Like, that's a good conversation to have. And it's somebody that I really.
Sorry, Cody.
No, you're good. Somebody I want to bring into this combo. My boy Kev, White Chocolate Espresso. What up, dude?
Can I finish just my endpoint and then Kev can go?
Yeah, go ahead.
Can you say that last sentence just one more time? So for impact of not the Kev part.
I forgot what I said. He jumped out anyway. No, just saying that like comparing them is worthy to do. Like just put in those two seasons.
Oh, you said who is better. You said who is better. All right. So I love this type of conversation because what happens here is, from my perspective, I like to then ask, well, in what regards, right? Are you saying all around? Are you saying relative to a certain topic? Are you saying, right? So like these kinds of things matter in the discussion that we're having because the way that you frame the question depends upon how it can be answered.
Yeah, well, I mean, so, all right, I mean, I guess that you could just, you could put it out a few different ways. Like, obviously, as a rusher, Cam was better. But, I mean, hey, how about that? I need to look up his stats, Jake Delhomme's stats for.
What are you talking about Jake Delhomme for?
I feel like
it ended up coming up who had a better season, Cam Newton in 2015 or Jake Delhomme.
Well, see, that's a different question. That's a different question. That's Cam Newton all day. If you frame it in that sense, it's Cam Newton all day long. You cannot argue it, refute it.
That's what I was saying.
That's called y'all biased. Every one of you.
No.
Yes, you are.
I saw both of them. Jake Delhomme is the guy who made me. No. I grew up watching Jake Delhomme. That was the first guy that brought me into Carolina that made me a Panther fan. Cam Newton had a better season.
If we're just talking about Cam's 2015, think about this. Cam's 2015 season versus Jake Delhomme's best season. The data itself is going to tell you one thing, and I know that's not good enough for many. So the eyeball test is going to tell you it's Cam all day long.
And the talent
If you say who's better all around, that gets into different topics, right? But if you compare best season versus best season, I don't know how you could honestly, and I'm willing to listen to an argument, but I can't think of one to refute Cam out of that topic.
I'm going to pull up his stats while we're talking about this, but I'm going to introduce some more people into the show and get them in on the conversation.
Jake's stats in 03 weren't as good as Cam's was because Cam threw the ball more than Jake did.
I'm still going to look them up.
He also had rushing yards too, and rushing TDs.
Let me see.
Jake didn't have rushing yards. Like I told you, it was a different era of football.
I agree. So this is good because
Jake
these are
Delhomme's best
factors.
year was after the Super Bowl. They went 7-9.
Yeah. So in 2003, Jake Delhomme threw for 3,219 yards, 19 touchdowns, and 16 interceptions.
His best year was the year after that.
Yeah, the best. Yeah, now correct. The next year, he threw for almost 4,000 yards, 3,886, 29 touchdowns, and 15 interceptions.
The year he was about to do something great. He got injured for that Tommy John surgery. Look up his stats for those 3 games.
No, you're bringing it back for me. I forgot.
Let me introduce some people into the show. First up, from the Black Cat Panther Podcast, my man Poppin, back in the building. Pop, what up, dude?
What's good with you?
Chilling. Talking Panther football like we ought to do on a Friday. Let me introduce Yeah, man, let's do it. Let me introduce my next guest, and then I'll let you go first, Pop. Then from the 704 Charlotte Bound Show. Got love for my man Twan Don in the building.
What's going on, man? What's going on, everybody, man? Hey, look, man, is this the Friday free for all or not, man?
Oh, you already know it is.
Up, man. Get the energy better up in here, man. The
energy
is better, man. Is this the Friday free for all or what, man?
What's your opinion?
Get the energy up.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. So look, let my man Pop go first.
You ain't gonna introduce me?
I did. If you were listening, I introduced you earlier. You didn't say shit.
I couldn't hear anything. Nothing. I had no sound or anything.
Bro, you needed like a woman, bro. I ain't got no girlfriend, dog. Chill out, bro.
They are needed.
Ice cream.
Let me go to my homie Pop first. It was a great impromptu discussion by Panther Pickle. Basically, we're comparing those 2 seasons. We don't have to spend forever on it, but Pop, what season are you taking? 2003 Jake Delhomme or 2015 Cam Newton?
2015 by far. 2015 by far. The feeling that every Panther fan had on that year, I mean, I know y'all can still feel it in y'all soul right now. So there's nothing compared to that. That was just an amazing year, man. Especially if y'all lived here in Charlotte. Oh my God, bro! I talked so much shit to everybody. Everybody's ass.
If you were in Charlotte, the city was different at that time.
Cody, do you have Jake Delhomme stats up right now?
Yeah, for that year, yeah.
Well, look up the year he got that Tommy John surgery. Him and Tom Brady had the same stats for like the first 3 games. It was 8 touchdowns and 1 interception. So he was going on to something great, but then that injury cost him.
What year was that? 2005?
7.
I mean, there's many factors, right? So that's why it's nice to look at the totality of the season at the end to see how people, because you can get on. I mean, look. One of the factors is schedule, I don't know the season you're talking about. I'm just saying one of the factors can be schedule difficulty. One of the factors could be coaching. Like there's all these variables that go into that kind of thing. That 3 games into a season, you could say like whoever it is has just as good a record as blah 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 blah. Right? So we could do that all day long.
And in 2007, he was. It was 8 touchdowns, 1 interception, a 9.3 touchdown percent. Yeah, he was playing well at the start. Dude, how
That's
about
the year,
2000?
That's the year Tom Brady broke the record.
Dude, 2009, he went 8 touchdowns for 18 interceptions.
Yeah, after that Tommy John surgery, he was done, man.
Yeah,
I don't know why
that's our biggest playoff choke, ain't it?
No, that was the year after, I think.
So I want to say,
and I won't.
The Panthers' biggest playoff choke was the Super Bowl in 2015.
No, it was. How many of you thought? I mean, how do you remember how explosive that was? What is so astonishing to me is I remember all this. I know you all do. I remember the energy that they carried going into that game, and I just don't know how it got deflated so quickly.
I remember cheering for the Patriots that year to beat the Broncos because I knew.
Yes, me too.
I wanted because I knew we could beat them.
And I maintain that if we would have played the Patriots,
we would have won.
If Bill Belichick would have kicked those field goals instead of going for it, they probably would have won.
Yeah.
I want to say something real quick, and I got a question for Pickle. I believe that Bryce Young won't rank any higher than 28th, and every rookie quarterback will rank higher than him except for one.
Overall stats?
Overall.
Okay.
I don't think he's going to be ranked no higher than 28. And Pickle, what's the deal? Pickle, my question to you, no point intended. What's the deal? Get it? Anyway. My question to you, Pickle, would you take Jake Delhomme, just take away the Super Bowl, would you take Jake Delhomme over Bryce Young right now?
I'm sorry. Wait, can you say that again?
You know what he's gonna say.
Can you say that again, please?
My question is: would you take Jake Delhomme over Bryce Young right now? Take away
like
the
a
Super Bowl.
current Jake Delhomme coming back to our team.
I would 100%.
That's so crazy.
Bro,
the Jake Delhomme I watched would not have stood there and allowed himself to get massacred by Ickey. He would have walked over to the head coach, sat down. No, when the offensive line was sitting over there on the bench, he had to shoot every one of their asses out himself. I mean, he would have been dog ass ugly. He'd have been called out on the national media over it. Fans would have went ballistic over his cursing them out. That's the Jake Delhomme.
Are you calling Jake a dog? What?
Well, he has experience.
Most people who didn't watch Jake live would not know that.
How many quarterbacks?
If you watched Jake for the last year or two he played, that wasn't he
was a shadow of himself.
How many quarterbacks made it to a Super Bowl?
All the comebacks he had?
How many quarterbacks? How many quarterbacks made it to a Super Bowl? How many quarterbacks have? Listen, the more years you have in the NFL, that's experience in the industry, right? So just based off of that, that's one factor in his favor, in Delhomme's favor. But what Bryce has, go ahead.
I'm sorry, go ahead. I don't mean to interrupt you. Go ahead.
What Bryce has is youngness, and also, have you ever done something before that you started to get into and you don't Google it, you don't YouTube it, you don't learn about it a whole bunch? Maybe this is a bad example, but you don't have preconceptions on what it's supposed to be necessarily. And so I think that's a benefit in Bryce's corner. I think that, thinking outside the box, so to speak, which we see from Mahomes, he kind of invented some of these random ass passes that he does, right? So there's benefits in both corners.
My first game ever at Panther Stadium was that Arizona game where he threw all those interceptions.
Oh my
First
God,
time
Kevin,
ever.
you serious? That's horrible.
Yeah. And I remember going to that game. I remember going to that game. Maybe it was like the media was like, "Oh, the Panthers are going to blow them out." I knew that thing was going to be tough because we played them earlier that year and they were blowing us out at halftime. They came back and won, but they were blowing us out in the first half.
Bro, that's our biggest choke compared to the Super Bowl. Like, I don't even know how many interceptions and turnovers did Jake have that
Yeah,
game. Like,
it was 6 interceptions and one like fumble loss.
seven turnovers at a
I
home playoff game.
to me, when you
Go ahead,
make the
Pickle.
Super Bowl and you ride that train, y'all been bragging for 10 minutes now about how great that year was and about how great Cam played and everything was super. And you get to the Super Bowl and you lay a big fat fucking
Pickle.
egg. There is no
Cardinals
way out
didn't
of my
even have a
mind
winning
that
record.
was the biggest disappointment in Carolina Panthers playoff.
I don't even think the
I'll
Cardinals
agree
ever
with
had
you
their winning
there.
record.
I got a question
This
for
is
Twan.
all.
you
This
tripping,
is all
bro.
a person's own personal
Cody,
opinion.
look up the Cardinals that year. I don't even
He
think they
just
had a
means the
winning record.
game.
What year
I
is
think
it?
Pickle's just saying that game was a goose
2008.
egg, and it was sad.
I don't think they had a winning record, or it was like 9-7 at best.
Hey, hold on. Let me let Pop ask Twan a question about this.
So I'm kind of referencing what Pickle said earlier about how Jake Delhomme would carry himself if he was having a situation with his old lineman. So I want to ask Twan, what did you think about what Jadeveon Clowney said about Bryce Young being a leader?
Oh, I want to hear him say this too. Sorry. Go ahead.
I didn't. I didn't hear anything about it.
Oh, all right. I'll be quick. Basically, he was saying Bryce. I'm paraphrasing. He was saying Bryce was lacking some confidence. We want to get that back into him. We want to get him confident. We want to make sure that he's confident. He said a few things, but it was on that same point.
Yeah,
He was
basically,
saying
he
he's
was saying,
quiet.
like,
He was saying he's kind of quiet.
he's too
He doesn't.
quiet.
Right.
If you're gonna be the man, be the man. Like we'll support you 100%, but you gotta come in here, you know what I'm saying, and make your presence known. And you're not doing that. So we're gonna help him. So I'm thinking that Canales or somebody, not only did Clowney deserve it himself, but to give Clowney that type of leadership to come in and talk about your quarterback, I feel like, you know what I'm saying, they put that battery behind in his back. It's like, hey, you know, if they ask you, I want you to be honest. Or Clowney just decided to say it himself. Either way,
He said that himself.
Yeah,
He said himself.
Definitely said that himself.
100% back him up on saying that. And that says a lot when a guy has just got here and he's already deserved it. He's like, man, I don't feel like you're a leader.
Well, Tuan, what do you think? What do you think about that? Sorry, I cut you off.
Like, you know, we've had that, you know, Pop, we had a discussion a whole lot, you know what I'm saying, on our prospective shows, man. And I mean, kudos to Clowney, man. You know, I've always said that when we talk about who's the leader of the team and who's the leader on offense, I said, how can you ever take Bryce Young seriously in the huddle? Because he doesn't demand that type of attention. He's quiet and laid back. You can't be an NFL quarterback and be this quiet munchkin. I said, if somebody's fucking up or running the wrong routes or whatever, I said, who is he gonna grab by the helmet and or by the face guard and go, look, you got to get your shit together? Or who is he going? Yeah, you know, I mean, that's one thing I did love about Tom Brady that people got on. It was like, look, great quarterbacks expect their teams to run the way that they're supposed to be running. Who in that huddle is going to be afraid of Bryce Young? Who's going to feel the need?
Do you follow
Who's going to feel
question?
the need to get everything right when they just like, I can punk him in the huddle or whatever, you know what I'm saying? He ain't going to do anything. Bryce Young is not a leader, man. He's not a leader of men. If he's a quarterback, he's a quarterback. But he's not a leader of men. Like, that's why I don't think he's going to succeed in the NFL, because it's just like, and hear me out when I say this. I don't even know how seriously he really takes it being
What
in the
the
NFL,
fuck,
because
man?
Well, I do. So, Twan, I don't want to cut you off. I just wanted to add a little bit of context that I believe is fair. So, Jadeveon Clowney, he's on the defense, so he doesn't necessarily hear, you know, Bryce as much. Whereas I find it funny that Deontay Johnson pretty much said the same or the opposite thing about Bryce. He said that Bryce was more vocal than you even expected him to be, and that he talks a lot. Now, granted, they have to talk to each other because it's a quarterback and wide receiver. So that's why I kind of feel like you got two different answers from the
Both can be true, Cody.
Let me
rebuttal with this, Cody. Let me rebuttal with this. Everybody last year, think of all the players that said Bryce is this, Bryce is that, and boom. One of the biggest components of Bryce Young last year was Brian Burns. Brian Burns pumped that dude up in every way that he could. And at the end of the year, Brian Burns didn't want to answer no questions about Bryce Young. He's like, stop asking me about this guy or whatever. And look, man, you can't teach a person to have a lion or have that dog in his heart, man.
You can. You can acquire it. We all got
eyes. We can see what Bryce Young is emotionally and not. We got eyes.
Yo,
you can acquire that.
Let me piggyback on this, Cody.
Yeah, go ahead, Trig, and then Twan. Pop. Go ahead, Trig.
This is just absolutely ridiculous. Number one, it's ridiculous because Clowney just got there for one.
So?
Yeah, that's a good point too.
Sir, can I finish, sir?
That's better.
I mean, how's it supposed to hear him talking?
The truth is the truth.
Let him finish. Go ahead,
I finish, sir? Number one, Clowney just got there. Number two, he plays on a whole different side of the ball. Number three, he mentioned something similar about Deshaun Watson, where he was like, Watson was the same way. He don't really talk that much. He's quiet, but on game day, he lights you up. He turns into a whole different animal on game.
And that's how he threw him on the
Yes, sir.
We're taking this out of context.
Well,
but number two, like I said, Clowney, bro, you just got there. You've been in what? 3 practices? You got Deontay Johnson who's been there for weeks and he's telling you a total different thing. He's in meetings with this guy.
Oh, he got to wait in line to tell the truth, Pop.
Clowney hadn't had at the point he made his press conference. Clowney had been with Bryce one practice.
One practice, and we got a guy who's a dog, who's very vocal. We got a guy who's a dog, who's very vocal, who's saying this guy is a leader. He commands the huddle. He commands the film room. He commands the classroom. His communication is key. And this is a guy that's been there with Bryce for multiple practices.
Hey, Trey.
What? Hold on.
Trey, the only question I'm asking you is, haven't you heard all of this before?
No, not in the same exact context.
That's a damn lie.
Not in this exact context.
Can I finish?
No, let him finish.
Adam Thielen said he came here to win a Super Bowl. I don't trust anything these guys say.
Hold on. Let him finish. Let him finish the point.
Hold on. Has anybody had more fire under them coaching Bryce Young than Nick Saban? Go ask Nick Saban what he thought about how he was a dog in that locker room, how he was a leader. You seen this man throw tablets down. You see this man hug his offensive lineman and pull him closer. Like, bro, he's a rookie. He's not just going to come in taking control of a locker room, bro. Some guys will, some guys won't, but he still got to find his footing. And when you're not playing great,
Agreed.
When everything around you is not great, your protection is great, some guys want to wait till they turn up a little bit. I was a transfer student to a rival school, bro, and they flat out told me, bro, until you start dominating, making plays, we don't want to hear nothing you got to say. So what did I do? My first touchdown, my first forced fumble, then I started getting in guys' face. Then I started holding people accountable. Why? Because you've seen me make a play. You've seen me show up. Now I can say stuff. Don't nobody want to hear nothing from a guy that ain't did nothing.
Well, hold up, wait. I want to say something to that. I want to add on to this. We talked about this. This is so relevant. We talked about this just last night. I believe it was last night. Correct me if I'm wrong, Pickle and Deez. Deez is still here, right?
Yeah, Trick when he's done, man.
Fair enough. Tuan, I'll hand it off to you.
Lazy ass excuse, bro.
No, I'll let you.
Tuan, I'll hand.
After
I heard all this with Sam Darnold and Teddy Bridgewater and every other.
All right, guys, hold on. I'm making a point. Let me make a point. Thank you, Pickle. We spoke about this last night, and the facts seem to kind of stand quite obvious to me. That I do agree with you that it's hard to brag about a 2-win season, right? And I don't think it does so well having the jeopardy of the coach swaps last year. That's your first season. Put yourself in his shoes. your first season in the NFL. You're, ready to get at it, and you got this like failure of coaching systems occurring in combination with everything, and it doesn't give you a lot of confidence to be like, oh, I can step up as a leader and make my voice be heard. We're all failing together. The team was all doing poorly. Everyone was. So it's hard to like instill and boost confidence. It really starts with the coaches for one, but when your season turns out like that, it doesn't give you much ground to stand on it doesn't make anyone else around you want to like really coincide with you and like be a part of it and be like, oh, hell yeah, we got this. Like, you know what I mean? Like there's an aspect of that to it too, right? So, all right, go ahead, Tuan.
So my point is, I'm gonna make it quick. I feel like that Clowney through Bryce Young kind of need to bust a little bit too.
Yeah.
Because when he said, I was with Deshaun Watson, and yeah, he was quiet, but he showed off. He showed out on the field. See, that's the problem. Because he said, hey, Bryce, if Bryce is quiet, that's fine. If he gets out on the field and don't do nothing, what are we doing here? And number two, just because Clowney had only been at one physical practice on the field, you can't tell me if Cam was out there that you want to hear Cam from the other side of the field.
Oh, right.
So just because he was there one time, you didn't hear Bryce at all? I mean, and then Deontay Johnson kind of contradicted himself in a sense, because he says he's quiet, but Trick's saying that, oh, he's loud and he's just that another. No, the only time Deontay Johnson is loud is when the quarterback is fucking up. That's when he's loud. He's not loud any other time. And when he meant by Bryce Young is talkative, yeah, when they're in the meeting room, when they're sitting there discussing and breaking down plays and looking at film, but he don't mean on the field. He says he talks too much. Yeah, when he's sitting down on his ass, breaking down film.
Like, yeah, in the meeting room.
Yeah, that's it. That's when he's talking to.
Yeah.
Super this and super that.
Yeah.
Let me piggyback on
Wait,
this.
hold on, bro.
Yeah, let me let Twan get in. We said Twan.
Bring Trick back, man. Bring Trick back over here.
I'm right here.
Hey, Tuan, I tried, man. I handed it off to you. You didn't take it.
No, it's all good. That's Pop. Hey, he good people. Hey, look, Trick. You said you played football before, right?
Right.
Okay. So look, Trick, you knew that Nick Saban said when he came out and said, I had to change my whole fucking team to fit Bryce Young.
So
you do remember that, right? Okay, I'm glad you keep that soul energy, because that's what I'm saying. With what you saying, with the point that you're making about Bryce Young. Nick Saban said I had to change my whole team to fit Bryce Young, like some shit he never had to do before. And he said that shit kind of with it.
Everyone does that. Good coaches do that. Sorry. I just want to caveat that the good coaches change their teams to be like that. Go ahead.
Okay. So like my man Pop said, like in what place, and this is the thing with Deion Johnson. Everybody knows that Deion Johnson, man, look, when shit ain't going his way, bro, like when he was in Pittsburgh, some surmise this is one of the reasons why they moved on for him, is that he would get in the huddle and get in those damn quarterbacks' asses. Of course he's going to say that shit about Bryce Young now because the season ain't started. The reason why I was saying that is because look at what everybody had to say about Bryce Young last year before the season started. Bryce Young can be quiet all day, but if you're going to be quiet in the huddle or whatever, then you got to do it on the field, agreed? You can't be quiet and go 2-15. And like Pop said, he might be very fucking vocal in these meetings. What is he doing on the field? But when it comes to Deontay Johnson, if Bryce Young starts fucking up, he going to turn into one of Bryce Young's worst enemies because he going to let his ass have it in that huddle.
And I'm going to respond with this. Does anybody know how Steve Smith felt about Cam Newton the first few years? Does this sound familiar?
Well, they got rid of Steve Smith.
Why did they get rid of Steve Smith? Because they felt like Cam wasn't a leader and he could not turn into that leader while Steve Smith was in the locker room.
Are you serious? Who the fuck said? Come on, Trey. Come on,
bro.
Trey.
Cam came out his own mouth on his podcast. Cam came out his own mouth on his podcast and say he was not ready when he first got there to be the quarterback that needed to lead the team the way he was capable of. He even went so deep to say he didn't even feel like he was ready to start day one.
I heard him. I saw that. I saw that show.
Okay, so you know what I'm talking about.
Yeah, because he said
even said it himself.
He was shocked when the coaches said you're starting. He said I wasn't even expecting to start.
No, he didn't say expecting. He said he felt like he wasn't ready.
Right, but when he got on the field, I mean, what did he do in that first game?
And by the way, to be fair, Patrick Mahomes, even after his 50, like the first season he actually played and he threw like 50 touchdowns, even he said that he wasn't really even ready because he still wasn't even reading defenses good, even when he was doing all that shit. So, I mean, I think it everybody has their own start. If you're comparing just the starts, again, it's like Cam Newton won the Offensive Rookie of the Year. So it's hands
not comparable.
down, right?
It's not comparable.
It's not even a little bit comparable. But
nor is the supporting cast.
But I do think that there is something to be said about the fact that, a lot of these things are superficial. Like, what is a good leader? Is it always the dude that's like, hey, I need more from you. You're fucking up right now. You're not playing right. Like,
they used to get on Cam.
Guy?
It's an equal balance.
They used to give shit to Cam for the towel on the head. Whenever.
Yeah.
Cam definitely had leadership issues earlier in his career that was in question. I don't know why people acting like they don't remember.
But Trig, can you say this
You're
though?
right, Trig.
Cam hated fucking losing, and we didn't like it when he put the towel on his head and soaked. That was one of the things about leadership that he had to learn was that if motherfuckers are watching you do that, then they're gonna go back on until he learned to get up and then say it's all right and go down the road with the guys. But you can't be mad at a motherfucker for being you remember when Cam came out and said, I am in the press conference, Cody, he said, I do not come from fucking losing. I'll never get used to this shit. I don't like it.
Hey man, if I drop 31 points in my first game ever and we lose, I'm gonna be pissed too.
Hey, listen.
Hey, hold on, real quick. We got Locks Man back in the building. Locks, what up?
Hey, my bad. I keep going in and out. But as far as leadership, like Cam, I didn't mind it.
Man, where is he at, man? Pluto?
That's his microphone. That's as good as he can do. We're gonna let him spit. We hear you, Locks. Go ahead, brother.
I didn't mind the towel over the head because MJ did that. MJ put the towel over his head. So you know what I mean? Like, I respect the guy who hate to lose.
Yeah.
A guy, if somebody lose and they act like they don't care, I don't even want you on the football field. If you lose a game and then you come out to the podium and you smiling and it's like, oh, it is what it is.
Yeah.
I don't even want you on my team.
Yeah, it's like it doesn't bother him. It doesn't bother him.
Yeah,
I'm sorry, but that Pluto comment was funny as hell. I'm sorry.
So whenever Cam put the towel over his head and everybody was like, well, you soaking. I didn't mind. You know what I'm saying? Like somebody that hate to lose, that's who you want to go to bat for. I don't want to go to bat for nobody who sit back like, oh, you lose 40-0, you come to the podium. Oh, it is what it is, I still get paid at the end of the day. Like, anybody wants on this fucking team?
Yeah, you don't want to hear
like
that.
Derek Anderson?
Yeah.
What do you mean while I'm laughing? I'm smiling. I can smile.
I think what you're saying is, bro, it's like Triggy trying to take Pickle's ice cream. Pickle ain't gonna stand for that shit. No, so because he ain't losing his ice cream.
Nope.
So I completely understand what you're saying. I need to see something, in order for me to believe.
So then, is this fair then? Just like Cam needed to evolve in his own leadership and not being, quite so visible with the sulking. Well, part of Bryce's evolution is that now, as the leader of the football team, he's got to know when to get big. He's got to know when to let his teammates know that the level of play is not acceptable. If you have wide receivers dropping passes or O-linemen not doing their job, like Pickle was saying earlier, like, Luke Kuechly and Thomas Davis, they would have never accepted the shit that Brian Burns and Ikem Ekwonu were saying about taking plays off or taking this off. Like, real leaders don't let you do that shit. And I think part of Bryce Young's
Thank you, Cody.
evolution
Yeah.
is becoming that same type of leader and realizing that now Bryce is the one who has to set the standard here in Carolina. That's his job now.
But you can't also.
Hey, Cole. I got one more thing to say. Hey, look, even in the early 2000s, I think Steve Smith was more the leader of the team than Jake Delhomme or anybody else.
Oh,
Because, like I
yeah, no
said,
doubt.
I was looking at a sound bite. You know how they do the little sound bites and shit. I was looking at a little sound bite, and Steve Smith, he told Jake Delhomme to his face. He said, "Jake, I hate you as a quarterback. I love you as a person, but I hate you as a quarterback." And Jake was like, "Oh, I respect that. I respect that." You know what I'm saying? See, Jake. Yeah, see,
Jake was wore out by then.
He was done.
The last time Jake signed his contract. It's what people don't forget. If they forget or they don't know or they don't care. When Jake signed his last contract, Jake was done then. Jake knew it. But
he robbed the Panthers.
Jake couldn't. No, he did not rob the Panthers.
Yes, he
the
did.
Panthers gave him the money, and he stuck the Jerry Richardson's sons, who were in charge because Jerry was in the hospital recovering from open heart surgery.
Yeah, I remember that.
Called Jake up and say, "Hey, we're going to extend you." Jake's like, "You go what?" We're going to extend you. So
Jake was married to his daughter.
You didn't charge, not me.
He had like 14 touchdowns and like 20 interceptions that year.
I mean, and you know, and the game you were talking about with the Cardinals, that is true. But what people don't recognize or don't remember, that whole season, you knew a game was going to come because we should not have went to the playoffs. Jake was handing the ball off 99% of the time.
Oh, yeah.
And at the end of a game, he would throw a Hail Mary. It's what it was. It wasn't a pass. It was a Hail Mary to Steve Smith, and Steve Smith would come down with it.
And Pickle, I'll tell you something more about that game.
You knew it wasn't going to work. But Jake should not have played the last few years in Carolina.
I got PTSD from that game.
Out. Yeah,
I'll tell you this.
Out.
This game right here.
It's like sticking Andy in there. Come opening season, say, "Andy, we decided we're going to run a read option, and you the read option quarterback."
When I was at that game, it was lightly raining before the game started, and and they kicked it off to us, and the guy ran it back like 60 yards, and then we ran it down, scored a touchdown. I'm like, "Oh, all right, we're about to do this all game," but then we just threw it the entire time. It's raining. Your quarterback's arm is done. Why are you throwing it?
Yeah, and if you remember, we didn't throw it that much the whole damn season.
Yeah.
I mean, the Cardinals came in
Jake
with
had the cheat code.
The Cardinals said, all you do is run the football and you throw a Hail Mary at the end. We're going to fix that shit.
We have a number one rushing team.
We're going to force your old man to throw that football. And
I'm saying this as a joke, though, but Jake Delhomme had the cheat code. I mean, he said, "Fuck it. I'm just going to marry the owner's wife." I mean,
I did want to.
Hey, man, sometimes you got to do what you got to do.
Yeah,
hey,
man,
so I want to bring this up. I'm not even changing the subject. We can talk
play
about
for
it or
another
not.
team.
But this year, we're playing the Chargers, the Raiders, and the who else? There's another team this year we have a couple of teams that we're playing this year that we have winning records against. I know we have a winning record against the Chargers and the Raiders too.
I doubt it recently.
I mean, that's what, I saw that came across my
you talking about overall winning records, right?
Yeah, I'm talking about recently.
But hey, I did have a. Did anybody have anything else they'd like to speak on? Because I did have another topic I wanted to bring up, and it's non-Panther related. But I know with this cast of crew we got right now, it would be a fun discussion about quarterbacks. Go ahead, Pickle.
Okay, I just want to say, added to you, Trig was talking about Steve Smith. Another reason, or probably a lot to do with the reasons they let Steve Smith walk, is because if you remember who they brought in to replace the veteran leader they brought in to replace Steve Smith wasn't really a mentoring type locker room mentoring guy. He was, you stay over here and you watch me work. That's what you can do. As far as answering a bunch of questions, that wasn't Steve Smith at the time. That's the Steve Smith you see now, but that wasn't the Steve Smith at the time. And that's the reason why they decided
That's why him and Cam didn't get along at first.
Yeah, exactly. Because Steve liked Jake because
he didn't get along with a lot of
for the
players.
same reason Keith Johnson, when he was here, he liked Jake. But they would tell Jake where to throw the ball, and Jake would throw the ball, and that's all they
Well,
wanted.
Steve said, he's like, yo, I'm in my 30s. I'm married. And this guy's single, young coming out. Like, what are we going to talk about?
They don't have anything.
So look, I'm gonna change the subject for a minute because I think this is a good conversation worth having.
Cody,
how about my boy Trev?
I knew you was gonna put that shit up.
How about my boy Trev, y'all?
All that money he's going to lose his job to Mac Jones.
How about my boy Trev? Hey, so,
Well,
okay.
I want to say this. I hope your boy Trevor plays better after he got his check than your boy Deshaun Watson's played after he got his paycheck.
Yeah, I'm sure he hopes so too.
Hey Cody, did you get my Twitter when I was like, I immediately responded to you.
I mean, hey, bro, we can still trade for him. What's up?
I personally think it's a massive
not for that price.
Well, all right, so that's actually
that's
my
one
question.
of the worst contracts I've
That-
ever
that's-
seen.
it is.
We just
Now,
talked about Jake Delhomme, bro.
Now,
Ain't the worst.
They essentially paid Mac Jones that kind of money. Well, I don't want to say Mac Jones. That's me.
Yeah, they paid Daniel Dimes that money.
Let's finish my goddamn thought, and then I'll let y'all go, man.
Man, why are you talking about Jacksonville Jaguar guys on here?
Okay, I'm about to kick your ass off this fucking show. I promise you, bro.
Just like Jacksonville about to do to Lawrence.
Okay, so what I'm saying is what Pickle asked is basically what I want to know. I'm interested to hear what Trey has to say. I'm interested to hear what everyone has to say. I don't think this is such a crazy overpay considering the type of talent he has and the type of talent that you can surround him with. Bro, I ain't trying to hear no fucking, he's Daniel Jones. I don't care what the numbers say. To me, he's a way better player. But y'all already know my opinion. What do y'all think about Trevor Lawrence getting paid? And as an addendum to this question, is there ever any limit to the amount of money that they're just going to continue to pay quarterbacks? Or is this just a never-ending road for $100 million a year?
I only got 4 words, man. Worst contract. Well, just really 3. Worst contract ever, man.
What about Jake Delhomme?
Worst contract so far.
I think it's massively overpaid.
It's not worse than Jake Delhomme's.
But
nah, this is worse, man.
But
nothing about Lawrence says
the
200
issue
million
is they used to pay players based on how good they performed, right, in the past. Like the rookie contracts were designed to, if a rookie showed out strong in those 4 years or those 5 years, then they would give him the contract he rightly deserves. And I'm sorry, but Trevor Lawrence does not deserve this contract. He played enough to have this contract.
Where does that contract rank?
They're paying
Cody,
him.
you better stand up for your man.
They're paying him for exactly what they hope he will do. Very similar to what Cleveland paid Deshaun Watson for what they wanted him to do, and he ain't lived up to it.
Cody, where does this contract rank?
Let me just say this. Also, very similar to Cam Newton, who got paid by Carolina and then went on to have his best year in the NFL.
Hey, Cody,
Cam Newton maxed out at $20 million a year. That dude got $5 million a year.
Where does this rank amongst quarterbacks?
He's tied for first.
3-year deal.
Yeah, he's tied for first. Right, yeah.
For first and paying quarterbacks?
Salary wise.
Him and Joe Burrow are top.
Shit. Well, that market's about to go up.
Patrick Mahomes
that market's going to go right up.
Yeah, if Patrick Mahomes was
hold on.
given his contract, I would say
Man,
he
Right
Dak
now,
Prescott is
hold on.
somewhere like Jerry
They're,
A. Brown.
yeah, they're already talking about paying Dak
I am
$60
coming for
million
your ass.
fucking dollars a year. Like
Yeah,
that's
I wouldn't.
wild to me.
Has anybody learned from Russell Wilson in Seattle?
I don't think they're going to pay Dak Prescott at all. I think Jerry knows it already, and the rest of it's
Shit.
all overblown media hype.
I'm sorry. Has anybody not learned from Seattle when they pay Russell all that money and they didn't do shit for like?
No, they don't. They haven't learned a damn thing.
He's better than Russell. I mean, physically, he's a better player. He has,
Whoa! I didn't even say that.
but they won the Super Bowl off of a defense over in Seattle.
Jacksonville, I guarantee the other owners called that owner and said, "Man, y'all are fucking up."
No, but Twan, you are out of your fucking mind if you think that there are even 25 owners that wouldn't love to have a Trevor Lawrence on their fucking team.
Cody, but what I'm saying, it's not 25 owners that want to pay that type of money.
They don't have to.
Listen, they hired Urban Meyer. You think they care?
They do it already.
They hired Urban Meyer. You think they care about what his money?
Everybody.
This is what you do when you pay a quarterback.
That's one of the dumbest contracts
It
ever.
doesn't matter
Cody. I
if you
know that's
think
your
that they're
guy,
worth it
man.
or not. Whenever the next
I know
quarterback
that's your
is
guy,
up
but
to
that's a
be
terrible
paid,
contract,
they
bro.
end up
He won't get a contract like that,
bro.
They just
They could have just drafted Spencer Rattler and get done with it.
Shut that shit up, bro. Let me hear. Hey, hold on. Let me hear from my bro. Let me hear from my bro, Trig. Trig, are we just biased Clemson fans, or am I wild in saying that I don't give a damn about no numbers? There is a real difference in talent level between Trevor
Daniel
Lawrence
Jones
and Daniel Jones.
You don't play no more, Cody.
Put the stats up, Cody. Take away this thing we're here and put the stats up. Put the stats up.
Shut up. Let Trick go.
Put the stats on the screen.
Okay, listen. Okay, first of all, why are we acting like the numbers are bad? The dude had over 4,000 passing yards back-to-back years.
Right.
I mean, he has like over 40-something touchdowns to 20-something picks the past 2 years. And we're acting like the dude doesn't have a 27-point playoff victory in the second year. Like he just hasn't accomplished anything.
What happened in that playoff victory?
Yeah.
He came back down from 27.
How far has he actually gone?
Baker Mayfield had a playoff victory. Where his big check?
He just got a big check this year.
Well, he didn't get a check like that.
No, and he shouldn't.
He shouldn't
Well,
have.
why not? He's had as much success as Trevor.
He had more success.
No.
I wouldn't say more success.
He's had more. He has 2 victories to his 1.
Do y'all know how hard it is to go from the number 1 pick to a playoff winning team?
Yeah, Baker Mayfield did it.
Second year in the NFL.
Damn, man.
In the NFL?
Kevin is locked and loaded.
Kevin ain't wrong. Kevin ain't wrong. I'm sorry.
That motherfucker said, yeah, Baker Mayfield did it. I was like, damn, he did.
Kevin must be
Cody, put up the stats. Cody, put up the stats.
But I don't like Trevor. Jacksonville fucked up. They know.
Hey, yo,
this is a terrible contract.
No, but listen. But the fact that y'all,
hey, listen. Somebody tell me this.
100% as bad
Somebody.
Oh no, it isn't.
I need somebody to answer me this. If Bryce Young throws for 4,000 yards this year, wins a playoff game, then he turns around and throws for over 4,000 yards again next year, what are y'all saying? Are y'all saying pay him?
No.
Yeah, you already know that.
I'm doing cartwheels. Let his ass walk out.
No,
I'm not paying him the most in NFL.
I'm saying trade him.
You give him another contract.
Trade him. Get him while he's hot. Trade him.
It felt good to say that because Bryce will never do that.
Trade him.
The only motherfuckers on here saying trade Bryce is the motherfucker that didn't want Bryce anyway.
Yo, Trevor Lawrence hasn't even done better than the guy he replaced.
Hey, Pop.
Hold on.
The last I seen,
Hold on, George the Jetson. Did you want Bryce?
was fucking bullshit in his first year. Everybody in Jacksonville was like, this
I
dude
imagine
is a bust.
toilet paper flying everywhere.
Everybody was like, this dude is a bust in his first year. And then he came back the second year, and his stats still, like, he had a better second year, but his third year, he declined a little bit. He still
Is it
won
a
the
translator
playoff
in
game.
here somewhere?
Yeah, but he still has shown progression every year.
Minshew looked better than Trevor Lawrence.
Oh, shut up.
He has
No,
better
that's
stats.
not what I'm saying, bro. He has a bigger arm.
Y'all gotta give Bryce another year. Everybody's saying
But look, man, Cody,
Bryce,
look, I get it.
Hey,
Cody is
but my
caught up in the
last
fact that
thing.
this is a Clemson player. But Cody,
No, I want to
you
address
know
Twan.
you are not paying him that type
Hell
of
no.
money, bro.
Hell no. Let me address Twan, right? So all the shit that you say about Bryce, which I generally agree with you on, the lack of arm talent, the lack of height, the lack of physicality, all those things that Bryce doesn't have, Trevor does.
I'm not saying Trevor is a bad quarterback. He's a good quarterback.
Okay,
The
but
contract
why
is
you
the
acting like
debate.
this, or why are you acting like this hurts the team when they have a franchise quarterback and that can literally do all the things you want a franchise quarterback to do? Whereas Daniel Jones, like, dude, that guy is one of the most inaccurate fucking quarterbacks I have ever seen in my life, dude.
They go
Straight up.
to an NFC. They go to an AFC championship if they don't run into that Patrick Mahomes in his second season.
Yes, 100%, dude. So
I'm gonna be
again,
honest with you, man.
Cody, I'm gonna send you some, and I want you to put it up here.
if I feel like it.
Nah, you gonna put it up there.
You can
How
put them
come?
stats up there too, because those stats look great. Some numbers we would die for in Carolina right now.
1,000%, bro. 1,000.
Listen, I'm just hoping for 20 touchdowns.
I care about wins.
We haven't had 20 touchdowns since 2018.
And let me.
matter of fact, while y'all talking,
If them stats don't have a win at the end of it, I don't give a fuck about stats.
Yeah, I don't care. Hey,
Whoever gets me to the playoffs, you can pay the
Pickle,
fuck
I don't
out.
give a shit
hold on,
about
wait,
stats.
Locke.
I care about wins.
Hey, hold
Me
on,
too.
Locke. You're gonna have to come in and come out. Your microphone is really messing with you,
I
brother.
mean, he got wins too.
Sorry,
Bro.
man.
It ain't like he just got stats and no
I'm
wins.
talking about on our team. I'm talking about
So
on
does
our
Daniel Jones.
Don't get caught up in this Trevor Lawrence shit.
Hold on, let me-
Trevor Lawrence
I
shit.
mean,
You don't
hey,
play for
listen.
us.
Like Cam threw for over 4,000 as a rookie, and the wins wasn't all that there, and nobody complained about Cam. We knew we had our franchise guy based on his stats as a rookie.
And you knew the potential. You knew
yeah,
what
that's all we complain.
hold on, let me say, you knew what you would potentially be able to build around Cam Newton in that time frame. And even though we didn't, they weren't wrong in procuring the quarterback that you're going to build your entire team around.
Daniel Jones
So-
got 2 more wins.
Let me let Trey go, and then I'm going to ask Pop and get Kobe in on the call.
I'm just saying, like, the dude got wins, dude got good stats. You're typically gonna get a big time contract like that.
Yeah.
Like, even if CJ Stroud doesn't get a playoff win, he keep putting stats up like he did this year, he's gonna get a big contract. That's definitely the market right now, bro. Throw for over 4,000 yards consistently. Win some games and see if you don't get a shitload of money when it's time for you to re-sign your deal.
See, man, this is like, because this was one of the debates that I saw on a podcast once where it was a whole lot of different football. No, I know what it was. It was on the Pivot, and Ryan Clark and them was talking about our teams paying quarterbacks too much money, man. You know what I'm saying? Look, man, when you start getting into the type of money with Trevor Lawrence or whatever and other guys, when you start paying quarterbacks like certain sums of money, it constricts the talent you can bring in there with them. You know what I'm saying? And that was the situation that was really going on with Dallas for a while or whatever until they was able to get guys in. And now what's going on in Dallas now, Pickle? They can't pay every damn body. So
No,
look,
they can't.
You done chase to try to get to a Super Bowl with the talent, and then you gonna max out at some point where you can't pay every damn body, bro. Like, the Jaguars don't understand, but like for me, they just set themselves back a little bit because they can get more weapons for Trevor Lawrence opposed to giving them all this damn money.
Right.
Well, you gotta look at it. You gotta look at it like this too, bro. Unless you're like a New England or a Kansas City, a true dynasty, you're only gonna have like a 2-3 year window to win a Super Bowl with their talent. What teams are doing now is they're paying their quarterback. They're getting rid of their playmakers and replacing them with cheap guys in the draft. It's what the Jaguars just did. They just drafted a first-round receiver instead of signing Calvin Ridley. Now, if this first-round receiver balls out, if this first-round receiver balls out, then they're gonna look like geniuses. Buffalo just did the same thing. We got Josh Allen on a big contract. We're not gonna pay Diggs. We're gonna replace him with a rookie from Florida State.
Diggs was leaving anyway.
Yeah, but you see teams doing that. San Francisco's in talks of, okay, we're gonna pay Ayuk. We're gonna have to trade Debo. So since we know we're not gonna be able to keep Ayuk and Debo, we're getting ready to have to pay Purdy. Let's just draft another playmaker in the first round. Kansas City, we can't pay Tyreek Hill. We're going to trade him. We're going to keep winning. We're going to keep Kelsey. We're going to pay Mahomes, and we're going to draft another speed wide receiver, even after we just won the Super Bowl. Matter of fact, we're not even going to draft just one wide receiver. We're going to draft a wide receiver, and we're
But
going
do
to
y'all
sign
hear the
him.
teams that Trigg is naming? You are naming all well put together teams that stay winning.
Because that's the standard. That's who everybody.
But listen,
That's who's gonna set the standard. Everybody.
And I'm not saying you made some bad points. You made some great points. But look, I think if people start thinking, look, you brought up San Francisco, right? Look, man, and the whole thing with Brock Purdy. Stop putting all this fucking money into these damn quarterbacks, bro. And then and you ain't got to get a superstar quarterback all the damn time. Just put a whole lot of damn talent around him. And then he'll look the damn part. You know what I'm saying? We all know the story of Brock Purdy. We don't need to break that shit down. But, you know what I'm saying? I think the worst thing that San Francisco can do at some point is go, we're going to break the bank on Brock Purdy. Fuck that shit, man. You're going to get this. And because guess what? When you get into a situation with Brock Purdy, it's like, I'm going to pay you this. If his agent want to get stupid or whatever, so who going to pay Brock Purdy this crazy ass contract that he feels like he deserves after that? Because guess what? They'll be like, okay, if you want to sign him, but Brock Purdy ain't don't get to take this talent with him.
Yeah,
you gotta think, bro. Teams are gonna copy what the top teams are doing. Everybody in the NFC is pretty much chasing San Francisco. Everybody in the AFC is chasing Kansas City. It's a copycat league. Teams is not letting their franchise quarterbacks walk out the building, bro. Especially not winning teams. Winning franchises are not doing that.
Right. And there should be questions about what is a franchise quarterback.
Exactly.
Because you draft a guy high, don't mean he's a franchise quarterback. I mean, Trevor Lawrence is getting paid more than Kyler Murray. I'm sorry, not Kyler Murray. Lamar Jackson. Lamar Jackson gets $52 million a year. He's tied with Joe Burrow at $55 million, and he's making more than Jared Goff at $53 million and Herbert at $52.5 million. But here's the catch, okay? Eventually, if the way the rules are set in the NFL, rookie receivers can easily win everything. So eventually, you can't pay everybody. Eventually, you're going to run into a heartache because you're going to say, okay, I can pay a quarterback. Yep. I can pay maybe one other person on the offense and somebody on defense. And I can't pay no more than that. So you're going to have a crap load of players fall through the cracks.
Yep.
But at the very same time, with college now paying their athletes, some of them close to more than what the seventh round or undrafted guys are getting, then eventually you're gonna have the NFL is gonna catch yourself into a bind, and by then the CBA is going to be up, and there's going to be a strike that's going to last a couple years.
Well, my question is, wait, hold on. I've been saying I want to get Kobe in. He's been waiting for a minute.
Let me just put this period on this. Now, and I know Pickle is definitely going to agree. I think Pop is going to agree too. That's one of the things. That's why I love, in essence, I love Tom Brady, because Tom Brady knew that. And Tom Brady said, take money out of my check and give me weapons. And that's why he won as many Super Bowls as he has, bro.
There were rumors that Trevor was trying to do the same. I don't know if that's true. I don't know the details in his contract either, what can be moved around or whatever. But let me get Kobe in. Kobe, go off on this, bro. What you think about Trevor getting paid? And is there any end to quarterbacks making bank like this, or we're going to be seeing $100 million a year for these quarterbacks here soon. Kobe, you there? Big Cole. Ah, damn it. When's the Kobe and Kobe? I didn't even know. All right, we'll go back to.
You're gonna keep seeing the market go up each year, bro. I mean, the salary cap keeps
that shit
going
gonna
up.
have to stifle out at some point, bro.
And let's be real. Well, it's happening in Carolina. It's happening in Jacksonville. It's happening all over the place. Eventually, these owners they're not liking paying these quarterbacks all this money. They're not paying all these athletes all this money. So that's why all the prices go up every year. And that's why they've decided they don't want to pay for their own stadium. They're going to get taxpayers to pay for the stadium. So when the end of it, you're paying a quarterback $55-60 million a year. You're paying the defensive end that. You're paying a wide receiver that, and you're going to go get the nosebleeds. You're going to pay $400 or $500 a seat to get the nosebleeds. And then when the parking lot at the stadium got a pothole, the city has to come fix it. Let's not bitch when your city taxes goes up, pay for that.
Cody, I heard you. My phone was across the room. I was talking the whole damn time. I thought my mic was hot.
Damn it,
was
Cole.
Most importantly, see, it's weird. I'm not going to be too long drawn out on this, but I am kind of twisted on it. Traditionally, no, I would never, ever pay a quarterback that much money. In my opinion, there's only a few quarterbacks in the league that are even close to what they're getting paid, but that's just me. I get it. I know the market's going to go up every year. But damn it, Cody, we ain't been to the playoffs in how long now? We're pushing the damn decade.
Yeah.
If you can give me a quarterback that's going to get me to the playoffs and put up some good numbers and shit, like go ahead and pay whatever the hell you want.
I'm
torn.
That's what everybody's doing. I mean, like somebody tell me what has Herbert done to make $52 million.
I mean, you
a year,
get there
other
one
than
year,
put up good. Other than put up good stats.
Justin, I'm a Herbert
I'm that
fan.
desperate.
By the way, I'm a Justin Herbert fan, like a big Justin Herbert fan, and everything that Trey just says is 100% true. He has is gone further than Justin Herbert. So, I mean, I think it's a good conversation to have, man. And then now they're talking about Dak and Tua getting paid that much, which is crazy. And again, if we're ever talking about Bryce getting paid, it's going to be the same conversation of like kind of what's happening with Tua and Brock. Like you have players around them that'll make them great. Are they dependent on the players, or is it the player elevating the team? Bro, it's a whole shit show that the 49ers are going to go through, the Dolphins are going to go through, and I could easily see the Panthers going through if we turn this shit around. By the way, shout out to Eddie in the chat who says Brady's wife was worth $250 million. He could afford to take less money. Which is a great point.
So I know, but he still gave away his money.
She ain't around no more.
Because she'd probably get $250 million spreading her legs for every guy hanging around.
Nah, she was
Hey, she broke. Hey,
that was a number one supermodel pickle.
Yeah.
Hey, the dude she was cheating on Brady with broke up with her. So
I mean, if she's treating on Brady with one, then the hoe would treat on everybody.
Yo, you know what they call Pickle. You know what they call Tom Brady in Brazil? You know what they call Tom Brady in Brazil?
No,
Janelle's husband.
Well,
they call him he's a nobody in Brazil.
I mean,
but look, Tom Brady still took out of his money.
Hold on, still a whore. I don't care how many times she's. How many models she is, a whore's a whore.
You're right.
I doubt if she paid for anything.
Hey, hold on. Let me get Pop in the convo.
Right, she didn't have to pay for nothing.
Or charge for anything.
All right, y'all shut up. Go ahead, Pop.
How long was this contract?
5 years.
5 years. 5 years.
Yeah.
And him and Deshaun are like they're either tied or they're in the same ballpark for the most guaranteed.
Shout out to Trevor Lawrence for getting his money and finessing Jaguars.
Hell yeah!
I mean, is it smart on them? I don't think so.
That's the great finesse.
But I mean, hey, it is what it is. I mean,
the Raiders won 10 games last year.
Hey, real quick, man. Hey, I don't think Trevor Lawrence worth that money though.
All right, and by the way, C-Dog. Yeah, we got C-Dog in the building. Shout out C-Dog.
Let me turn it down.
real quick, but I mean, the Jaguars set themselves back with giving him that money. He ain't like that. He really had to prove himself since he been in the league.
The Raiders had more wins last year with the undrafted rookie.
Hey, Pickle. Let's be honest, Pickle. The only quarterback should be getting that type of money plays in Kansas City. You look.
Right.
If you win the Super Bowls, then you get that type of money.
You
or
get
at least
that kind
if
of
you're
money.
going to the top 4 games consistently.
Right.
If you ain't doing that shit consistently, I'm not paying you that type
You don't
of money.
need that kind of money.
So y'all don't feel like Burrow and Herbert deserve that money?
No, I don't.
Hell
Nah,
no.
Burrow deserves his money now.
I mean, that's strict in my opinion. And listen, some of y'all ain't.
They taking this running back money away from running backs.
I've been on C3 for years. Cody knows how I am. I don't hand out. I don't agree with paying a lot of these monies just because a guy. Listen, if they earn it, that's one thing.
How do y'all earn it? That's what I'm
Just
asking.
showing up and winning a few regular season games, to me, don't earn it.
All right,
The
but
Raiders won more games last year than Jacksonville.
No, but listen, here's the question, though.
If you're going to pay Josh Allen that money,
no, listen.
Josh Allen
Here's
stay
the question
consistently
that.
in the fucking playoffs.
Listen to me. Here's the question that Trey is trying to answer. What's the benchmark for when you do or don't pay a quarterback? Because, all right, like Pickle, you're saying don't pay Joe Burrow. Well, all right, how about Jalen Hurts? Jalen Hurts didn't win the Super Bowl. All right, but Pickle, that argument. But what you're not understanding is that your argument is not that is not a reasonable benchmark. When you have a franchise quarterback that checks all the boxes, is the leader of the team, is mobile, has arm talent, and you know that you can build around them for the future, yeah, you pay him.
Yo, Cody, the Raiders had more wins last year with an undrafted rookie.
It's not winning and losing. It's not a quarterback record.
But we're talking about when it comes to money-wise, yes.
I'm asking, what's the criteria for when you pay?
If you can win more with an undrafted rookie without paying that contract, would you?
Man, San Francisco had the blueprint, bro.
When do you pay the quarterback?
Okay, here's what I'm saying. According to what I'm looking at, Jalen Hurts he did sign his contract in 2024, or was it this year or last year he got the deal? Was it last year?
No, before last year.
Okay, well, in 2027, the Eagles could cut or trade him and save like 10 million, like 20, 30 million. That's what I'm saying. Now, granted, to be respectful, the details on this deal aren't out yet, and it's the details that count. It's like the guard Hunt we signed. Everybody got all freaked out. It's 5 years, 100 million. You look on the details, they could easily get out of it after a couple of years because they give all the guarantees up front, which makes the base salary very expendable later in the contract, and you don't pay half of what people think you're paying.
Right.
But
I got
now, but what I'm saying, my opinion is, I need to see multiple playoff wins, not in 1 year. I need to see, like, to me, and now that's me. That's not you. That may not be what the NFL does. Apparently, it ain't what the NFL does at all. But to me, as my opinion, and I've always had this opinion. Me and Twan's got into it many years, or for a long time, about me taking my hands in these players' pockets. That's just how I feel. That's just how I feel. I don't like giving. I'll give players who earn it, but in my opinion, there's too many players getting too much money that they don't deserve. And there's a lot of players that aren't getting paid that deserve it just because of the structure.
But
did Camden never get paid top 10 money? Hold on, did Camden never get paid top 10 money?
He didn't. He never did.
Twan, what's your criteria for these guys?
And he was MVP.
Let me give you an example. You remember when the Ravens won the Super Bowl with Chuck Dover?
Yep.
Yeah.
So why was Ray Lewis not the highest paid player on that team? The defense was causing doing all the winning of the
best
games,
defense
really,
in history.
at the end of the day. So look, why does the NFL always feel like the highest paid player has to be a fucking quarterback? If the quarterback is not contributing to the wins like that, then
it's
he
marketability.
always got to be the highest paid.
But that's the way it is now.
That was.
But
and
we
by
know
the way,
sometimes now some of the wide receivers on some of these teams are the best thing happening on these teams.
as crazy as it sounds, it's easier to pay a player an ungodly sum of money than having to go through the whole deal again of finding the next quarterback, developing them, hoping that you can put enough talent around them in a reasonable time frame. Like no NFL team wants to do that.
Like Seattle,
and what y'all
quarterbacks are constantly
So
coming
hold
into
on.
the
So
league.
a lot of these.
Hold on. Let me finish my fucking point.
What about Seattle?
Like what Pickle was saying, you may not want to pay all these players, but when you realize that it's much easier than having to find that talent and develop them, yeah, you're gonna have to pay players even though they haven't necessarily won at the highest of levels. That's why I don't care that Trevor got paid. I didn't care when Herbert got paid. And inevitably, I understand it's going to be the same thing for Tua Tagovailoa.
I mean, no one really should care because we're not fans of their teams.
Hey, look, what I'm trying. Let me put this out there.
I'm picking up what you're putting down.
Let me put this out there.
Chocolate espresso.
The NFL
why is
right
Cody
now,
so uptight about a dude that don't play for him?
Hey, listen, the NFL right now.
I didn't bring up
all
James.
about,
Don't do that.
It's all about the quarterback. So if you're elite quarterback, putting up elite numbers, if you're elite at rushing the quarterback, if you're elite at protecting the quarterback, if you're elite at catching passes from the quarterback, you're gonna break the bank when it's time to get paid because it's all about the quarterback. I mean, everybody keeps talking about Tua, but they're not gonna be able to pay Tua this type of money because they have Tyreek Hill and they have Waddle, who they just paid. So they're talking about like the $40 million a year range. The next quarterback I think is in line to break the bank, especially if he has a year like he just had, is Jordan Love.
Yeah.
One playoff run, he waited his turn, and if he does what he did last year, this year, he'll be the next $50 million a year quarterback.
But what I think me and Pickle are saying is this: you are fucking stupid to pay a quarterback that type of money for going to the playoffs once.
Yeah.
What's the criteria, though?
You got to do that shit over and over and over again for me to pay you that type of money. That's why I use old boy with Buffalo as an example. He ain't winning Super Bowls, but he said, I'm always in the fucking playoffs.
Yeah, but some of these guys, you don't have.
You paying some of these guys that don't even get to the playoffs this type of money, bro. Consistently. I don't give a fuck if you get there once, do it again. Quarterbacks are constantly coming into the NFL from the draft every year. You don't know who's going to be that next guy. Putting all this damn money into these damn quarterbacks, bro. The only motherfucker deserve that type of money is named Mahomes.
Hey, real quick, let me welcome my guy Christian into the free for all. Christian, what's up, brother?
What's up, gentlemen? I just wanted to put my 2 cents in here. The
hey,
quarterback.
man, you got to put 3 cents in.
Maybe even 5.
Your opinion is so good. You get 3 cents because your opinion is so damn good.
Shit. That's the first compliment Pickle's ever given me.
You probably
I'll take that shit and run with it.
I'm going to the bank.
I'm tired now.
So
got my blood pressure up 10 o'clock already.
Guys, the quarterback position, right? It's just always just going to be different. Wrong, right, or different. There's more value put on a player that has the ball in his hands every single offensive snap. They're a face of the team. They're a marketing tool. They don't give a shit what they're fucking paying them because you guys are the ones paying the fucking salaries. It ain't going to stop until people can't afford tickets, jerseys, fucking streaming services. But here's the other thing.
I like them freebies.
Every team, there's going to be people or teams that will take your fucking quarterback no matter how few playoff games they won. Why do you think fucking Atlanta paid Kirk Cousins as much? They wanted a bridge player. They're starving for quarterback play, like quarterback talent, and they're doing it to themselves because they're not putting a third quarterback on the roster to develop for a later year. Dude, it's just it's not gonna. And here's
But
the
a
better
lot of
question.
Atlanta fans hated that they paid him that type of money.
Right, but here's the better question. We see it as this is just a higher number than last year, but maybe Strats would be good for this. Like, what's the percentage of the salary cap that the quarterback position has taken compared to the years prior? If it's the same fucking percentage, then you're really looking at just the value of the salary cap.
I got a better question. Why did they have to do this now?
They don't want to lose Trevor Lawrence.
But they have him for like another 2 or 3 years though.
Yeah.
Well, no, but we all know why. It's
You
gonna
get
even
extended. You
more
get extended prior to your 4th year.
Yeah, but also
Tell that to Lamar Jackson.
Okay, right now, hold on. Right now, he's at about
That was a good point,
55.
White Chocolate.
He's at around $55
I ain't paying his
million
ass
a
early.
year. At the way things are moving right now, in the next 2
He's
years,
had more bad years than you could.
you could be having to pay him $60+ million a year in the next 2 or 3 years.
So what did the Raiders pay their
Similar to why we
undrafted
went on-
rookie?
It's similar to why we went on ahead and extended Derrick Brown.
So if he breaks his leg, do I get my money back?
No. Listen, I want to answer Christian's questions a little bit. I'll use
What does Seattle pay Juno?
I'll use Jalen Hurts' contract for example. This year, his cap hit number, and we all know the contract he got. The cap number is $13.5 million this year. Next year it's 21.7. The in 2026 is the highest. It'll be 31.7. Now, if they cut or trade or if they cut him, not cut him, because either way, if he leaves them at 2027, he'll be 29 years old. They'll save $20 million. So, and then it's 41. But they're not going to give him they probably won't give him $41 million, so they'll let him walk. It all goes down to how these contracts are broken up.
What did Brock Purdy
really
get paid
is.
last year?
He ain't got paid yet.
Hey, Al, no one can hear you, bro. Your microphone's really messing you up, bro.
Hey, Cody.
Hey, Al,
Hey,
you're
Cody.
Al, step out of the Waffle House, Al.
Al shit is fuck.
Hey, Cody.
So
how much did Brock Purdy get paid last year?
He hasn't got paid yet.
Well, what does that
Exactly.
even matter?
It means you can go to a Super Bowl without them paying $250 million
That's my whole
quarterback.
point,
If
Kev.
you have a
That's my whole
franchise
point.
quarterback,
He
you pay
paid
them.
everyone else around him, and he became better.
People around
Then
him.
you have a
No, they didn't
franchise
pay everybody.
quarterback. You pay them so that way you're not having to do this shit again. How many other people get the last quarterback of the draft, and it goes
That's
on to be a
anomaly.
player that is starter? Like
Because they are already a great team.
Hey, listen, but you cannot.
You know the word that's been left out of this pickle is greed. That's
Hold
the word.
on. Hold on. You cannot look
You're
at the
right.
49ers.
It's all
You can,
greed.
Oh yeah, I can.
you
let
can't look.
Trick go, and then I'm gonna let Pop in. Go ahead.
You cannot look at the 49ers and try to make them like the flat out
But I'm talking to somebody
example.
else.
They gave you the blueprint.
We were talking about how bad the supporting cast was around Bryce. It's the total opposite. You have 2 Pro Bowl receivers,
And we traded everything away for him, though.
You got
laid
two,
out the blueprint, bro.
You got 2 receivers that's been all pros. You got an MVP caliber at running back. You also got arguably one of the best left tackles in the game. You got an all-pro corner. So yeah, when you got all of that on one roster, you can just. You also got a defensive player of the year on your D line. When you got all that talent, you can just insert a quarterback and hope it works.
We had DJ Moore and CMC and a whole bunch of other stuff that we traded
never
away for a
had
quarterback.
that, but we haven't had.
Hey, Trig, you making our point. That's
Pay the people around him.
I'm saying
you don't have to pay all this money for a quarterback.
That's the
build a better
exception, though.
team and insert quarterback.
That's the exception. That's not the norm, bro. Every other team.
It's not the norm, but what we saying, maybe it should start becoming the norm.
What are the contracts to every playoff team last year? Cody, look at the playoff. Look at the quarterback's contract for the playoffs last year.
Let Trig finish, and then I said I'm gonna let Pop go.
I'm just saying it's not the norm, bro. Like when is the next time we'll see Mr. Irrelevant have the success that Brock Purdy is having?
Right.
Like
We just had
an undrafted rookie have a better record than Trevor Lawrence, the Raiders quarterback.
Well, I'm not speaking on just
10
one
wins.
season, bro. I'm talking about Purdy has had a couple of seasons back to back. Y'all saying we can't just give a quarterback based off one season. Like, San Francisco is loaded, bro. They're loaded on O-line, running back, receiver, D-line.
Does anybody know the Raiders quarterback's name?
And I left out Fred Warner too.
No.
Like they literally have arguably
Do
one
you
of the
know the
best
Raiders
players in the
quarterback's
NFL
name?
at every position.
Wait, hold on.
Hey,
Wait, no. Let me respond to Kevin. Then I'm gonna let Pop go. But do you realize what you're saying, Kevin? That like if you had a quarterback like Trevor Lawrence or Justin Herbert or whatever, whoever y'all say don't deserve to get paid, that you're willing to
I didn't say he didn't get the paid.
No, hold on. You're willing to let them go and let them walk
You don't have to pay them right now.
Oh, just because you can get what you might be able to grab.
You were going to do that with Lamar Jackson. Did you not say Lamar didn't deserve it?
No, see how you're changing the subject?
No, did you not say that?
No, you're saying that you can.
You were scared to pay Lamar because he had no talent. He didn't do anything, right?
You said it, Cody.
To come in and
Did you say not say that?
Franchise quarterback.
What'd you say about Lamar?
From Lamar. I never said that they should move on from Lamar. I never said.
Did you say you shouldn't pay him?
No, I said that in my mind. I said what Pickle said. In my mind, due to his injury history, I would have felt comfortable paying him that money. But I've also never said that he wasn't deserving of being paid.
We had Cam Newton, an MVP, went to a Super Bowl, never paid top 10 money.
Yep.
Yeah, but we also didn't have a best player at every position in the NFL like the 49ers do. O-line, D-line, linebacker, corner.
Let me let Pop go, and then I'll open it up.
If the NFL adapts to what San Francisco did, then
go ahead, Pop.
Shit, the quarterbacks will start getting picked up in the second round.
Well, hold on, Twan. Let Pop go. Go ahead, Pop.
So, a lot of y'all are. I think everybody is right on what's going on in several different ways. I think that they are desperate when it comes to franchise quarterbacks. The reason why they paid them early, even though I know somebody was saying you didn't have to pay them now, because if you waited later, you're going to pay them even more than that. So that's the reason why they got it done now. And not only that, another reason why these teams are paying these quarterbacks this much money, because they're not going to be picking in the top 10. They're not going to get up there to pick another franchise quarterback because they already got that guy. I do think it's too much money. I do agree, especially like for somebody like a Dak Prescott who doesn't get to the playoffs. There's no reason why you should be paying him $60 million. And the beauty of it, guys, we're not going to probably have this problem because we're probably drafting another quarterback.
Oh, shit.
And if that quarterback,
it appears that'd be a good idea. Use Bryce till his rookie contract runs out, then go get somebody else.
And if that quarterback turns out to be somebody decent and good, then you can build around him, and then that's just gonna make life easier on the fucking quarterback with the weapons. Man, look, Brock Purdy is playing better in the NFL than he played in college.
He's playing better than Trevor Lawrence.
Everybody's talking about Brock Purdy, but you're missing a key component.
They have the best player at every damn near position.
They have to play Brock Purdy. And when they pay Brock Purdy, that's why they only gave C-Mac.
No, they don't. They're bringing somebody else.
I'm going to tell you like this. I bet you they won't pay Brock Purdy this type of money.
Because they gave C-Mac a 2-year deal. So when Brock Purdy raises the point they have to pay him, they're going to get rid of his weapons so they can afford to pay him.
No, they're not. They're going to go get another Jimmy G.
So
they're going to get Jimmy G.
No, they ain't. Not if they follow the Jacksonville plan.
They're not. They're going to.
What I'm saying is, to pay Brock Purdy means getting rid of his weapons.
Yeah, exactly.
They're going to get rid of one.
Weapons. Purdy's going to suck.
If you're going to pay Purdy this type of money, you got to get rid of his weapons.
One.
Third.
No, you got to get rid of at least 4 of them motherfuckers, bro.
They just
all want to be paid.
They just signed Christian McCaffrey.
Rookie, bro, that they don't have to pay for another 4
years. They just extended Christian McCaffrey.
Yeah,
but now remember Brock Purdy. Brock Purdy has only signed a 3-year deal.
You ain't got to pay Kittle much longer. They're gonna trade Debo. They just drafted a rookie receiver. They're gonna build around Ricky Pearsall and
Cody, I
Brandon
think the draft
Ayuk
pick you just did
and
across the
Christian
table.
McCaffrey.
Hey, hold on. Let me.
Brandon Ayuk walk.
Cody, you just drafted a player so I'm off the board.
Because he
Fair
wants
draft.
Brandon
The
Ayuk
what?
wants $30 million a year, and they won't pay him.
And the draft, the third, it's
He
already off the
deserves it.
board.
Oh, well,
Yeah,
then make
but it's told they
update
won't
the
pay him.
list. Hey,
I
real
did.
quick. Hey, real quick. No, but no, you didn't cross it off the list
I'm
because I
not
would have
paying
put it if
Mr.
you didn't cross it
Irrelevant
off.
no damn 50
Or
million a
fourth,
year.
whatever.
Fuck that.
I meant to say fourth. Take four. Any
Yeah,
fucking
sorry.
way. Hold on. Ant, we got Ant in the building back on the free throw. Ant, what's up, brother?
What's going on, boys?
What's
What
happening,
it
man?
do? Hey man,
Regular
we've been talking
Friday
about this Trevor Lawrence
Yeah.
contract. Do you
Hey,
think
look, man, I want y'all to know
Celebrate the
Trevor
Anthony.
Jaguars
deserves
here.
it? Bro, can I finish my question to answer?
Jesus, fuck.
Not
Let
with
him
not with
talk,
these
bro.
turkeys.
Bro, I'm telling. Do you think that Trevor was worthy of that
My damn
paycheck?
volume keep going in.
Hell
And
no. Hell no.
God
His
damn,
numbers.
You
His
didn't even
numbers.
finish your shit.
If you were just looking at his numbers with Daniel Jones next to each other, you wouldn't think he's actually Trevor Lawrence. He's a good quarterback, but I just don't think he's worth that money. But let's keep it a buck here, guys. Bryce Young's probably going to get overpaid if he does anything close to what kind of success we've had in the past here. That's just the reality. Yeah, he got overpaid. Were you going to ask me a second question?
well, no, I mean basically, this is what you think of the quarterback money continuing to climb higher and higher and higher. Like, is there any end in sight, or is it just going to be, well, when it comes time to pay Tua and Brock Purdy and Dak, everybody just gets to reset the market?
Jordan Love.
Yeah.
Yes.
I don't think Tua, like, so I someone made some crazy take about him I saw, and I was just like, yeah, that's not true. But
We all know.
yeah, we all know, right? But like, boys, I mean, I remember when Cam got his contract, he's making nickels compared to what these dudes are making now, and it's like,
Yeah.
you're gonna get paid if you're above average in this league at this point, really.
Can I show you the top 5 paid quarterbacks right now?
Anthony, while
I don't know
Kevin's
who
doing
they-
that, hey Anthony, what I'm saying is as long as they keep doing the market like this, man, like and like somebody said, the only thing you got to prove with paying these dudes is saying that they're the quarterback and they got the ball in their hands most of the time. But if they ain't doing shit with it, look, man, I feel like San Francisco has the blueprint. And, like, you got to get back to where, look, man, if you don't got to take quarterbacks, like, crazy like that, I mean, if you build all the talent around these dudes, man, then you can succeed like that too, man. I mean, like, damn, bro. Like,
Yeah.
I mean, what is it about a quarterback? I want to hear the real argument. What is it about a damn quarterback that he should get paid the most money
He
on the
touches the
damn
ball
team,
every play.
other than it's a
He touches
luxury
the ball.
position?
Torn. He
Cody.
touches the
The most
ball
important
every
position.
offensive play.
So what? The
Cody,
center
Every
does too. The
offensive
center
Hey,
does
you know
too.
what?
It's
You
not the
know what else
same.
is crazy?
Quan,
It's
I have to
not the
disagree with
same.
you on
Cody.
that one. I have to disagree with you on that one.
Cody.
Wait, hold
I
on.
do
The
believe.
center
Let me
does
say
too.
this.
Wait, hold on. I'm gonna go to Pop, but I need to give somebody an exit real quick.
He
My
said
man,
the center does too.
but my man Trigger has to get out of here. Trigger, you've been excellent as always, brother. Give me your final words for the show today, man.
Final words is, man, Kansas City has the blueprint, not San Francisco, in my opinion. But it all
Hey, you're
starts.
kind of muffled. There's something with your microphone.
Y'all hear me?
There you go.
Yeah.
I feel like Kansas City has the blueprint more so than San Francisco does. But it all starts with the quarterback, bro. Everybody says it all starts with the quarterback. You can't win without a quarterback. You know, it's the most important position in football, a lot of people feel. So they're going to keep getting this type of money. So that's just the bottom line. Like, San Francisco is not the
The
blueprint
Ravens
because
won without a quarterback.
say what?
The Ravens won without a
We're
quarterback.
talking like 20 years ago, bro. I'm speaking
So it
modern
happened.
day.
You said you're never going to do it.
There
I
are
didn't.
exceptions.
I'm speaking.
It's
I'm
already
speaking
happened
now.
numerous times.
It's
But
a
the
different
league's
era
honestly
of
slowly
football.
changed though. Like I mean, you
I'm
saw
speaking
Goff.
now.
What about the Eagles quarterback?
The
Hey,
Eagles
but
Well,
are
man,
he's
the,
not that dude. I
the
don't think Hurts is as good as everyone says
No,
he
I'm
is.
talking about the guy who won it.
My man's was trying to exit, and y'all won't
His
let him go.
contract is so.
I'm talking about the guy who won the Super Bowl, the
All
Eagles
right, but
quarterback.
that dude, Foles was slinging it though. Like he wasn't playing like no.
He got
average.
Wait,
hot.
hold on. Let Trig finish because he's got to get out. Go ahead, Trig.
I mean, bro, it's really gonna boil down to when you get these contracts, it's 50%, 50%. What have you done and what's your potential? Can we win with this guy? Can we build a team around this guy? Do we want to let this guy walk? And if the questions to those are yes and no, then you're gonna pay him, bro. That's the bottom line. But keep pounding, man. It's been real. I'm gonna catch y'all next week.
Keep
All right,
pounding
Trey.
good shit,
Hey,
man.
Cody.
You were great as
Cody.
always, bro.
Cody. I got the top 10 highest paid quarterbacks right here. Joe Burrow and Trevor Lawrence are tied at 1. And then you got Jared Goff.
Send
Then
me
you
the
got-
list and I'll put it up on
All right.
on the show. And hey, by the way, Al the Sailor, I see you in the background, brother. Your microphone's killing you, bro. I don't
Yeah,
know
it's
what's
horrible.
going on with you.
Has to be addressed.
Yeah, or else I
Patrick
would have got
Mahomes
out.
is
But
Mahomes
hey,
is-
hold on. I told Pop that he was about to say something, and I cut him off. Pop, if you remember what you were gonna say, jump on it, bro.
I said
Yeah,
that, Cody.
I was just telling Twan that I disagree. I don't mind the quarterback being the highest paid on the team because of all the responsibilities that he has to take on compared to other positions. So I disagree on that. But in order to get paid the most on the team, you have to be leading the team. You have to be winning. So that's why I was just saying with Twan where I disagree that because I was like, there's nothing wrong with the quarterback being paid the most if he's handling his business, if he's winning, and all the responsibilities that he's taking on. He has to know where everybody, with the protection is, where the wide receivers need to go, where the running back needs to go, the offensive lineman. Like that's a lot, and then learn all these plays.
Hey, Pop. I said, but just to clear it up, I said the quarterback don't have to be the highest paid player on every team.
No, that's true.
That's
but
a fact.
but I think to Pop's point though, to be honest, the league is just moving in this direction where everyone's getting paid after like 2 years of service. So it's
That's
like
crazy.
It's crazy, and it's like if you prove anything marginal in this league, like I Tua's gonna get some crazy overpay, and he's not worth that to be honest. But it is what it is, honestly. I mean, we'll see. I mean, I think Trevor can be better down the line, but like Pop said, I mean, man, like if you're the best player on the team, it doesn't really matter how much you make. I just really don't get the contracts and how this league works, to be honest. Like the salary cap still confuses me. Like you got the Eagles gave out like 9 extensions this offseason, and I just don't know how.
So, hey, real quick, I like this comment, and the writer of this comment is joining us now, my dog JJ. But he
What's
said,
up, Cody?
yeah, JJ, you said, and I think this is the most reasonable answer regarding the whole Trevor thing. That T-Law might not be $55 million good, but he's the best the Jaguars can get by a mile, and they can't afford
Hey, by a mile.
He is.
Who else are they
Nah.
going to get?
Look at his numbers.
That's a
21
fact.
touchdowns. You can't find
Who
anybody with
those
21
numbers-
touchdowns.
Win
Kevin, those
percentage.
Apparently not. We
When
can't
was the
find
last
somebody
time the
with 21
Jaguars had
touchdowns.
back-to-back winning seasons? That's because of Trevor Lawrence.
That don't mean you got to pay him that type of money, bro.
But
Yeah.
Twan, I get what you're
Nobody
saying.
else
but
is gonna pay him that type of money.
Listen to what JJ's saying. Basically, he has the cat by the balls. Like, where else you gonna go get you a decent quarterback who's
A
that
21-14
young
guy.
with the talent that he has? That it's probably gonna get better as the year goes on.
Kevin's hating
As
on
time,
him. Damn,
as
that's funny.
He sound
Kevin
like
can hate
Derek
on
Carr.
Hold on. But Kevin, we can't complain or compare. We got Bryce Young, so
I mean, I
I'm
would
not gonna
love
sit here.
21 touchdowns.
I'm not gonna talk shit about a man getting paid, but it's grand larceny. I mean, he robbing them for what because they know they're not gonna be picking high to get another quarterback.
All right,
Did
so let
Trevor
me ask
Lawrence have
this.
his best talent around him last year?
No.
Kev, let me oppose this then.
Wouldn't he
Because
have
like
better talent?
So if Bryce throws for 21 touchdowns, we're damn sure not going to go, oh, let's pay him now. Because no, Kevin's right. Like, you should be able to find multiple quarterbacks that can do that.
And
That's
you can
why
wait.
This whole thing is just ass, and it doesn't really.
And you can wait.
Yeah,
Didn't
you can
Trevor
wait.
Lawrence have like 10 drop touchdowns
So,
last
but
year though?
yeah, they both have a lot of drops, him and Daniel Jones. But how about this number? That most passing yards through 3 career seasons. Trevor Lawrence is number 5.
You know, Cody going to find that
at
one stat.
11,770 yards. Joe Burrow again above him.
Show the Daniel Jones one. That's it, you.
11,774. Andrew Luck.
Andy Dalton's on that list. Well, we fucked up. Start Andy Dalton from here on out. Way back in the day, he was good.
Hey, Jameis Winston's on that list.
Absolutely.
Look at James Winston, bro.
Look at Jameis Winston.
Everybody always try to talk shit about Jameis Winston, but I kept telling them, look, bro.
Jameis Winston is now
Let that shit fly, bro.
Deshaun Watson's massage boy.
He gonna take that job.
His massage parlor.
He gonna try to take his job, bro.
He gonna take his job.
And go ahead, Ant.
I was just going to say, this list is a little misleading in
It's a lot misleading.
because there's so much garbage. I feel like I've watched a lot of these QBs throw a lot of garbage time yards too, just because they've been on a lot of trash teams. Their first, not Cam Newton though. Like he had to throw for yards to even compete in the game.
Quarterback.
But
like Kirk Cousins.
Peyton Manning, his rookie year, like I know the old men in this, they remember watching him. But like he was trash his rookie year, but it felt like half of his.
This motherfucker with the slight
He said, I know them old dinosaurs.
Yeah, I'm in.
No, I
them
mean
old,
that
them
was
old
back
mummies.
in like what 01 or something. But like
Yeah,
the team was so bad.
96.
He was throwing for garbage time.
But Peyton Manning,
wiser.
even though he had it's in context. You know, say yeah, he threw a lot of interceptions, but he also threw a lot of yards too. So it's not like he threw 2,400 yards and 10 touchdowns and 11 interceptions bad.
That's
Like,
kind
not
of
what he
Ant's
did.
point though.
So why won't y'all let Jameis Winston get away with that same argument?
Well, because
Because he
this
stole
man would
first,
throw like
so-
30
Because
interceptions
he
at the
threw as
same.
many interceptions.
That was one
touchdowns.
year.
Twan, I tell
And
you why I don't
he
like
threw
Jameis
for over
Winston.
5,000 yards that year. But imagine
Hey,
if
he
he
was
didn't
my
throw those
fantasy
interceptions.
quarterback that year.
That shit would have
I
been
tell you-
He was putting in
6,000.
work.
I tell you what we got against Jameis Winston. He played for the Bucks, then he left the Bucks and went immediately to the Saints, and
He's
then
gonna
he
play for
re-signed
Atlanta.
to the Saints.
Hey, Pickle,
So,
I got
I
nothing
mean-
against Jameis
Pickle got a
Winston. He
point.
gave us
Yeah, I don't
plenty
have
of.
anything against him. I think
He's
he's
in
funny. I
Cleveland
mean,
now,
he's
though,
still,
Pickle. So can we get
Well,
the love back?
if he's in Cleveland, I might like him. Hey, if he replaces Deshaun Watson, he'll be my best. My
Hey, you gonna
favorite.
put up that list, Cody?
How's that?
Man,
Hey,
Deshaun
he's the
Watson
only
got more than
quarterback
Yeah,
that
I'm
that
trying to
take
find
contract.
the picture list. I got the website,
gonna
but I'm
need
trying.
that.
I think you have to exit out of the video or some shit. I don't know. Here, I'll
I think
I'll screenshot it
Cleveland's
and send it
gonna
to you.
get that money. I wonder
No
if they
way.
get rid of
No, I have it, but I'm trying to find the better photo. that
Pickle,
I
you're
saw.
absolutely right. I would never like Jameis Winston.
Nope.
Yeah,
he's
I
the only
can't.
quarterback I've ever seen to be able to take a positive game sack. I remember it was versus the Rams.
What the
I know that
fuck?
play you're talking about.
Yes, like 8 years ago,
Hey,
he
look.
like ran.
Them
over-
motherfuckers can say
oh
what
my-
you want.
No, he's
Possible
not bad.
trophy
Twan.
winner.
He's not bad.
I bet
We're
you'll
not-
take Winston
I
over
don't
Bryce
think-
Young right now. I guarantee
Jameis
it.
Winston.
I mean, I'm just not really trying to
you wouldn't.
overhype
No,
a
you
backup
wouldn't.
quarterback right now. Like that's not what I want to do. Like fuck the backup.
Listen, the other
mean,
thing
he's
I'll
only
say to
backing up
this
now
too
because-
is
This
that
is the top 6 highest paid. There was another list.
That shit
but
looks
I
ugly
can't-
as hell
What
up
is
top,
Jared
bro.
Goff doing up
Oh,
there?
look at that
Goodness
shit.
gracious.
Deshaun Watson only got 2 years left on his contract.
Yeah, but
James
his
time,
gonna
baby.
be out next
They
year.
gonna
if
they
they-
gonna
Oh,
pay him
look.
230 million.
Yeah, I
for
mean,
all
but
said and done.
if they cut him, which they could, because I mean that's what
So-
what Denver did. But
Where's
they'll
Patrick
they'll
Mahomes
have
at
to-
9?
if they
Yeah,
cut
so
him
where's
next
Patrick
year,
Mahomes at?
they can't cut him next year. I
He's
guess they
9,
could.
I believe.
Damn, that's a shitload against
Well,
them.
that's the KC front office being smart, just like how we paid Cam
And
early.
yo,
Cam
Kirk
was on,
Cousins
like,
is at 9 too. Kirk Cousins is at 9.
Well, what I'm saying,
Their
what I'm
dead cap
saying,
would
what
be
I'm saying
100
about
and
Patrick Mahomes is And this is what I'm saying. I am never going over his pay. If you're not a quarterback that's doing what I'm never going like his pay is gonna always be the point. Like that's it. I'm not going over that point. If you're not playing like him, that dude is clearly GOAT right now.
He's tied with Kirk
never
Cousins
going
right
over
now.
his pay.
Okay,
He's
Twan,
tied with Kirk.
Ain't no way in hell I'm gonna pay all these dudes ahead like that type of money. It's like nope. I can tell you how you get your point. Your point is the best quarterback in the league, and you never go over that shit.
Well, he signed a 10-year contract.
You only start moving these guys' contracts up when you move Patrick Mahomes' contract up.
Let me go to that 10-year contract, but every time they restructure, they give Mahomes a bigger signing bonus that won't impact the cap space.
It's also
and that's
this
how they
too,
do
though.
It.
He signed a 10-year contract too.
The salary cap's going up every year, though. You got to remember that.
Yes.
But what? That's what I'm saying, Anthony. I'm saying I think a good blueprint for the NFL is this. The salary cap ain't going up on quarterbacks. Unless, I'm going with the best quarterback in the league, which is Mahomes, and it's never going up unless it goes up with him first. I'm not paying y'all more than the best guy in the league.
Okay, Twan, I have a question for you.
Wait. Let Christian ask this question and then.
Twan, I'm not disagreeing with you. These guys are getting paid astronomical money, but my question is this: if you're not going to pay the quarterback, then who the fuck are you going to put on the field when a team takes your quarterback?
So that's
whoever
a good
you
question,
draft.
Christian. Good question, Christian.
Well, if you're good at the draft,
Christian, say a team says, "I'm not paying you that type of money," and then the quarterback wants out, right? Then guess what? 9 times out of 10, he's gonna go to a bad fucking team with bad weapons. It should be. It's part of the luxury should be that you get to stay with this great team, bro.
Look at Seattle. They didn't want to pay Russ. They went and got Geno, and then they went to the playoffs.
And then they gave Geno
and didn't have to pay Geno. They ain't have to give him a motherfucking $50 million a year to do that shit either.
And Geno on his way out because that's why they brought in.
And Russ was on his way out in 1 year after the Broncos.
Hey, this is exactly why you gotta build around the quarterback on the first 2 years.
No, you build around your best player.
No. Listen.
No,
if your quarterback shows something in your first 2 years, because the rookie contract's like a 2-year deal at this point. Because that's my whole argument. These guys are getting paid after their second year, and the whole argument used to be, you got to take advantage of their 5-year
Except for Lamar.
Twan, we think
Lamar
old
didn't have no
fashioned way. Twan, my friend, we think in old school, and the way the NFL does it, the way these boys are thinking are new school.
I get it, but see the thing, me and Pickle saw. I'm not trying to make myself sound no granddad, but look, fuck it, wise is wise. We saw, and some of y'all did too. We saw when quarterbacks was getting picked up in the second and third round.
Yeah,
the best player got the biggest contract.
They refused to draft quarterbacks in the first round because there's so much quarterback.
Like, man, are you serious?
What I think
past that first rounder.
But what I think they're saying though, and I think you guys are even agreeing with that, Twan and Pickle, is that that's not how shit is anymore. We all hear what you're saying, and that the best player on your team should be the player that's getting the most.
Right.
So if you have a Miles Garrett or an Aaron
that's not how it
Donald,
is anymore.
right, that should be
Hey,
how
Cody,
it is.
only
But
two of those.
It's a quarterback's league, and until this quarterback bubble bursts, this is going to be what it is. They're gonna, whether you think that he's deserving or not, whether you think they're deserving or not, Dak Prescott's about to get paid the most. Then Tua.
Only one of those guys has a ring, by the way. Only one of them has a ring.
Let me say, Cody, you may be right. Dak Prescott may be going to get paid, but I do not think the Cowboys are going to do it.
No, I don't think so either. In fact, I think that they're probably going to look to trade him, Pickle.
Well, hold on. That's a different.
You know what would not surprise me, and I'm about to piss.
Well, somebody gonna pay his ass.
Not everybody. Not everybody's. Not everybody's. Oh, you know I'm going to. If Bryce doesn't,
Don't you put that evil on me. Don't you put that evil on me.
Quarterback signed by the Carolina Panthers.
Don't you put that evil on me.
I've been saying that.
And Pickle, Pickle, you're right, because Red came last week and said that he's seen scenarios if Dak Prescott doesn't get paid.
Don't you put that evil on us.
And then Bryce Young has a terrible year. You may see something like that. So imagine you get Dak Prescott.
And
you
look
go in
who
the
pops
draft.
up in the chat right as you say that.
You go in the draft, your first round pick, you
Yeah,
get the
score 'em
best
away.
edge.
Shit,
You get your best edge rusher out of the
Don't wish
draft.
that bad juju.
I've been
And you
saying
go get,
that
and in
too,
the second
though.
round, go get your linebacker. I mean, it's possible. I mean,
No,
you
it
cannot,
is,
you
and
can't throw it away. You may not want it to happen.
Yeah,
but it might get to the point where.
Can I tell y'all something controversial?
Because
go ahead.
Can I tell y'all something controversial?
That's all you do.
As of right now, I'd be more comfortable with Dak than Bryce.
That's
I
not
would.
even controversial.
I would. That's not even controversial.
Yeah.
Hold on. Y'all realize y'all realize the reason.
If we're not talking about the money situation, yeah.
On Sunday.
Hey, y'all realize the reason the Cowboys aren't going to pay him is because they're in a different situation in the whole league. They've had Dak for like 8 years now. All these guys getting paid are like young. Like they've been through this thing where they know they've capped out with Dak. That's why they're not willing to do it.
I asked Anthony a question real quick.
Yeah, go ahead, Al. Your microphone is way better now.
How many times has Dak been to the playoffs in his last 8 years?
I think almost every year.
Al ran the Radio Shack and bought a new mic.
Wait, no.
No. You answer the question. You tell no. Let Anthony answer the question. How many times has Dak been to the playoffs in the last 8 years?
4.
Ben, I think 4 or 5. And he's
How
won
many
like
times?
3
How
games.
many times has Kirk Cousins been to the playoffs in the last 8 years?
Bro, I don't know off the top of my head. It's probably like 2 or 3.
It's probably like 2. It's probably like 2 or 3, maybe 2 or 3. How many times has? Come on, man. How many times has Kyler Murray been to the playoffs?
How many times has Lawrence been in the playoffs in the last 5 years?
Bro, I think y'all are.
He's only been in the league for 3 years.
He hasn't been in the league for 5 years.
Al,
How he hasn't been in the league for 5 years? He hasn't been in the league for 5 years. He's better than these fucking guys. He's not better than Dak. I'm not gonna say that. He's not better than Dak. He's not better than fucking me.
Dak's a top 10 quarterback, though.
Who's better, man?
Bro, y'all, hold on. Al, you're
No,
missing.
because you told me a quick question, but let me answer the question, bro. Let me answer the question, bro. Fucking Trevor Lawrence is better than Dak Prescott's better than Dak is better
How
than.
do you go by the logic that
Dak
you going
Prescott
by?
is not better than Trevor Lawrence. Come on,
Yes,
now.
he is. Yes, he is. Yes, he is.
You
He
had it right
definitely is.
the first time.
But Trevor Lawrence is not bad, bro. He's not bad. Look, JJ, he's not bad, JJ. He's not bad, bro.
But you're missing.
He's
the
not
point.
number one either.
I already said they're not going to pay him again because they've already capped out with him, bro. I agreed with your statement. Like he's not.
This is a shitty contract,
he probably doesn't. Yeah, like okay, yeah. A lot of these
Well,
young
not
guys
like
better
they gotta pay Parsons, and they gotta pay CeeDee Lamb. So you know,
look at Dak's age compared to them.
But who's more important to
It's
the
a completely
team?
different timeline, though. Like
Who's
Dak's
more
like
important to the team? Who's more important to the team, Dak or CeeDee Lamb? Dak or Dak or Michael Parsons? Who's more important to the team?
Only Jerry
Dak
Jones
is
can
more
answer that
important than
question
both
now.
of them,
And,
to
and
be
yeah,
honest.
to you, Dak may be more important. I understand that because he's a quarterback.
Way more important, bro.
I do. But now listen to me. But
They got Trey Lance.
they've already put all this time into that. So to
Who the fuck
them,
said that, man?
they
That's the
make.
point.
All right, hang on a minute, Al. Let me ask you
Oh,
this.
shit.
Give me the quarterback coming out into the draft that will enjoy playing. Him and his dad would enjoy being in the Cowboy Stadium.
Oh
That's
my God!
why
Don't
you
start
pay
that shit,
Dak.
Pickle.
That's why you pay Dak.
That's so
That's
smart.
why you pay Dak. All right, you lose in the second round. You lose in the second round consistently, but at least you get to the second round consistently, right?
And I hear that argument, Al, and that's
Drop
exactly
the rock,
why.
Cody. Drop the rock.
Al,
Yes.
that's exactly why that if Bryce Young sucks this year, Tepper would go after Dak because he knows
Nobody
that he
cares
can get
about
us
Bryce
out of this
Young, bro.
shithole.
Yep.
No, that's the
Nobody
truth.
cares about Bryce Young, bro. We're talking about real quarterbacks. We're
Like,
talking
that-
about real
that's the
quarterbacks,
fucking
bro.
truth.
We're not talking about trash
Nobody cares
quarterbacks.
about Bryce
It's a real
Young.
We're talking about
statement,
real
man,
quarterbacks,
but
bro.
it's the whole
What you
nation that
talking
really
about,
does
bro?
care
So
about
check
the
this
game.
out, hey, JJ, and this is another thing why I agree with you, and I agree with Pickle. Pickle, that was a smart statement you said there because I can see that. If you think about it, who else do you need to pay on the Panthers this coming year? Nobody.
Yeah, no one.
You don't have to pay nobody. You literally can get you a quarterback, have him sit behind Dak for 3 years, and you ain't got nobody to pay.
Ain't
Everybody,
nobody sitting
there's
behind
nobody
I'm
to
good
pay.
off
I
that.
understand that. I understand that.
That's why.
You may
I'm
not
good
like
off
it.
Dak in
I
general.
understand.
Shit.
I get it,
Y'all
but
about to make me fucking vomit.
you got an aggressive. You got an
Oh no, you
aggressive.
said sit
Oh,
behind
this is
Dak.
a
My
great
bad.
point. Hey,
Yeah,
My bad.
real
you got
quick.
an aggressive
Hey, hold on.
owner.
Hey, wait,
I
two
thought you said
things.
sit behind Bryce.
Wait, hold
My
on.
bad.
Two things.
You said
Two things. I want to highlight this comment, and then Christian's got some stats. But Eddie says we're forgetting the business aspect of having a quarterback. Eyeballs on the game, the merchandise, the tickets. Bro,
That
having
shit don't do
no,
nothing
you're
for
no,
us
you're
as
not
the
hearing me.
fans though.
You're no, if you're
You're
a
What is he getting
listen,
paid?
Swan, you're not understanding. If I'm a businessman and I'm the owner of the Jaguars or whatever, do I want a random undrafted quarterback to quarterback my team in this season?
If they win,
or do I want
Your quarterback,
Trevor
your
fucking Lawrence?
what
Well,
Cody
I don't
saying
want
is your
Trevor
franchise
Lawrence.
you want
quarterback
Tom Brady or
let me
Trevor
talk to
Lawrence?
Cody.
will play
Yeah,
you.
So,
Brock
Cody,
Purdy got up to number 2 last year in jersey sales.
It don't matter. You're talking
Brock
about outliers.
Purdy.
You're talking
Cody,
about outliers.
Cody,
That's a fact, Cody. That's a fact, Cody.
if Trevor Lawrence didn't get hurt last year halfway through the season, they would have walked into the playoffs. Come on, bro. We watch football, bro.
Man, nobody's talking about Trevor Lawrence no more, Al.
Are you fucking kidding me, bro?
Hey,
They would have
Cody,
walked
who's
into
the
the
most?
playoffs, bro.
Yo, who's the most
He got
top-selling
hurt
jersey
like
right now,
halfway through the
Cody?
season. They would have walked into the playoffs. Are
Hey,
you
Cody.
fucking kidding me?
I bet you
Cody?
don't play up to that money.
Wait, who
Fuck
is
out of here, dog.
Who is the
That just
top-selling
sounds
jersey right
stupid
now?
right now, dude. That just sounds
Isn't it
dumb, dude.
Jalen
I
Hurts?
have no idea.
Okay,
who
Al.
the
We
top
watch
You know,
football. We
he
watch
used to play for the
football, bro.
Panthers.
Okay, Al.
Were Hurts and Mahomes.
Everybody calm y'all asses down right quick. You know what I'm saying?
Twan
You know
said
what
pick the
I'm saying?
energy up.
Yeah,
Hey,
Twan picked up the energy like it was nothing.
hey, Cody, I'll give you a hint. He used to play for the Panthers.
They loving us
What
on
did you
that.
what did you ask me? I didn't hear
The
what you asked.
top-selling jersey.
Christian McCaffrey.
No, Harrison Butker.
Ah, that conservative Republican motherfucker.
I told he ain't no quarterback. He's a kicker.
But hey, so JJ Pickle and Cody, imagine this. Imagine, okay,
Still don't have a
we don't
candidate.
have Bryce, right?
Yeah.
You know when they show the team players and this, that, and other, who's the best players, and they show the defensive guys, they show the offensive guy. And if you're talking about from a business aspect, nobody's really gonna sit here and want to see Bryce
We're not
face
talking about from a
look.
business aspect. We're talking about
Al, I'm
fucking
not talking to
football,
you.
bro.
Let him
Al, I'm
finish.
not
Hold
talking
on,
to
let
you.
him
The
finish
football,
out.
I'm not
bro.
talking to you. I'm not
Fuck
talking
out
to
of
you.
here,
Let
I'm
him
bro.
talking to you.
finish out. Let him
It's
finish
stupid,
out.
dude. We're talking about
We're not talking.
I
I'm
mute.
not talking to you, Al.
I muted him. Go ahead.
But so when they put on the teleprompter, right, they show you the best players. So for instance, the 49ers, right, they're gonna show you Chris McCaffrey, they're gonna show you Purdy, and they're gonna show whoever else, the best player. Well, who are they gonna show of us? They're gonna show you
Nobody,
Derrick
because we
Brown.
suck ass.
They're gonna hold on. That's now y'all picturing what I'm saying. Because
Andy Dalton.
when they show the business aspect of, especially when you have an aggressive owner who's went up in prices on tickets, who wants to sell tickets, is about to do an overhaul on the stadium, you got to make sales. So if Bryce wasn't here, and just say, you can imagine seeing Dak Prescott up there, you can imagine seeing Derrick Brown and another player on our team, whoever the star is. You can see it because it's going to sell. It makes sense.
You want to hear something horrible? Name our last Cody. Name our last 8 quarterbacks.
Man, Dak Prescott throwing up
It's a
the
graveyard, Twan. Don't do that
Do they
shit.
have to be?
That shit is depressing.
Hold on. Do they have to be in order? So
No, just the motherfuckers that started at some point on our team, bro.
Okay, so Andy Dalton, Taylor Heineke, PJ Walker, Kyle Allen,
a dud,
Teddy Bridgewater.
Teddy was all right.
Okay, Cam Newton.
Okay.
The GOAT.
There go. Who am I missing? I know I'm
Bryce.
missing someone.
Sam
I'm leaving Bryce
Sam
out.
Darnold, Baker Mayfield.
Yeah, Sam, Baker. Yeah, how the fuck could I forget Sam and Baker?
Jacob Eason.
Yeah,
I know
although
where you're going with this, Twan. I know where you're going with this.
Trash.
Although Jacob Eason didn't start the game though.
Y'all know why Tepper also made the move for Bryce Young, and it's why he tried going after Stafford and Cousins. It's for the marketing issue that Pop just brought
Absolutely.
up. That's why, because
Right.
he knows
Absolutely.
that's just going to attract more.
That's
because
your poster boy,
quarterback
your
to quarterback-
franchise.
Yeah,
And
and
his
he's got
dumb ass
two.
chose the quiet dog over the big boy.
He's gotten too
Yeah.
carried away with that instead of actually trying to just build the team the right way. He just thought, oh, we get Stafford here, and Cody said it many times on the podcast. Stafford would die behind the offensive line we had at the time.
Yeah.
Oh, he wouldn't have made it through the whole season last
No,
year.
no.
But I don't think we're gonna have that problem this year. I don't think we're gonna have that problem this year.
Was super.
Al, do you really think that Matthew Stafford wouldn't have died? Wouldn't have died behind this offensive line?
No. I mean, it wouldn't have been worse than the fucking Lions.
He would have got hurt.
No. You guys don't watch fucking football, bro. You guys don't know fucking football, bro. You guys are talking shit right now.
It was Stafford who was Stafford who nixed this.
He turned it down. He nixed the deal. He turned the deal down.
Yes, that's what I just said.
He said he didn't want to come here.
He nixed
He
it.
didn't want to come there. That's what shit.
So apparently he disagrees with you. He knew if he come here, he'd been up in the hospital behind the
I know he would have been better than what the fuck he got right now.
Yeah, what about Kirk Cousins too, bro? He would have been cooked as well.
Fuck out of here, dog.
Yeah, Kirk Cousins, in my
Any
opinion,
quarterback would have put back there would have been hurt, bro.
yeah, like
They
all
terrible.
would have, but they're not
I don't think
mobile
so.
enough.
They
They
can't
all would have
improvise.
They all would have gotten fucked up, bro.
That's why I
But
wanted Anthony. That's why I wanted Anthony Richardson, because if you have a physical specimen like that who can hide some of the blemishes on his offensive line, he could.
But it's not just that
he
though,
could get
bro.
away. And he had
Because
a
I
big
feel
arm
like
and everything like that. Upside.
One of the reasons I didn't want Anthony Richardson and was just because I didn't
Throw
want
so
to
many
do
damn
like.
interceptions, first of all.
No. I'm talking. Hold on. Hear me out. Is the way we did Cam? I was scared of that whole situation, that the offensive line wasn't going to be good, and he maybe hurt his shoulder or something again. That's why I didn't want to do it, because he would have had to, take more hits and put more on the line for us.
What he's talking about right now is that he's looking like as a past tense, because he thinks offensive line was bad this year because Bryce was so bad when he's running the fucking sacks. Now he's thinking about it in past tense. You can't do that, Anthony. You can't do that, bro. And you know that, bro.
It's
you can't
also
do
for
that,
this,
bro.
Anthony Richardson would have been just as bad with Frank.
Man, what is Al
It's
talking about?
also for this though.
You know exactly what the fuck I'm talking about, bro. I'm not. Am my words beating up on you, fucking Twan, bro? Come on, man. You gotta stop, bro. You gotta stop this fucking ass shit, bro. You can't do that shit, bro.
Hey.
The offensive line was not that bad this year. It wasn't that bad. It was Bryce Young.
What are you talking about?
Hey, Twan.
Hey, I got a question for
Twan.
Yeah, you can blame Bryce.
You got no. You can talk to that shit.
You don't watch
Now some
football.
Friday
You
football,
don't know
Because you guys are talking bullshit right now.
Hey, I don't want to do it. Y'all the ones who make me. Just so y'all
I
know.
like it. I like
This
it.
was yelling without his
But there's no way. Hold on.
Time out. I'll let y'all say whatever you want. But
While we fighting.
I just want to say, as a general rule of thumb, anytime you get to the point where it's like, oh, you don't know ball, bro, that's when you have lost the argument.
Yeah, that's some bullshit.
Everybody here is presenting legit football opinions. It's the opposite side of the coin. Like,
I mean, I'm not upset that.
All around.
I'm not upset that, and I apologize for that. But come on, man. Like, just watch the games, bro. We're watching the games together. We all watch them together.
But
with all
that's what
due
I'm saying.
respect,
Everybody's
you
watching
watch
the
the
games
games
here.
and you
Everybody's
have your
That's what I'm
opinion.
saying. Everybody's watching the
But
games, bro, and you can see it.
Everybody don't see it the way you see it, dude. You
Exactly.
got to accept the fact that just because you see it one way, don't mean if nobody else sees it that way, everybody's wrong.
But I said,
I didn't say that, bro. I didn't say that, bro. I didn't say that, bro.
But hold up.
A good
He's
debate is
also,
pros and cons, bro.
he is also he's allowed to say that he thinks that Matthew Stafford would have been good here and wouldn't have died.
Yes, he is.
For sure.
So,
That doesn't mean that we have to agree with it, but I think
But if we disagree, he can't tell us that we don't know football.
All right, man.
Hey,
Hold on. I got you. So we're past that now. All right.
No, okay, yeah,
So it's
cool.
opinion versus opinion. I got you. But I can still talk my shit. And but you guys try to. All right, I got you. No, I got you. That's opinion, but I got you though. I mean, I think it would be good.
Can you do
If
me
you
a
think it
favor?
would be good, that's on you.
Can you do me a favor, Cody? Can you look up and see where the Carolina Panthers O-line was ranked last year?
It's probably horrible.
Sure.
No. I got a point.
They wouldn't last.
There's a point.
They wouldn't last.
Hold on. There's a point on why I'm asking Cody.
I think it was 29th, to be honest with you. I think it was 29th.
Let's get the number, and then we can really break this shit down.
I got some nice peanut butter whiskey right now.
I thought it was 35. We were so
They
bad.
were third.
35 out of 32. We were so bad. Most colleges were better than us.
So we were ranked 35.
Yeah.
Hold on. I just want to say something real quick.
Hold on.
We were so bad we wasn't even ranked.
Yeah, we were in the bottom four.
Hold on, JJ. So what I'm trying to, and I'm gonna say it real quick. Al, you cannot say tonight because now it's a fact. By the rankings, we had a terrible O-line. I'm hard on Bryce.
We have horrible quarterback, bro. Who ran the sack? How many times
right?
Al, you gotta let him
finish. Bro.
God damn,
about
bro.
the coach too.
I wish he was on Black Cat. I got your ass out of here. Two things can be right. We had a terrible O-line and we had a terrible quarterback. That's a fact. Because the facts, you can't argue the facts.
You're missing out an extra part of this, Pop. We also had Bad Santa as our head coach. Like that, having a bad head coach.
That motherfucker's drooling on himself right now.
He wasn't Bad Santa. He didn't drink.
Hey, how do you know? He probably went in the locker room.
He got a serious drink.
That man was an
after he met
uptight guy. He ain't no drinker.
He's at Shady Acres retirement home right now.
That works.
Do y'all remember the rumors that Matt Rule would be drinking and he'd be fucking drunk sometime?
Freight right made Matt Rule.
No way. Where did that come from?
Yeah, I heard that, bro. I heard that is one of the rumors.
You gotta take to a whole new level, bro. You gotta take to a whole new level,
out of a fucking basketball game.
Cody,
who hired both of those coaches? Though?
Cody, are you being serious? The guy who was throwing
that's a real rumor. That's a real.
Cody, repeat that one more
This
time.
is your job, bro. Boy, you gotta take to a whole new level, bro.
Hold on. Let Cody speak. Let Cody.
Can't nobody hear nobody else talking.
Hold on. Let Cody say what Cody.
You gotta do a mic test before you come on the show, bro.
Somebody had said in one of my chats that I'm in that they have somebody in the organization that they know, and they said that there would be times when you could smell the alcohol on Matt Rule's breath, that you could fucking smell it on him, and like you could tell that he would have a thermos, and especially at the end, everybody knew that he had alcohol in that thermos.
I mean, I don't blame him.
Yeah,
That's
so
crazy, bro.
Well, you know when the whole fucking stadium is booing your ass.
Exactly.
That's hearsay.
When you get booed out of a Hornets game,
Bro, you gotta be able to do something to drown that shit out.
You know what though? If
fire Matt Rule.
Yeah,
Y'all are fucking tripping, bro.
You know, if you don't drink when you become a head coach, your ass probably does after.
You're gonna start.
So if Matt Rule was pulling a flask out of his fucking
That's
pocket.
hearsay, bro.
You don't think Frank Reich, who had a worse start with him, wasn't doing some shady
No,
shit like that?
he ain't no drinker. I can look at him and tell
But
you.
he was probably going to seminary praying about it.
He was counting his money, like 1 million, 2 million.
Hey, but, so hold on, Pop. I found,
probably
he
pop
said,
out.
hold on, I found this. I found this. It's a list of where are each individual O lineman ranked. According to so Taylor Moton was 23rd out of 81. Ikem Ekwonu was 40th out of 81, and somehow that don't even seem right. Like I probably should be even lower on that list. Cade Mays was 42nd of 79. Calvin Throckmorton 65.
Yeah, he'll back up anyway.
Bradley Bozeman 21st of 36. So that O line was boo boo, Pop.
That's my dog.
That's what I was trying to. That's what I was trying to say.
That's my
Not a single
You can't.
person
You
in the
can't.
top
You
20.
can't. You cannot argue the facts. You can't.
Yeah, like I just don't understand. Like, yeah, you can take away that Bryce Young had a bad year, but if that's the only thing you took away from last year, it's just like you're trying to tell us how to watch football. It's like, come on, man. Like,
you gonna have a bad
I
year.
think
this year.
everything was bad.
Nobody
I
can
was
tell you how to
saying,
watch
Bryce
football, bro.
Young,
No one
him
can tell
and
you how to
the
watch football,
offensive
bro.
line
You
play,
just can't let your
like,
eyes.
we didn't make it
Al,
as
you
bad as
gotta
it
take your
was.
headset out the toilet bowl, bro.
You gotta shut your fucking mouth up, bro. Fuck you,
All
bro.
right, bro. Y'all chill out.
Yeah,
Don't
bro.
get
Hey,
disrespectful.
Al, for real
It
though,
is
no
not
jokes.
that
Like we
serious.
can't hear you.
That shit is
Yeah,
shitty.
but your microphone's messing up again on you, bro. But also,
But
nobody
Get
needs
that
to be.
in my fucking face, Swan. Fuck you.
Oh, all right. I let you do that.
Man, why can't we all just
you
get
can tell
along?
Al been
No,
drinking
man.
a lot.
Man.
Alky.
Hey,
No,
no,
I've been
no.
drinking a lot now, man.
Have a good eye out.
Hey, let me Al's gonna be all right. No one's mad. We're gonna let Al cool off, and
Yeah,
then
I'll be drinking,
everything's
bro.
gonna be all
I'm
cool.
drinking with
Right?
Matt Rule right now.
I'm
Yeah,
drinking
it's
right now
all good.
too.
Y'all, this is
And the
why
only,
we
I'm
can't
gonna get
take
up
this
at 4 in
shit.
the morning and go to work.
and listen, the only people
Hey,
allowed
Cody,
to
you
like
mute me again, I'm gonna fuck you up.
you ain't doing shit. Shut your ass
Okay.
up.
Mute it.
All right, mute me, hit the mute again.
Yeah,
I'm gonna pop up behind
Hey, I
y'all.
like that rock, Cody. I really do like that rock, man.
oh, I'm sure you do.
I do.
Everybody likes a rock. You know, I gotta drop that shit on.
Cody,
But
you don't like-
no, but the only person that the only people allowed to cuss each other out is me and Kevin when I say that he loves cocks too much. I mean, he does. He'll even tell you that he does.
Hey, Clemson is a bunch of pussies.
Yo, shut up, Twan. Nobody asked you shit.
Well, you know, Clemson, they like to get fucked.
Hey,
all
look,
right, man, I'm about to find
Cody,
out.
Cody, we're gonna show you how to use DJ. We're gonna show you how to use DJ Uncle
Oh yeah, enjoy that. No,
Is that y'all's quarterback?
Yeah, that's
yeah, man. Me and Cody went at it for years, and that's
Twan, say his last name.
It's DJ Ugalikukalikuku.
Bro, y'all
look, that motherfucker look good with us. See, we gonna make him look good.
I'm glad you're enjoying the show, brother. We put this on just for you, man.
Well, hey, man, look,
was
Twan, enjoy DJ Uyugululu. And, and bro, I know how to say his name, but now I refuse to.
I know how to say his name. It's DJ Ugaluk. Shit.
Yeah, that's right.
DJ Ugaluk.
You nailed it. Hey, Twan, you nailed it.
DJ Ugalule.
Twan, you nailed that shit, bro.
Yeah,
you nailed
there
that shit. Goddamn, bro.
But he look better with us, man. He look better with us.
We're gonna find out.
That motherfucker said he always wanted to be a Seminole, so he was fucking around
hey,
with
man,
you.
first, let me apologize. Let me apologize to Christian because I told him like 30 minutes ago that he could read some stats, and bro, everybody just got to yelling and fighting Christian. So I apologize.
That's definitely more entertaining than fucking stats. That's for sure. I was just gonna say, dude, that like, okay, I look back at some numbers at the small sample size, but back in the day, but 20 years ago, the highest quarterback salaries only took about less than 17% of the overall salary cap. Right now, they're over 20, 22, 25. So all that tells you is that there's just a very small. The market is for the quarterback, dude. There's not a lot of good ones. So if there was, we would be talking about, yeah, fucking let him go. He ain't deserved that money. But you can't let a franchise guy go, even if he hasn't won any playoff games. You just can't.
How many quarterbacks now in the NFL? Hold on. Let me ask this. How many quarterbacks right now in the NFL have Super Bowl rings?
What the fuck do I know?
So one, two.
Patrick Mahomes has a couple. Does that not count?
Yo,
It's only
Flacco,
three.
Jimmy
It's only
G.
three.
Like they have to be starting quarterbacks, not backup.
So Aaron Rodgers, Patrick Mahomes, Aaron Rodgers, and
Matthew Stafford.
You got Matthew Stafford.
Matthew Stafford. That's three.
Yeah.
Okay, what's the point?
I mean, how many years it's been? I'm just saying, like only three quarterbacks worth paying. Really, you're gonna win a Super Bowl.
That's what I was saying, bro. That's what I was saying.
Yeah, I mean, you could feel that way,
but this
but
is
I mean,
also a young
I
man's
understand,
league.
but
A lot
If
of
you're not the
that's
best
the way
player
it's
on the
going.
team, you shouldn't get paid the best player money.
That's
You're
true,
also
but it's
paying.
not like that no more.
You're paying to compete against other teams that will pay that money.
No, guys, listen. I think y'all get me wrong. Listen, I know that it's different now. All I'm presenting is just strictly personally, like what I feel based on what we've seen before, and it worked back then. I understand it's not going to change now. They're probably going to keep paying more and more money as you go in the future. I'm just trying to bring some intelligence to the shit and like, why, even if you're on a real job, if you am the best worker at a job, I'm not going to fucking give you these pay raises just because you show up to work every fucking day.
Right. You have to earn it.
Yeah.
But I think the very nature that they're
I don't
getting
give a fuck if you're the most popular person at the job and all the girls at the job like
Right,
you and buy your lunches. You
but-
ain't getting a raise.
But Twan, if
But
he
also,
does, if
I
a
will-
person gets that raise, then it means their employer must thereby feel they are worth it. Correct?
I agree with that.
I will say
But-
when Patrick
but check
Mahomes.
this out. I'm not calling around asking other businesses, what are you paying the mediocre people at your job or whatever? Or like, okay, so if you paying that, then I'm now I'm gonna pay my people this over here or whatever. The only thing
Right.
changes with jobs is when you hike up minimum wage. Then
Yeah,
you
but
have
you-
to change
yeah,
how
I
shit
hear
is
you
done.
saying you're saying they're fucking it up for everybody by overpaying.
Right.
Mid
Yeah, they
people.
are.
But
I'm
I
not
hear
paying.
you.
Look, bro.
And I'm
now
not
I
even.
gotta pay my quarterback.
I'm
What you
not
like? You
even.
gotta market
I'm
this
not
out.
even. I'm not even disputing that. But I'm saying at the end of the day, the employer still decided that they were worth that dollar amount to pay.
I will say in support of
Jerry
Trevor
Jones-
Lawrence, I will say when Patrick Mahomes got his deal, he was the highest paid quarterback. Right now, he's ninth with that same deal.
I
So in
guarantee
3
you.
years,
Yeah, go ahead. I'm sorry, Kev. I didn't even
oh,
hear
you're
you.
good. And like 3 years, I'm sure Trevor Lawrence would be ninth on that list.
Yeah, by
I'm
the
pretty
time Patrick Mahomes leave, he's going to make over $500
Right.
million by
When
the time
they-
he leaves the NFL.
When they paid old boy today, and look like Pop said, look, if you can finesse, hey man, good for him. I ain't never gonna take money out of nobody's pockets. Get as much money as you can. But I guarantee you a lot of owners was like, shit. And I guarantee you Jerry Jones is like, even if I was gonna pay Dak, I'm not doing it now. Shit, I'm not doing that.
That's a fact, Swarm. That's a fact.
Y'all remember Jerry Jones didn't want to pay Dak the first damn time.
Because now Dak gonna be like, shit.
Yeah, y'all remember how
Dak
long
and
it
his
took
agent
Dak?
chilling.
Y'all remember how long it took Dak to get that first contract? They weren't trying to come off of that money.
That's why
They
the
sure
players
wasn't.
never get upset, especially if you playing in their position when they see you get a crazy ass payday. They all love it because they're like, I'm next.
Well, Twan, you might be mad because next year you might have Dak on your team.
Hey man, I ain't gonna be mad about that.
I mean, that's true. Hey, real quick. So look, we've already gone 4 hours. You're welcome, by the way. I'm out here providing these discussions, man. No problem, man. No problem. But my final question of the night is, who would you rather have going into this season, Dak Prescott or Bryce Young?
Give us a
Hey,
third
can you
option.
add another?
Are we counting the salary?
with all these weapons? Come on now.
Are we counting the salary?
Yes.
I got a crazy take for you, then, Cody.
Yeah.
I'll take Bryce. I'll roll the dice.
I got a crazy.
Who said I'll take Bryce?
I'll roll the dice.
Let me get
I
Pac.
got a crazy take for you. I'm hoping, and I mean I'm hoping, that Russell Wilson balls out this year. I'm gonna leave it like that.
Oh shit!
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, man. If he balling, he balling. You can't. Nobody can complain about that. If he balling,
No. Because
that's not what he's saying.
That's not what I'm saying.
He wants.
Not what he's saying.
Oh, he wants the backup over here.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
He wants. Yeah.
Yeah, I remember.
He wants
Justin Fields.
Hey, he wants baby cam. He wants Super Bowl prime. You know what I'm saying?
No. I'm talking about.
I'll take a Buckeye any day.
Hey, but look, I
That's
open bullets up to somebody, man. If I'm the Panthers, man, I'm going out to Jake Browning.
Red Swarm says he'd rather Bryce. I'm sure you would.
Jake,
you the same guy who said Jake Plummer though, our third string.
I mean, the motherfucker on the team, bro. Listen, my thing is this: everybody get caught up in the big names, but everybody was a small name and said, "Look, man, it's a guy over there that's is wasting his fucking time." Who's he with, Cleveland or is it with Cincinnati? No, it's with Cleveland.
Cincinnati.
Yeah, Cincinnati. Jake Browning. It's some of these backup quarterbacks got it, bro. They just people don't talk about these guys, man. If you're gonna study football, do your due diligence and study other players too. That dude Browning over there got it all. He got all the
from
fucking
Washington.
Isn't he in Cincinnati?
He's in Cincinnati right now, wasting away.
Yeah.
I thought it was the Browns for some reason, but I know when he had to come in. Oh, look, he was great. It was crazy.
I'm just saying, Twan, think about it. If you got Justin,
he played for Washington
with the running backs we got, with a new improved O line and the wide receiver, man, come on.
That dude Browning can live with that team with us now. And guess what? You ain't got to pay him crazy ass money. You ain't got to pay him crazy. See what I'm saying? Like you got your boy Eddie in the chat saying. This man said Jake Browning boo this man. He don't even know who the fuck Jake Browning is. I guarantee you.
How did I ask y'all to decide between Bryce and Dak?
I'm saying Browning. Shit.
Jake Browning.
He don't want any of them.
Is a bullet in the head
versus Bryce is Dak.
Pickle, would you rather Bryce or Dak?
Browning.
Just because people get a kick out of it, I'm gonna say Bryce Young.
All right, JJ, Bryce or Dak?
I'll take Dak.
Okay, Christian, Bryce or Dak?
Is it after this season?
Starting this season. Who would you rather have to be your starter?
Bryce, so that we can draft a replacement and not be tied down.
That motherfucker chose that route.
You
son of a violence.
He just chose losing. This is what he chose.
That was my option, man.
Yeah, I mean, he was honest.
He has a right to pick who he wants.
Yeah,
Shut the hell up and let the man do what he wants.
Shut the hell up.
I think Spencer Rattler.
Kev, who would you pick? And don't say no dumb shit. I'll kick you out of here.
All right, I picked Spencer Rattler.
I'll put you in the background.
Definition of dumb shit.
You stay in the background where you belong, stupid. All right, Pop. You
me too. I'm definitely taking Dak because it gives us a better chance of getting to the playoffs. And then that would make us probably have the best quarterback in the division.
Okay.
And Dak has had weapons his whole career. Like, you gotta think, he get a lot out of these guys.
I'll agree
More than
with
Bryce.
Red Swarm. I'll agree with Red Swarm on there. If Dak was in on our team right now, we would be the clear-cut favorite for the division by the NFL media.
And Dopey to Dopey Not Life TV says why Dakota and Bryce, because not a lot of people like Dakota. So that's my point. It's like if I'm getting people that are still more confident in taking Dak than the quarterback we just drafted #1,
You know his
that's
middle
not
name is Rain.
necessarily the best thing. You know what I'm
It's
saying?
Dakota Rain Prescott.
Mm-hmm.
Is
Yeah.
it?
Yes.
Yeah, his middle name Rain.
My son's name is Dakota.
That's
He
kind of
going
bad.
Rain interceptions.
That's kind of badass. So Rain, like Rain Supreme.
How's that spelled? REIN?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it is. Just like the weather.
No, I'm pretty sure it's got the G in there, right?
I don't know. You might gotta look that up.
Yeah, for sure,
It's been
for
a
sure.
minute.
But all right, man. Hey, y'all ain't gotta go home, but y'all got to get the fuck up out of here, man.
Wait, hold on. I gotta say something real quick.
Oh shit.
Jake Browning's a bum.
And that's nice. I'm gonna say something nice. No, I'm not. I'll eat a dick.
God damn, bro. Bro, why can't we all just be friends? You know what I'm saying?
That motherfucker is flaming in the chat.
Yeah, I was on one tonight. Hey, it's all right. I still love you, bro.
Nobody
You
listens
tell he
to
was
me,
taking
so I'm
shots.
just gonna cry in the chat.
Man.
And by the way, I was gonna let Al back in the show to give his final thoughts, but he already dipped. So he was in the background.
That's all right.
I
He'll
didn't
sleep
keep-
it off.
You don't know shit about football.
All right, quit making fun of me. Al, you know you're my guy, bro. It's gonna be all right. We're gonna be all right.
Man, Al can't even long snap.
All right, enough.
Letting motherfuckers know about football.
So look, here's what we're gonna do. I'm gonna get everybody's final words, and we're gonna get the fuck up out of here, man. 4 hours. It's been incredibly fun. I appreciate y'all. The Friday Free For All would be nothing without you bringing all the fire takes and opinions. And I appreciate the discussion sincerely, man. And hey, by the way, happy Father's Day to all the fathers, both on the stream and in the chat. Happy
Thank you,
Father's Day
Cody.
to all of you.
Thank you.
Yeah, man. Kev, you ain't got no fucking. Like I said,
I'm your daddy. I'm your daddy, bitch.
Bitch ass up, you
You
old
were
hoe.
drunk.
All right. Let me get everybody's
got you
final
down.
words.
Got you down.
My client. I represent this man. If ever he needs me in the court of law, it's the homie Poppin. Yo, Pop. If you like Young Thug, I'm like the lawyer that's getting thrown out of court to defend you, bro. That's a problem.
Did you see that one lawyer got fired?
Yeah, yeah.
That was funny. She's fired.
Yeah, bro, that shit was hilarious. But I got your back, bro. Give me your final thoughts for the show and shout out your content so they know where to find you.
Oh yeah, man. I'm on the Black Cat Panther Podcast, man. Make sure y'all come out and show support. The news is kind of slow right now, but the guys are still putting in work. And hey, don't drink and drive or drink alone.
That's
Good
it.
advice.
That's it. Appreciate you, Pop. Next up, hey, this man came in here and said the energy is not right. So let me just pick that shit up a little bit, as he's known to do. From the 704 Charlotte Bound Show, my friend Twan. Give me your final thoughts for the show, brother. I appreciate you coming in.
Hey, man, Twan Don in the building. Thank you for having me, man. Great show tonight. Yeah, man, it didn't feel right coming up in here, man. But, y'all lived up to the name of the Friday Free For All.
Yes, sir.
You know what I'm saying? Just hoping everybody have a good time. Hey, look, happy birthday to my mom, man. Going to go celebrate her birthday.
Happy birthday, Mama Twan.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying? And
Happy birthday, Mama Twan.
Yeah, shout out my man Pick, and happy Father's Day to all the guys that are fathers. Shout out Poppin' Bullets. I don't know Pickle. I think Pickle, you got kids. Yeah, Pickle got kids.
Oh yeah.
And any other guys on the panel that's fathers, man. You know what I'm saying? We don't get none of that shit. You know what I'm saying? And shout out to Red Swarm in the chat. You know what I'm saying? He's a father. And look, man. Look, if we ain't gonna win games, it's always fun to get together and talk about this shit.
Always, bro. Always. Y'all check out the 704 Charlotte Bound Show. Y'all check out the Black Cat Panther Podcast. The rising tide lifts all boats, people. Panther content supports Panther content. My guy, next up, Kobe in the building. Cole, I appreciate you as always, my brother. Give me your final thoughts for this free for all, man.
Cody, it was a long ass show, and I made it from you damn near start to end, man. I appreciate you as always. You put a lot of work into this shit every week, man. You don't get the credit you deserve for it, so I always appreciate spending my Friday nights with you. I let Pickle plug the spaces. I love chilling with the boys every damn day. It feels like, but Tuesdays and Thursdays especially, man. Then I'll get at y'all next week. Appreciate it.
Yeah, I appreciate you, Cole. You're the man. Next up, my guy Christian. Christian, I appreciate having you, bro. Give me your final thoughts for the free for all today, man.
Oh, well, thanks for having me again. It's always fun. I'm surprised that we're this late in the off season and we're still finding stuff to chat about. Anyone that's listening, follow those guys on Twitter so you can, get more Panther fix throughout the week on the spaces, and hit the like button. Happy Father's Day to everyone that's a father figure. Single moms, even dads like myself who don't have kids, but we have a dog that we take care of and
fur
spoil.
babies. I'm a fur dad.
Yeah,
I feel you.
hey, that counts. That counts for sure.
Yeah,
stepdaddy.
But thanks again, Cody.
Yeah, man, I appreciate you, Christian. Next up, my guy JJ, man of many jerseys. JJ, talk to me, bro. Give me your final thoughts for the free for all, man.
What's up? Hey, thank you for going on a long show, Cody. I joined in late. You went on your 420 special, about to hit 420. But I just moved to the dirty South. I live in Southwest Florida now. I'm surprised I even had good connection for the show today.
Oh shit, you did a whole move?
You done moved?
Yeah, from Louisville to Fort Myers, man. I went on a road trip, which thanks again to C3 because Chad Morales, he offered to call me on that road trip, and without y'all, that shit wouldn't even have been a possibility. So just even having a cool friend like that was possible because it's C3. So anyone get up here, you can get you a new friend. But
I want to thank JJ too for dropping by the other night. 704 Charlotte Bound Show came through.
Oh, hell yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Showed his presence, represented C3. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to JJ.
Man, I love showing up. I'm gonna make sure I show up to Black Cat because I know Poppin. He said my name a couple of times. I was like, all right, bet. So let me go show some support here now.
Cody just said, "Rising tides lift all boats." You don't have to just watch one show, man. You can be friends with everybody.
And JJ, what part of Florida are you staying in?
Fort Myers.
Fort Myers,
Southwest, yeah, all the way down in the bottom.
So you liking it better than
Oh yeah, it's way better than the South. The Midwest is mid. For sure.
Right.
So fuck, what was my last thing? Oh yeah, Dakota rain. Dakota rain. We're gonna need the rain.
Oh, we're gonna need the rain. We're gonna need the rain. Appreciate you, JJ. And last but never least, Panther Pickle. Pickle.
What do you mean last?
Oh, that's right. I forgot. I gotta give Kev a fucking.
What the fuck is your problem, bro?
An outro. God damn. All right, Kev. Tell me something. Tell me something.
What?
Tell me something good. I don't know. Tell me something.
Hey, man, listen. I got you on that Lamar Jackson thing. You know what I mean?
No, you didn't.
Yeah, and you didn't want to pay Lamar. I got you, bruh. But anyway, happy Father's Day to me because I'm a new father from stepdaddy or whatever.
Yes, sir.
That's all I got to say.
Hey, look, man, I want to do a shout out to Diesel real quick. Diesel Scales.
Yes, sir.
Cody, check this out, Cody. I want to thank everybody coming to the C3 Army tonight. Coming over here. I know the show started off kind of soft, but at the C3 show, we get the people pumped up. We get them going. I know we went 2-15 last year, but look, I'm telling you, we're going to make a comeback, baby. And it starts over here, the C3 show and the C3 Army, man. Look, man, Cody, I can see the light. It's coming, Cody. We're not that far off, Cody. You know what I'm saying? This is Diesel Skills. This is the C3 Army, man. You guys come over here, George. Sign up over there at the Black Cat Panther Podcast and the 704 Charlotte Bound Podcast, man. The rising tides lifts all boats. That's what I gotta say. Keep pounding, baby.
Days. Yo, that was the best D's impersonation I've ever heard, man. Damn. That was perfect. That was absolutely perfect.
Oh yeah, Cody. Yeah, you You get another pick. That's what I'm going to say.
All right, I'm gonna pick my nose and flick a booger on you. How about that?
Son of a bitch.
Last, not least, Panther Pickle. Pickle, make it short and sweet. Let's get the hell up out of here.
Folks, we do a space at 6:30 every Mondays and Thursdays. Now here lately, we've been doing one almost every day just because people want one. And me and Dee's talked about it. We're gonna drop a lot of those down. If you're a member of C3 and you want to start a space, go ahead. We might pop in for a little while, but we might not. So Jake,
all these
Jake
people up on
does it.
all these
Cody.
people up on the screen. Panther
Right.
Pickle, Diesel Skills,
Right.
Griffin, Colby, Jake the Snake, Anthony, JJ, K Bosh. Man, and check out all the boys. They are doing these spaces all the time.
Yeah, Colby and Jacob and JJ will start spaces themselves a lot. Keep an eye on Strats. He may start one here a little bit here later. But he anyway, y'all stop and see us. We do talk, but keep pounding, y'all.
Hey, wait, hold up! I don't see my name on this list, man.
You don't,
bro? Did you make did you start the C3 spaces out there?
No, I fuck with spaces though. I'm over there anytime I get over there.
This is everybody who like will go live and start the space, so that way.
Okay.
Yeah, that way they know who to follow. That will get them in the space.
It should be White Chocolate Express, but it's K-Bosh.
Yeah. By the way, Kevin, when was the last time you started a space?
He said you shouldn't even be up there.
There's actually a few that shouldn't be on there, but I'm not gonna call anybody out. Keep pounding. It's about 3 hours past my bedtime.
All right, damn it. We are getting the hell up out of here. C3 Nation. I've been your host, Cody Lashley.
Why am I sweating?
We will be back again.
Because you're a daddy now. That's what daddy
Tuesday night, 9 p.m. for another edition of the C3 Carolina Cat Chronicles podcast. Until then, Panther Nation, you already know what we're going to do. Keep pounding, baby.
Hey, no, keep pounding tonight. Keep pounding on.